Already, I know this thing looks like a complete mess of Godzilla stuff, but trust me, everything is on here, and we're gonna make sure that everything's all set to go. So let's go. Which one are we gonna get? And we got the Playmates Giant Kong GVK 11-inch. All right, let's go. Hello everybody, welcome to the first episode of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar presented by me. My name is Matthew, and as you guys just saw, the first figure we're going to be reviewing is the Playmates Giant Kong from Godzilla vs. Kong. He stands pretty much 11 inches tall, and we're going to be kind of going over him a little bit, discussing what I like, what I don't like, even though this guy's a fairly simplistic figure for being such a large figure, actually. Let's actually start with some of the positives. He has a very nice sculpt and very nice detail. Like, for example, I think a highlight would actually be the beard. You can actually... It's kind of sharp, actually, which is weird to say, a sharp beard. Well, maybe people might say, oh, that's a sharp-looking beard for some sort of reason. He has some really nice fur detailing going down the arm, the back. I know some people complain about the screw holes, but honestly, over the years, I've had many toys that have had screw holes. So screw holes on a Godzilla or Kong figure doesn't really bug me all that much. The teeth are painted pretty dang well, and he kind of has like a snaggletooth going on, and you can actually kind of see right there. It kind of goes in the mouth a little bit, almost like he has a full row of teeth that are actually sculpted in there, and you just can't see it. He has nice detailing on the toes. You can actually kind of make out his toenails. Not sure if you can with this kind of lighting. And I like the eye paint as well, although it kind of looks a little cartoony. That being said, I also like the articulation. You can move his head from side to side. Can't go up and down, sadly, but you can go up and down with the arms, rotate at the wrists, rotate at the legs, and rotate at the feet, or the ankles, I guess. Although these things are really stiff, my goodness. So yeah, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points of articulation. To put that in perspective, Godzilla 2004, the giant one from Playmates, also has, I think, 9 points of articulation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, he's like literally, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I thought I didn't count the head for a sec. Now, is there any negatives? Well, I kind of have one gripe with it. And I really felt like the figure could have used more paint across the body, you know? What I mean by that is, Kong is a very colorful creature, you know? Colorful in that he has color to him. His fur is kind of like a brownish color, maybe some red in some areas. And he's got, like, scarring across his chest, which they had the scarring painted. But he's just a solid black color. There's no dry brushing to give out some of the finer details. That and the scars just kind of painted on. It's not sculpted. So, well, I mean, at least the belly button's sculpted. Yeah, it's very minimal paint, and that's something I don't like. Another thing I don't really like is the stiffness, because like the feet are really stiff, and the wrists especially, but the arms and legs are fine to spin as pretty much, and the head is fine to spin as well, but the wrists and ankles are really stiff. And I've had this thing for like, what, about a year now? Maybe? I don't know. So yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents about this guy. I'm not going to go in depth because I've already talked about him. I've pretty much talked about almost every single figure. Almost? No, I think actually every. Unless if I'm missing one. But yeah, that's kind of about it for this Kong. I definitely do suggest you pick this thing up because if you want like a basic con that doesn't have any gimmicks, not too bad, I'd say this thing is good. Run into your local Walmart, pick this guy up for like $20. You're all set to go. That being said, special thanks to my my sister for getting this for me. And that being said, yeah, see you guys next time.
Okay, so unfortunately, the last episode we had a bit of technical difficulties. For example, I forgot a figure, and one of the UB finger puppets had too much spaces. So, hopefully everything's all good to go. I removed the Playmates giant Kong from the list, so here we go. What do we get for day 2? Alright, the Imperial Red Godzilla bootleg. Let's go. Hi everybody, welcome back to the Godzilla Advent Calendar. I don't know what I was going to say, but my name is Matthew, and this is day 2 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar, where every single day up until Christmas, we're going to randomly select a figure using a spin the wheel game to determine which figure we're going to take a look at. And as you guys just saw from the title and thumbnail and the video before, it is this guy. Weird history. This guy doesn't actually have an official name, nor does he have an official brand. Probably some knockoff company went ahead and starts claiming this as, their definitive Godzilla. But I've seen this guy, the same mold, tossed around from company to company to company, and they all claim it as their own. In fact, most bootleg companies just claim their own thing as a pre-existing figure from, like, say, NECA, Monster Arts, Bandai, or Playmates as their own. So, who should I believe? But yeah, this is based on the Imperial, the Godzilla from the 80s. And so they made this. They made the green version, which I actually have over there. And so they basically took it, turned it red, and if you have 2 of them, they look really well together, almost like Christmas themed. And hey, that's what we're celebrating. I got this guy, when did I get this guy? Like 2017, 2016, somewhere around there. So yeah, he's barely one of the older Godzillas in my collection. So for the positives and negatives, the positives is that he's really colorful. He has very blue eyes, which are pretty well painted for a bootleg figure. The teeth are individually sculpted. Yeah, they're individually sculpted with some decent paint, although mine's chipped. Probably could be just due to longevity. Why do I keep running my nose? You also have like a nice little gradient on the dorsal fins. Almost makes it look like something with autumn, maybe. So that could be something. This top dorsal fin for some reason is bent when the others are not. Because like it could just be to the way it's packaged, but then again, why aren't the other figures, spines, not other figures, why aren't the other spines curved? Well, I guess they are kind of curved, but like not to this extent. You also get his nice little beady tail, which you think it'd have a longer tail. And yeah, it also has like black sprays throughout. For articulation, it doesn't have any movement at the head nor mouth, but it does have some articulation at the wrists, the arms, not the wrists. You can go back and forth at the legs like that. You can actually go a full 360 with this thing. And you can actually go a full 360 with the tail. You can do it with the arms, but I don't recommend one with the arms. Why? This one, his arm is actually starting to tear at the oval ring. If you don't know what I mean, basically, all vinyl figures have this. If you were to take off their arms or legs, they're connected with a big ring of vinyl. So that's how they get stuck on, and that's how they move. yeah, this guy's this arm is starting to tear off. So in a way, it actually kind of puts itself like as a bigger version of the little Godzilla that's kind of the similar design to this one. It's actually at the top shelf, and my school gave that to me many, many years ago. And his arm is actually missing. We never were able to find it. That thing was probably like long gone by the time I found out that thing was a big thing at my school. So that's kind of a negative, but that's more negative on my side. I kind of do wish there was a head rotation or something like that, but overall, I have very little negatives with this guy. Maybe the paint might be a bit too easy to chip because I'm seeing chip, especially at the tip of the tail, looking like Shin Godzilla. Funny enough, this was actually Shin Godzilla in the Angry Birds and Godzilla show for a little while, until I actually got a true blue Shin Godzilla figure, or true red Shin Godzilla figure, and put it as Shin Godzilla and replace this with that, which is the Movie Monster series, which is a different figure entirely. So yeah, also paint chips right there. But yeah, that's kind of about it for this Godzilla Advent Calendar, Day 2. Hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, leave a like, subscribe, and tune in for tomorrow where we go with Day 3. See you later, everyone. Alright, everybody. Today's Day 3. We're going to be taking another spin. Here we go. And we get the Bandai Creations King Ghidorah 2001. Let's go. Hello everybody, welcome to Day 3 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and as you guys just saw, we're taking a look at the golden three-headed king himself, King Ghidorah. Now, there's a lot of things I can say about this guy. You know, some positives, some negatives. But let's get started, I guess. For the positives, I will give it that this thing has a very nice sculpt. It certainly looks like what we saw on screen, which, honestly, it's not that hard to replicate. He was very plasticky looking in the movie. Kind of looked like a big puppet. Because I know that's what they used, a big puppet. But it kind of looked too much like a puppet. You know what I'm talking about. I'll get to that in a different video. The wings look phenomenal. Although they do lack some detail. Would have liked it if they had some detail. Because you have like very good scaling here. Then you just have this. Also, the wings are very thick. Like this is a very thick vinyl, by the way. We have King Ghidorah's chicken legs. Look at how small those things are. And the tails, they're pretty thin, but they do curve out to the side, which I do like. So the pose is pretty fine. For articulation, there's no movement at the head, which is kind of disappointing because there's seam lines right there, because you think you'd just be able to twist them off. Or sorry, twist them and break the glue seal. No, you just break them right off. We have movable wings that can flap, not up and down as you think, but they actually go like out to the side and into the side a bit. And we actually have like what degree of cut is this? I'm not even gonna attempt. I think that might be a 95 degree. No, that can't be 95 degree. Again, I don't know my angles very well. But you have like this very strange angle. You guys can kind of see it. And that allows the tail to actually spin this way. And it allows it to spin this way. And I like this cut for two reasons. One, if you're leaning him at the back of a display like I do, if you do this, it actually looks rather fine, assuming you're not looking at that part of the tail. And if you do it this way, you can kind of get into like some sort of levitation, flying pose maybe. Look at that. That looks like he's flying. Or you could do this and make it look like he's really flying up in the air, like I can't do the Ghidorah sound. Some negatives I do have is that the paint chips easily. I don't roughhouse with this thing at all. Maybe I did with the Amber's Godzilla show episodes, but those are very mild. I can see scuff marks all over the wings. And the lack of articulation is also kind of a big minus, because Ghidorah is a very flexible creature, you know. He's got a lot of joints, he's got a lot of neck range, tail range, foot range. But he only has movement at the base of the tail and the base of the wings, and that's it. That's only 1, 2, 3 joints. A long time ago, I actually popped off this tail joint, thinking that it would move, and lo and behold, it didn't move. In fact, it just broke right off, so I had to glue that sucker back in place. So, overall, this thing is pretty dang good. He's nice he's a nice figure overall, and he'll definitely scale well with your 6-inch GMK figures, because I know there's a few on the market. There's the overpriced Monstars, which I have over there. The NECA, which actually there's 2 of them. I think there's also 2 Monstars, actually. The original one and the Heat Ray one, which doesn't even come with a Heat Ray. Come on, SHMA. Cheap guys. And then there's also the Creations one that released a long time ago. Yeah, I think so. And yeah, they've been any of those Godzillas will go great with this Ghidorah, because I think they were about the same height in the movie. Why do I keep rubbing my nose? But that being said, thank you guys for watching day 3 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for day 4. What figure will it be? Find out then. See you guys later.
This is day 4. Let's get this started. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Playmates Space Godzilla. Here we go.
Hi everybody, welcome back to another Godzilla Advent Calendar for 2021. My name is Matt, and welcome to day 4, where, as you probably could tell by the title and thumbnail, and the video you just saw before this, yep, it's him. The Playmates Space Godzilla. I did not expect this thing to win. I honestly thought it was going to land on a NECA, because I had like a few NECAs around that area of the list. But no, it landed on a Playmates figure. Another one. This is the second Playmates. I did Giant Kong, and now I'm doing this one. And technically, the Bandai Ghidorah turned into a Playmates Ghidorah, because they rebranded the Bandai ones as Playmates ones for some reason. Or I think they just bought the rights. They're still Bandai's though. Which, hey Bandai, when are you gonna start you really using the Godzilla IP for stuff aside from imports and reissues? Like, come on, give us some new products. Anyway, so for positives and negatives, again, the circumstances I talked about in my Shin Godzilla 2016 Playmates video does apply here. For a brief history, the plan was for GVK to release in March of 2020, and then the movie got delayed to November 2020, so they had to scramble and release stuff still under contract with Walmart, and that's how these things ended up being made. I do like the sculpt on this thing. It is definitely pretty good. I like its long tail. Any paint chips? No. I'm surprised this thing hasn't painted chipped at all. Yeah, it hasn't chipped at all. Yeah, it's like very molded in a hard plastic. Oh, hey, kitty. Yeah, it's not over the top sculpting detail, but still pretty dang good. The articulation is another plus, I guess. You have a rotation at the head, slight rotation at the arms. They might as well just be nubs. Like, you might as well just not have the arm articulation there. You can move back and forth a hindered leg joint. Like, nothing's the sculpt is not hindering it. There's something in there that's hindering it from moving at a full 360. Why Playmates didn't just
give us the full rotation when they did out Mighty figures like Final Wars? I have no idea. Same with the other leg. Both feet can rotate full 360, and the tail can't move right here, but it can move right here. For the paint job, there we go. The biggest negative about this figure. Again, I understand I'm going to be a little more gentle with this thing because of the circumstances. That being said, the paint job is okay. The crown is painted, just slapped on. It's not even painted the full way. Look. Yeah, this is definitely proof that this thing was a rush job. You have a nice little spray. I'll give it this. The gradient on the crystal corn shoulder blades look pretty cool. That's why I like to call them the crystal corns. The paint on the claws, you have a nice little spray right there. The face is just white striped teeth. The eyes are goofy as heck with orange and black paint for the eyes. Nice red stomach though. Like, it's actually fairly glossy and shiny and kind of smooth to the touch. And everything else is kind of sprayed on, including the toes. And then this just looked like they just dipped it in paint and called it a day, kind of similar to what they did with the bootleg Shin Godzilla up there. And this whole section is one big piece of crystals. Actually, maybe the middle part might be its own piece. Yeah, there's like two different pieces that are stacked up on other like Legos. And this piece entirely, it's its own thing. And you actually get the figure like this. You get the figure like this, but you just peg it on the ball joint, which it doesn't act like a ball joint, it just acts like a simple rotation, so don't be fooled. And you just simply peg it on. So, would I recommend this? Yeah, if you're looking for a cheap Space Godzilla figure for like $10, I mean, you don't really care about paint chipping and all that much, go right ahead. Otherwise, I just suggest go the extra $10 and get the movie Monster Series or what other kind of Space Godzillas are on the market for an extra $10 on eBay and Amazon. Maybe Hobby Link Japan has them as well. But yeah, that's all for today's Godzilla Advent Calendar Day 4 of 2021. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out, everyone. Talk about small, because this thing is the smallest figure I'm reviewing so far. 3.5 inches to be exact. Welcome to day 5 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're taking a look at this little guy. Honestly, I didn't know if this figure would even win because I wanted it to win. I at least want a spot, but here we are. We're going to kind of go over the positives and negatives, what I like about and don't like about this thing, and kind of work from there. For positives, the paint job and sculpting and articulation are pretty dang good. The painting on the eyes, even though he's pointing off and staring off into two different directions, you can kind of see that. He's got like a really nice paint job on the teeth and tongue especially. Don't know how they got that in there. They must have had like some sort of really tiny paintbrush and painted that sucker in. Huh. And especially with all those teeth. I'm just wondering if that's even paint. Probably is. The dorsal fins are a little bit scuffed on mine, but honestly I got this thing used, so that was to be expected. Bandai being Bandai, they only painted like this portion of the spines and left the rest of the tail blank. And that's kind of it for paint, for the sculpting. And it's definitely consistent throughout, though I will say stuff like the wrists and the toes are a bit too mellow in terms of detail. In fact, they're more glossy. Yeah, you can kind of see that right there. And proportion-wise, this thing is pretty dang accurate. Accurate, I mean. Articulation, there's nothing up the head nor jaw because it's a vinyl.
but you can move back and forth at the arms a little bit like this, back and forth at the legs, and twist at the tail. All for negatives. I'm not gonna say that the size is a negative because it's not. All figures, especially for Godzilla, come in an assortment of different sizes, and this one's no exception. But if I had to point out one negative, I don't know. I honestly don't know. There's really nothing I can really point out as a negative. I'm not saying this figure is perfect, but at the same time, there's nothing really bringing it down. But what's so significant about this figure is that not only is this one of the first figures to enter the collection that's not NECA, but this is also the Godzilla figure that I brought to every single Godzilla movie premiere up to date. I brought this in the Shin Godzilla, King of the Monsters in 2019, and even watched it with it in Godzilla vs. Kong. Sadly, I had to stay home because of the pandemic. But hey, I did pay money to see it. Streaming service you might know as HBO Max. So that's a plus. And that's pretty much it. This might be the shortest episode. There's not much to say about him. He doesn't come with any accessories. And I think these things were recently brought out again. So I guess go in your local comic shop, Walmart, Target, see if you can find these things. I think these things are about $5-10. They're definitely worth it. So that being said, see you guys in the next day, advent calendar. Don't know why I struggle to say that. See you guys later. Really? Just really? Have we gotten to that time where we talk about what might be the most fragile figure in my collection? Actually, no, I think the Monster Arts GMK holds that title, but this is pretty dang close. Today, we're talking about poster version NECA Mothra version 2. Look at that. What can I say? You might be wondering why I'm just being so negative. Well, it's actually because I'll get into it actually in the negative section. But let's start off with the positives. The paint job and sculpting is beautiful. This looks like an actual insect. I know it's like part of the movie design, but still. Given how small this thing is too, this is something that you probably don't want to mess with. I love this thing, like, a lot. The clear rod's a nice addition, especially with the painted base. The fact that it's also slightly different from the original Mothra, that's a plus. The articulation for what it is, it's fine on its own. Honestly, you can't do much with the design. I'm not even going to fiddle with the wings at all. And the base is, once again, going back to the base, really well painted. You can see like every single paint crevice and whatnot detail on there. But the negatives come in as soon as you handle this thing, or as soon as you open this. Why? Because both version 1 and version 2 share the same problems. They're too fragile. Now I know what you're saying, but of course they're fragile. Look at it. Well, yeah, that's the thing. The sculpting is beautiful, the painting is beautiful, the articulation is beautiful, and the size is accurate, but the size is its main drawback. I don't like how small this thing is. Like, at all, period. Now, I know what people are going to say, it's size accurate, yada yada yada. But that's its problem. This figure is way too small for me. In terms of size accuracy, yes, it is perfect. But in terms of handling it like an action figure, like it is, it's way too small.
It's fragile. You can blame that on Michael Dougherty and his team of artists, VFX artists or visual artists, modelers, kaiju designers, what Titan designers, whatever they are. That is solely on them. Yes, I know NECA had what they had to work with and did the best they could. NECA did the best they could. I don't think NECA could have done any better than this, at least at the $20 price range. But at the same time, the design is its ultimate drawback. The fact that Mothra is so small in comparison to the other monsters. Like, just for a little bit of a comparison, Mothra's whole body is about the size of Godzilla's head. And you know how often that thing gets ridiculed for being too small? Now, I know the wings are much bigger. In fact, they almost look like big eyebrows. Or maybe like bunny ears or something. Or helicopter blades. Sorry if you hear noise up there. But, again, it's too small for my liking. I guess that's just... I know that's the movie's fault. But just people... NECA made the figure into a 6-inch scale Godzilla figure where it would scale with the Godzilla that came out. I have all 6 of them, so I would know. That's its main problem. It's too small, and therefore you can't mess around with this thing much. Now, I guess another negative would be more on the version 1 thing, where they teased a Mothra larva to come with it, but then NECA said basically, oh, that's not supposed to come with the Mothra larva. And then, like, what happened? Why was NECA not able to feature a Mothra larva? Like, that's my question. If they were able to pitch the idea of a Mothra larva, I don't know, some licensing. But that's a different topic for another day. Do I recommend this? If you can find a good price, because chances are they're gonna skyrocket this thing in price, but this doesn't seem like the most sought after NECA Godzilla after all. If you can find this thing for a good price and you're super careful with handling your action figures, go right ahead. But if you're not, you like to roughhouse with the things, dream like toys, ram them, bash them, whatever, don't get this. Skip over it. Don't even look at this thing. Anyways, that's all I have to say for this video, and see you guys later. Welcome back to another day of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, or Matthew, I guess, and for the first time ever, we're reviewing a figure that is not Godzilla on this Advent Calendar. Well, Godzilla as in, well, he's not Godzilla. I mean, okay, not Godzilla branded, there you go. Unofficially or officially, this is this thing. I don't know what it's called, so I just call it the glow-in-the-dark Tyrannosaurus, unless this thing has a different name. Now, if anyone's wondering, where did this thing come from? What is this thing? Who made this? I have no idea. All it just says is made in China, and that's it. Like, seriously. It has... This is going to be a rather quick review, because it's so small, not to mention it's actually missing some parts. It's missing its right leg, and it's missing its tail, which leads me to believe that a dog came in and probably bit this thing to shreds. Let's see here. For sculpt and painting, the sculpting is pretty dang sweet with individually sculpted paint. Got some nice detail on the skin here. The eyes are the only thing that are painted, actually. Unless this whole figure's painted, but I'm just not seeing it well. It's like a white color to a greenish a little bit. Yeah, I think so. Oh, wait a sec. Huh, I'm literally just noticing this now. The red paint on this eye is like to the center. On that one's to the center. This one's actually kind of straightforward. Huh. Interesting. There's no articulation on him, sadly, but given the size and material, you could have at least added a swivel. For accessories, he doesn't really come with anything. So yeah, for positives and negatives, like the sculpt, I like the very minimal paint application. Even though Playmates Shin Godzilla has more paint than this, but I will give it that this one's applied better. Negatives, no articulation, and I'm not gonna count the torn pieces off as a negative because that's on the person's fault, whoever got this thing. So I guess that's, or whoever originally had this, because I think this was bought used. But yeah, that's really all there is to say. This is a very simplistic Godzilla Advent Calendar episode, so see you guys next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Godzilla Advent Calendar 2021. My name is Matt, and, well, as you guys just saw, we have a set of figures to review instead of just one. That is, well, there we go, the Bandai minifigure blind bags that were released in like 2019, 2020, somewhere around there. But I just want to make this fairly clear. I don't own the full set yet. I think I still have to get like 2-3 more, then I have the full set. But I don't really think I'm going to be getting the full set, really, because in my opinion, blind bags are just cheap. They're stupid. I know they're fun to like say, oh, you never know which one you're going to get, and then you open it up and it's like your fourth Mothra. Oh wait, that's actually what happened, because I actually have my one Mothra, and on the shelf I have 3 others, so that's 4. You can watch my collection videos about that in recent years. I'm going to be doing one this month, so stick around. Moving back here, the ones I do have is King Ghidorah, Rodan, Space Godzilla, Rodan from 1956. Godzilla 84, and Mothra 92, I think. Most of these are pretty dang good, like Rodan, Ghidorah, and Space Godzilla. And Godzilla, pretty much all of them are good. I would say that the only problem I have with them is paint chipping, but honestly, when the figure's about the size of your thumb, then yeah, they're going to be rather prone to paint chipping. Although it's kind of weird how this figure has more, this Space Godzilla actually has better paint than the Playmates Space Godzilla. And if you're wondering who won that figure comparison I did a while back between this guy and the 6-inch Space Godzilla, yes, that actually happened. This guy won. I'm not kidding, this guy won. He actually beat Space Godzilla. Did he? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that. But positives and negatives. Well, the positives is that they're pretty good sculpted wise. They come in a nice set. Well, they don't come in sets. I choose to review them as they are because they go well together, really well. But the problem is that they're in blind bags and they're tiny as heck. Well, then again, what are you gonna do? Make a blind box for 6-inch figures? I really don't have anything else to say. They're rather simplistic. If you want a more in-depth comparison or review analysis, I highly recommend watching the review I did. It's one of the most popular videos on my channel, Godzilla-wise. And yeah, that's all I really have to say for this Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar for day 8. How do you guys do 8 on your fingers? Do you guys do 8 like this? Do you guys do 8 like this? Or do you actually flip it and do 8 like this? How do you do it? But yeah, that's all I have to really say for this video. If you liked it, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Hello everybody, welcome back to another day of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another Godzilla Advent Calendar. This is day 9, where we're reviewing this fellow, the Shin Godzilla poster. That's why it's recorded vertical instead of horizontal, because I feel like if you're going to take a look at a poster, it's rather good to take a look at it vertical. Horizontal. Did I say that? Yeah. I actually got this at the premiere of Shin Godzilla 5 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. Alright, so I actually remember, like, when I went to see the movie, they were handing out these posters. Not much people got them, but luckily I did, and I scored a poster, kept it since, and yeah, it has a little bit of a rips and folds and whatnot. But it's overall still in fine condition. I mean, you've got some pinholes. Yeah, this thing was not treated too well, but it's still in decent condition. Shin Godzilla's eye blurred out right there. A little bit of folds, a little bit of creases. But overall, love the render used here in the movie. Definitely accurate. I mean, it's the model from the movie. Of course it's accurate. God Incarnate, A City Doomed. Okay, you're not going to be able to see it. Shin Godzilla. I'm looking at the poster, not the phone while I do this. October 11th to 18th. I actually saw this on the 12th, because that's when my theater opened for this. 2016. Don't miss this limited theatrical event. Again, okay, I gotta stop doing in a bunch of stuff here. I actually remember a person at the theater was holding a Godzilla 2000, and I was thinking, wonder where they got that from. They said the name of a store. I think it was Walmart, maybe? Could have been Walmart. I can't remember what they exactly said. But, yeah, that's, what, this is. Anyways, if you guys like this, like and subscribe, and, stay tuned for tomorrow. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Godzilla 2021 I ain't cutting that out. Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at day 10, the Godzilla vs. Kong with Battle Axe flopped version. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. When I got this guy, I didn't even expect to get him. I just ran into him at a store, and my mom got him. So, thank you, Mom. Thank you for getting me this, and the hundreds of Godzillas that you got me over the years. So, yeah, we're gonna be kind of taking a look at him here. I already took a look at him once, I think, maybe twice if you or a few times if you count the other figure comparisons. But like in terms of a general review, sorry if you hear background noise. Busy family. We have some nice flocked material. It feels like cloth almost. Paint job's pretty good. Got some nice orange eyes here. The battle axe is kind of painted like garbage, honestly. Like, it's so mellow in terms of detail, yet they couldn't have like done what they did with the Godzilla fins on the glow in the dark one. I am grabbing it because it's like really high up on the shelf. And like, okay, I'm gonna stop ranting about that. But the bone itself, like the axe, like as a whole, looks pretty dang sweet. He's holding it very, very nicely. Don't know how you can hold an axe weird. Maybe like if you have it up here, but then again you might be bringing it like that, like Kong did in the movie. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. For articulation, you have like this. Positives and negatives, again, like the sculpting, like the flocked material. I like the one point that it actually has. This is all the articulation I have on any of my Funko Pops, and I have 3 of them. Funko collectors are probably laughing at me saying, he only has 3. I'm not a Funko collector. I'm a Godzilla collector. So yeah, that's probably something I should point out there. For negatives, the scarring right here is kind of trashy. You can actually kind of see me pointing it out in my unboxing and original review. The plastic pieces look kind of cheaply put on there, as if they were just glued on, especially the ear. And the flocked material, I know it's flocked material, it's prone to this, but it constantly gets like these little hairs, and it certainly doesn't help if you have dogs or cats that especially shed a lot. So, and as a person who has multiple pets, this does not help my case. Anyways, that's all I have to say for this review. If you can find them for a good price, because I got this thing for like 30-40 bucks, like, my goodness. To be fair, he isn't exclusive, but that being said, that's all I really have to say. Just like and subscribe, and see you guys in the next Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar installment. See you guys later. Hi everybody, welcome to day 3, not day 3, this is video 3 of the video I'm currently recording. Welcome to day 11 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're taking a look at what might be one of my favorite Godzilla, not figures, because this doesn't count as a figure, this is a completely different thing, a coin bank. Pretty much Godzilla products, merchandise ever. This little box. You might be wondering what's so special about this little box. Well, it's actually a Godzilla coin bank. Now, I don't want to put a coin up here because I know coins are different per region, so it might be depending on where you live. So here's the coin box, and basically you're supposed to put a coin up here, right up here. You see this little thing, and then you press it. And Godzilla comes up and he grabs the coin and pulls it down beneath the sea. Now what's really cool about this coin box is that the mold overall presentation about this, it's actually pretty dang sweet. You got a nice translucent blue for pretty much the whole base. There's a slight piece of blue, kind of gray kind of color. And the boat right here is a dark gray. I'm wondering if this is like an island, that's why it shines green and not painted green. I've seen some versions of this where it's actually painted green. At least I think. Yeah, I think so. And I know there's a Burning Godzilla version, but that's literally no different than the one we have here, aside from the color. The Godzilla picture here is stolen from an IDW comic. And there's a paw print right there. Right there. Or, well, not. So this is kind of all I really have to say about this one. There's not much to him. He's a gimmicky little toy, not toy, it's very useful. I like this thing a lot. So if you guys want to put like coins in here, spare change, let Godzilla do your work. And yeah, ironic that Godzilla destroys buildings and costs the humans millions to billions to trillions of dollars in damage, but he'll save your change. Got mixed opinions about humanity with their little buddy. I guess that's his answer for maybe. But that's all for today. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace. Hello everybody, welcome back to another figure review. My name is Matt, and we're doing another day of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. And welcome to day 12, which is the Playmates Godzilla 95, Burning Godzilla. I got this guy like a year or two ago. Was it a year or two ago? Somewhere around there. Actually, it might have been this year. Was it? I don't know. It's been a while since I last got this guy. So, positives and negatives. Positives, I would say the sculpted details are fantastic. At least for something of this size, this magnitude, and like what it's trying to go for. Because it's not meant to be like, or not going to be the biggest high quality figure of all time. No. This is just something that's small, unique, you want it on the shelf, go right ahead. The paint is also pretty dang sweet too. We got some nice beady yellow eyes, or orange eyes, kind of orange to yellow to how was it, black? So think of the colors of Reese, I guess. We have some nicely painted teeth, individually painted as well. Look at that. Especially on the front too. The burning patches feel kind of rough to the touch, but they are very vibrant at the very least. Well, it's more vibrant on camera thanks to the lighting. I guess because of the multicolored lighting I have going on. But I also have some nice claw paint too, with a little divot, almost like some sort of Lego, or maybe what are they? Robloxians? Roblox, the Roblox characters. I don't play Roblox anymore. It's been years since I last played the game, so. And the dorsal fins are painted fine too, but we get down to like the segments here that are purely just gray. The articulation is decent. Have a head rotation and a tail rotation, which it actually plugs in on a ball joint, but thanks to the way it's sculpted, there's not going to be any like of this movement. No, it's just going to be a standard rotation. There we go. Is there any drawbacks? Well, I do have a few complaints about this one. For one thing, the mold isn't even the 95, it's the 54. And you can tell because of the way the face is shaped. Does this look like a Heisei Godzilla? Or does this look like 54? I think the answer is pretty obvious. Also, the dorsal fins are the 54 fins, just painted orange. And it's even more obvious when you get to the feet. Now, the Heisei Godzilla always had 4 toes, but they were all evenly. They were all even with each other. 54 had 4 toes, 3 to the front and 1 to the side, instead of all 4 being even at the front. That's what the Heisei Godzilla had, but this is what 54 had. So, and another negative I'd say is the spikes. You can't really see it too well on camera, but you can actually see in my previous review of this guy, previous reviews, not sure if I took a look at him again, aside from this and the original review, is that this guy's spines actually came out very webby. So, not to mention there's a bit of Axis plastic on one of my dorsal fins right on the tail. Yeah, you can kind of see it's right where my eyeball is. Yeah, right there. But so that's kind of all I have to say. There's a glow-in-the-dark feature, but I'm unfortunately, at least for the time being, not going to be able to show you guys that because my camera cannot pick up glow-in-the-dark objects. Like, it can't. One time my camera picked up the reactor glow Godzilla, but that was a different phone. That was a different camera. And, like, I never gotten able to work with it since. But, yeah, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you guys for watching day 12 of the... Come on, peg back in there. Thank you guys for watching day 12, and I'll see you guys next time. Hi everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and for the first time ever, we're reviewing a custom figure that I completely made. This isn't really a figure, more of like a vehicle, but here he is, my Godzilla truck. Basically, I made him several years ago, and I'll tell you the whole story. So, I was participating in a race where we were required to make our own vehicles and have them race against each other. Unfortunately, this Godzilla truck never raced anybody. At least I don't think. Yeah, he never raced because I somehow missed all the races. Like, it was completely circumstantial. It only happened on that one day, and I somehow missed both of them, like in terms of the years. So, sadly, I never got to enter this guy in any race, but he's still a novelty of the collection. Now, fun thing to note, he actually had a trailer, like most trucks do, but unfortunately that was thrown out. In fact, all my Godzilla boxes were thrown out, including that. Like, I put all the Godzilla boxes in one big thing, along with my truck and my electronic picture. You might actually remember that from my Godzilla collection video a few years ago, but those got thrown out because I think they were mistaken for trash because I put them in a trash bag. Now, before anyone says, why didn't you put it in like a different type of bag? Do you guys not realize of how much stuff I had back then? It would have been impossible for me to just put them in a few bins because we were mainly using the boxes and bins for more necessary stuff like clothing, furniture, and other things, basically. The proper necessities that a human should have. And my Godzilla figures just had their own bin, but there was no way I could have been able to carry the boxes and what miscellaneous stuff without taking that. So that's how the trailer got lost, because someone thought that was a trash bag full of, well, trash and just threw it away. I had no control over that because by the time I realized that, it was already too late. But I still managed to keep this truck because I kept it in the Godzilla bin for some reason, though I could have kept it in, although I think that's kind of a stupid choice on my part to do that, but at the end of the day, someone mistaken it and all my stuff was gone. But at the least, I didn't put my figures in there, otherwise I would have been screwed. Which brings us to the truck, which I'm going to critique my own thing. For what I did back then, this is pretty dang sweet. You have a nice Godzilla face. You have nice Japanese text I wrote on it. The dorsal fins are actually made of cardboard. I cut like 3 triangles out and put them like that. In fact, the whole trailer had like a single row of dorsal fins. I think 3 rows. I think it was a single row. And then right at the back was a dinky little tail. I would have made the tail longer, but the limit was like so much centimeters that the tail could not have been any longer than it was. So it was kind of a dinky little tail. Kept repainting it, going back, doing all this stuff. That's why this thing looks like it's caked in it. This thing, because like, I wonder what those real holes are from. Oh wait, that's for the weight.
I'm just having all these memories flood back in. But yeah. There's also some glitter, which sadly I don't think really acts as glitter. It's slightly reflective, but you put it up to a light, it's not going to do anything. In fact, I actually have a light right here, just off camera. It's not really doing anything, so. But yeah, that's all I have to really say about that. It's not really a figure you can buy because I made it. It's one of a kind. And this will definitely be one of the biggest novelties in my collection. I made this. I put it together. I painted it. I got creative with it. I did the drawings, the illustrations. I did everything. So, that being said, that's all I have to say for this video. If you liked it, subscribe to the channel. Stay tuned for tomorrow, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Hello everybody, welcome to day 14? Yeah, I think it's day 14. Day 14 of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're finally taking a look at a NECA figure. Godzilla figure that's not Mothra. Finally, right? Like, it's been 13 days so far, we had nothing NECA. Now we finally have on day 14 the NECA NES. And how fitting, because I got this guy exactly 6 years ago. Not exactly 6 years ago, like close. I got this guy for Christmas of that year, and I'm super excited to have him because because back then I had this one in the 54 when I opened them, so this guy's gonna be a little nostalgic to me. Positives and negatives, I guess. The positives is that the sculpting and painting is just beautiful. I love the blue. I love the dry brushing. I love the different pixelated colors on him. You have like gray, light blue, light blue, slightly darker blue. You have some reds in there too. Dorsal fins feel nice and big. Let's see. The tail feels really nice to just go down with like that. Assuming you're not twisting it. And the articulation's pretty rock solid too. I think this is one of the most movable neck Godzillas ever. I do have a bit of issues with mine, but they're more issues of how I used to treat my figures, because I used to treat them like toys. He has several scuffs and marks all across the body. Yeah, claw chippage, missing pinky nail actually. Glued in foot because his foot joint broke. Let's see. Scuffed up big dorsal fins. Glued hand. And yeah, that's kind of it, or in terms of my issues. Like, I used to batter this thing around like all the time. Now I don't do that. I just leave them on the shelf. Leave them there just to look cool. I might rearrange my shelf. Maybe. I want to keep it just so you guys know what it looks like for the Christmas collection video, which will happen on the 24th, I want to say. Yeah, I want to say. And, yeah, you have a bend up the knee there. Lots of different cool articulation as well. In terms of negatives that are not the negatives I brought, I wish there was a bit of a more tummy crunch, because in the game he kind of hunched over a little bit. Well, you can accomplish that a little bit. Like, kind of. It's not really apparent, I guess. Although you can kind of hunch it with the legs, so I guess that kind of solves it a little bit, maybe. For any other negatives, well, I mean, the wrists are way too small in my opinion. Then again, his hands are pretty small in the game, so I ain't gonna go against that. So I guess a bit of more nostalgia factor to it. If you're wondering how his foot broke, I think I remember dropping off the second bunk bed
and I was trying to land it on something that was soft, I think like a bunch of shirts. And then, because I was rearranging my room at the time, and I put the shirts on the ground, and then I tried to drop him from the bunk, and then he landed straight on the carpet floor, and that broke his foot. So that kind of sucks. But at least it's back together now, and it's working pretty fine. I might get a new one later sometime down the pipeline, but not to replace him. No, he's sacred. He's literally been with the start of the channel. I think he was one of the first, if not the first Godzilla figure to appear on the channel. Yeah, he definitely is. Just to get an idea of what a mint condition one looks like compared to my more in condition or used condition Game Godzilla over here. Also, he's the villain of the Angry Birds and Godzilla show. Hello everybody, I'm Game Godzilla. Or whatever. But yeah, that's going to have to do it for this Godzilla advent calendar. See you guys in the next video. Hoping to get another NECA in the NECA video in the works. Yeah, see you guys next time. Hi everybody, welcome back to another video, which is Godzilla Advent Calendar 2021, day number 15. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 3 5s, 3 times 5 equals 15. I'm smart. Anyways, my name is Matthew, and today, for day number 15, we are doing, of all the figures that the spin the wheel game had to pick, this had to be the one. Well, whatever. And you might be wondering, why am I so negative about this guy? Well, it's not that I'm negative. Everybody else is negative. Seriously, you would not believe of the images that when this guy was first revealed, that he was in stores or whatever, people were going nuts about this thing, saying this thing sucks. People were saying that the eyes were abysmal, the paint job was abysmal, the mold was abysmal, and if I had to say abysmal one more time, I don't know. But in truth, having the figure in hand and actually selecting this for myself, because I do want a Final Wars figure, and I have one now, do I think this is a good Final Wars figure? Kind of. Do I think that this is a good Godzilla figure? Kind of. Do I think that this has good qualities that people overlook? Yes, absolutely. Do I think this is the best figure in the world? Not by a long shot. Let's go ahead and kind of go over the positives and negatives. The positives is that the mold is actually not that bad. And even though in my review of this guy and my unboxing, I did state that this was a remold of a remolded figure, because this is remolded from the big Playmates 2004, which is remolded from the Bandai Creations 12-inch Bandai Godzilla, which I have the two all the way down there. The mold actually still carries a lot of that fantastic stuff. The detail. The dorsal fins are really well molded, by the way. Yeah, they have a bit of gaps, but that's only because they hunched the figure over. You have a nice little S shape for the tail, which is something Godzilla should have. The toe paint is kind of just slapped on, but again, kind of gives that more cartoony esque kind of thing, which I think is what Playmates was going for. Claws are painted decently well. Like, they're not painted all the way, but they're still painted rather decently. Let's feet there. The face is the most controversial part, and here's my problem. I feel like what makes this figure so off-putting, or what gets people all riled up about this guy, is that the eyes are too small and too pointed upward. If this guy's eyes were a bit bigger and a little shifted downward rather than at an upward angle, this would look way better than it has any right to be. But as it is right now, the eyes are painted okay. Like, they're painted rather seamlessly.
The pupils are blue for some reason, but I guess it's a stylistic choice. The teeth, I have a bit of a scuff, but it's not too noticeable, honestly. And the teeth are painted, just kind of slapped on. Tongue is painted pretty fine in there. And for articulation, I also like it. I have like a nice rotation here at the head. It kind of looks like I'm rotating the body, which I guess that's what I'm doing. Arms can go back about that far and about that far. Feet can go. Oh jeez, the feet are still tight even after all these months. I don't remember when I got this thing. Summer of this year, I think. Yeah. Same with the other leg. And I do advise you move the arms out of the way so you don't scuff anything. And a rotation at the end of the tail. So overall, would I recommend this guy? Yes and no. If you want a fully complete Playmates collection, just like I once did, go right ahead. If you guys want a good cheap Final Wars figure, go right ahead. But I would suggest go the extra mile to get the extra $10 for the Bandai Creation or Bandai Movie Monster Series, EX or whatever they're called. Like, geez, how much Bandai figure lines are there with Godzilla? Like, the Deformation King and whatnot. Like, I don't know. That's going to be saved for another video. Anyways, guys, like, subscribe, and see you guys tomorrow where we go with day 16. Peace out, everybody. Well, I sure wasn't expecting a turns of events like this. Hi everybody, my name is Matthew, and welcome to day 16. That's right, we're at the final 10. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 of the 10 out of the 25 days remaining. And we're going to kick off the 10th day, or not 10th day, the 16th day, which is the NECA Godzilla 2014 6-inch tall version. That's right. He's my favorite figure in the collection and always has been. If you don't count the time I only have 3 figures, which was the NECA 54, NES, and 94, then I got him 4th, and then I got the Gashmon set. That's how I got my first 5 technical Godzillas, because they came in a set, but whatever. So, how ironic that we just, 2 episodes ago, we started with the NES Godzilla, which is Game Godzilla on the show, and now we have Godzilla himself. Now, if Red was a Godzilla character, and he got selected, that would go full circle. But sadly, he's not a Godzilla character. But technically, Angry Birds once did a crossover with Sonic, who once did a crossover with Fall Guys, who once did a crossover with Godzilla. So Angry Birds and Godzilla, they're one and the same. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, positives and negatives about this guy. I've got basically no negatives, because everything about this thing I love. Well, for starters, this thing is molded basically perfectly. There's literally no inaccurate detail on this thing. It's basically just ripped straight from the movie. It has all the necessary points of articulation anywhere you need. Like, seriously, this is... You can just hear me geeking out about this thing. I love it that much. It could be because I'm biased and I like the 2014 movie. It's what got me into Godzilla in the first place. And I have very fond memories of this thing. Not to mention I remember doing like a lot of Angry Birds and Godzilla show episodes with that, because it is my big project on the channel. The biggest show of them all. But at the same time, you know, I love this thing. I don't think there's much I would change about it. I mean... yeah, there's nothing I would really change. Yeah, articulation, you pretty much know what it is. 2 joints in the head and neck. 1, 2, 3 on the arm. Hinge at the jaw. Movement at the waist. Movement at the legs. Bend at the knee. swivel at the foot, or not swivel, ball joint at the foot. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 joints right here. And then from here to here is pure rubber and bendy wire. So I love this thing, as you can clearly tell. But in terms of like, oh, what is it here? There's not much I can really say that I haven't said already, because I've talked about this thing way too many times to count. It's one of the oldest figures in the collection, and it's something I've been constantly talking about. This, that, literally every time. But what I will say is that, interesting thing to know, NECA actually did state that they planned a translucent plated version of this guy, but Toho sadly rejected it. I don't know why, because they would later accept the version 2, which has the same exact thing with the blue dorsal fins. So why didn't they accept this but accepted that? I have no idea. But that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you did, subscribe to the channel. Stay tuned for tomorrow, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hi everybody, it's me Matthew. Welcome back to another video, and today we're doing Godzilla Advent Calendar day number 17, which 17. So that means counting this episode, we got 9 more days to go. So as you guys saw, we have let's get them on my finger here. These little guys. These things are like the tiniest things in the world. The Godzilla UB Finger Puppets 2001. Truth be told, I was not expecting these guys to win. Like when I was making the figure whatnot selections, I actually combined the two because it would literally be only for like 1 minute I'd talk about this thing. So I decided to pair them up together with their respective incarnations. So let's start off with version 1 here. Version 1 is actually pretty dang accurate in the way he looks. Like in terms of proportions, he's nowhere near accurate. But yeah, the eye paint is pretty good. At least the placement of it. The teeth are pretty well painted as well. Tongue's looking pretty painted as well. Claws, toes. The spines I do have a bit of a problem with, as they're just slapped on at the top and bottom. And it kind of makes the middle of it look unfinished. I know that's how it looked in the movie. Like he had a gray base and a gray base for the smaller rows, and then a gray topping for the middle row. But that just looks like it's unfinished. So like it looks like, yeah, it looks unfinished. This one actually kind of looks better, to me at least. First off, it's way more dynamic, because it's him bursting out of the hill like he did in the 54 movie. Did he do that in the 54 movie? I can't even remember. But yeah, he charges out of there. You can actually see behind him. I really like this thing, by the way. He doesn't have any painted teeth, which is kind of weird, but given the size, that's okay. The spines here actually look much better in my opinion, because it's much more sporadic, almost looking like gray metallic dry brushing. The eye placement's a bit wonky on this one, but that could just be mine. And once again, the hilltop and the dirt is looking pretty fine too. So overall, would I recommend these two? Probably yes. Excuse me. I just got done drinking Pepsi, so that's why I burped. You guys probably didn't even want to know the reason why I burped. So yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about these guys. If you can find them for a good price, because they probably go for like high prices on the aftermarket, like seriously, $5 for each. That's a bit much. Like seriously, $5 is $5. You can get pizza with that money.
funny enough, though, I actually do have... No, this is not any limited edition or anything. This is actually my own homemade work in progress Spitfire Godzilla, which the reason why I darkened him is because I wanted to give him like an all new paint job, coloring the dorsal fins. I might work on it later. I'm feeling crafty enough. So yeah, that's the Godzilla 2001 UB Finger Puppets version 1, 2, and my custom V3 work in progress. That being said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, leave a like, subscribe, and catch you on tomorrow's video. Peace out, everybody. Hello everybody, welcome back to another day of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're reviewing this big guy, which is the Bandai Creations or Movie Monster series Godzilla 2004 big version. I don't know if it's the Monster King series or whatever it is, the Bandai Creations. I don't know, this thing has a lot of different names, so I'm just gonna call it the Bandai 2004 12-inch Godzilla because it's across all divisions at this point. For stuff that I like and don't like, I will give it that it has a very unique sculpt. I can't name another figure aside from bootlegs that use this mold and the Playmates that use this mold that actually look like this. This has a very unique look to it. Yeah, like that's definitely something I'll definitely say. He has a lot of rich detail to him, which I really do like. The spines are definitely really well painted too. I feel like that he could have used more white on the dorsal fins because, like this, even though this thing is like really old, this thing is like, I feel like he could have used a bit more white on the outside a bit. You know if that makes any sense? Because it's just on the tips. I know that's how it was in the movie, but it was a bit more towards the middle. You know, the black wasn't as big, so the white was a bit more on the outside and a bit towards the middle, but the black was still there primarily in the middle, if you know what I'm talking about. So I feel like the white should have been a bit more bigger, but it's okay. One thing that I've critiqued about this thing a lot was the pose. Like, I like this pose. Like, ignore the tail. I like this pose. This is good. This is good. The tail pose is okay, and if you're going for like a water look, like say if Godzilla's like submerged in the water and he's like waving his tail, that's good. But you combine those two elements, and this is one weird pose. Like, is Godzilla attacking another monster? Because like, why would he be curling in his tail? He'd normally have his tail out to the side, or like spread out, just laying flat on the ground. And not to mention, this just looks unhealthy for him. His tail would be broken. I know it's just to fit inside the box, but why not just make it disattachable? We've seen with Playmates that it's possible. Why can't Bandai do the same thing? And it's not like this thing is hard to remove. Like, okay, I was mistaken. This thing is very hard to remove, but it's still possible. There have been times where I've twisted this thing and popped it straight off. So, so those are some of the things I like and don't like. I like the articulation. It's rather basic, but you can swivel up the head, swivel up the biceps, swivel up the legs, and go. Yeah, swivel up the legs. Go 1, 2, 3, just like that. So overall, like that's pretty much all I have to really say. The paint job on the teeth, face, eyes, claws, and toenails are beautiful, by the way. So that's all I really have to say for this figure. If you can snag him for a good price, maybe like at the 20, 30, at very best 40 dollar prices, you're pretty much all set to go. You're golden. So that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you did, like and subscribe, and see you guys for tomorrow's Godzilla Advent Calendar
day number 19. See you guys later. Hello everybody, welcome back to another edition of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're reviewing this guy, the Bandai Creations, and I know this is the Creations, 2014 Godzilla from the 2014 Godzilla movie, 12-inch version to be exact. So, we're gonna here's a little bit of backstory. This thing was, I remember going to my local comic shop and seeing this guy. I wasn't expecting to see him because I thought this guy was like discontinued. But lo and behold, I see him at retail, and I'm just they actually put it on hold for me, and so when I come back some time later, they gave it to me. Obviously, I paid them, or whatnot. So that brings us to the figure, and you might actually remember me saying in the past reviews that there's something stuck inside here that you'd like jiggle it around and you would hear rustling like maracas. You guys hear that? There's something stuck inside here still. After all these years, I still never bothered to open this thing up. Like, I'm not gonna cut it open. I'm probably just gonna pop off one of the joints and make like a hole enough opening so I can like find out what is inside. Is it a rock? Is it a piece of vinyl? Plastic? So yeah, I eventually do just want to do that one day. Maybe I will heat the sucker up. So yeah, positives and negatives. The size is amazing. I love the pose. I've heard many people critique it that he can never look straight ahead. Problem solved. Even though he has a big hunch to him, 2014 was always had a hunch. So even though this is a bit more apparent of a hunch, this is still relatively what he was like in the 2014 movie. So this, as a normal stance, does not bother me in the least. The tail is really odd because it swoops all the way up and then curls back down with all things lined up. I also like the posability. The head rotates right at the base of the head, not the neck, like the 2004 Godzilla I previously reviewed the other day. The arms can move side to side, just like that, almost like he's, again, getting arrested. Well, that looks less like he's getting arrested, more like he's trying to fly like a bird. The Amber's Godzilla show much? The legs can move a full 360. I actually did it, and it nearly broke the figure, but luckily I was careful. And you have 1, 2, 3 joints. This joint initially, when I got out of the box, was stuck with paint, so I heard a crack, and it worked fine since. Also, that horrid sound. Not a pleasant sound. But what is also actually pretty pleasant is the poses you can get out of him in general, because you line it up like this, and you can get his tail like swooping up in the air while he's doing his roar. Or you can come in, curl all the way in. Okay, how do I do this? Yeah, curl all the way in like this, and then line it up like this, so you can have his tail like this, and he's almost like he's swimming. And not to mention his head's all the way straight forward, so you can recreate that effect perfectly. Just make sure to tuck in the arms like this, and boom, you got yourself a swimming Bandai Creations Godzilla 2014 12-inch. Putting it back to normal like this. For any negatives, well, there isn't really much negatives. I like the eye paint, like the teeth paint, tongue paint, the chest paint, bottom and tail paint. Everything's good. If there is one thing I could critique it about, it probably would be
the way it's detailed. I feel like even though this is fine as it is, this feels a bit too dragony, if you know what I'm talking about. Because even though Godzilla has been compared to a dragon, there are more dragon-like characters in the Godzilla series than Godzilla himself, like King Ghidorah. This does not look like the scaling that's on Godzilla's legs, in my opinion. This looks more like the scaling that's on Ghidorah's body or Gigan's chest. Assuming you're not counting the buzzsaw. But aside from that, I really do like the way this is overall presented. With that being said, I really don't have any other things to say about him. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video, and peace out, everyone. Stay tuned for tomorrow for day 20 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. Everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and this is day 20. Day 20? Is it day 21? I think it's day 20. Yeah, it's definitely day 20 today. As you guys saw, we're reviewing another NECA figure. That means there's about 6 more to go, counting this. Today's figure we're reviewing is the NECA 1964 Godzilla. This thing is sweet, and as a little bonus, I'm gonna throw in this ornament, which people are gonna laugh at me. So before we get to the actual figure, this was my Mothra for many years. Okay, I called this thing Mothra before I got my hands on true blue Mothra figures, like not blue, but like you get what I'm trying to say. So yeah, this was my Mothra for a long time, and I'm super happy that if you're wondering why I still have this, it's because I feel like it deserves a spot in the collection. Not to mention Mothra vs. Godzilla kind of makes sense. So yeah, that's kind of why I have that. That's just a regular Christmas ornament. I think I still have that on the spin the wheel thing I used to select these episodes. But if I do, I'm not sure if I do, but if I end up actually doing it, I'm going to take it off the wheel because I talked about it here. So let's get into the actual figure itself. Positives and negatives. Positives, everything. Near everything. The articulation is amazing. The sculpting is gorgeous. And the painting is just rock solid. I could fanboy about this thing all the time. All day long, all the time, every day, all day, any day of the week, any month of the year, any week of the month, any month of the year, anytime. And you can even recreate that little flying thing. In fact, he actually comes with a beam effect. And you just simply latch into his mouth, and there you go. But you know, that's another thing. I said positives. I basically have everything in positives. The one negative, and this is the thing that really gets me, is actually the beam itself. Now don't get me wrong, the beam itself is sculpted absolutely gorgeously. This thing is certainly well done. In fact, if I put it on this guy's mouth, it looks pretty friggin' sweet. But what is it about it that looks or is so bad? This thing used to fall out like all the time. Okay, there we go. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's a loose fit. Okay, like I know it's going to be mainly standing on the shelf a lot, but the 62 and the 56, even the 2019 V2 before that started falling out, and the GMK and Shin, all those had sturdier connections than this. But I guess now my problem's been remedied, so I might as well say this thing is a perfect figure. You saw that right, ladies and gentlemen. My opinion has changed. Okay. Don't want to ruin this thing. Scuffing? No. So, this beam effect is sweet. This Godzilla figure is sweet.
And my very own little mothra, quote-unquote, butterfly ornament is also sweet. So I'm impressed. I'm happy. Just holding this figure and the beam will make me happy. I'm that into these NECA Godzillas. Anyways, I think that's all I really have to say. I guess he's a perfect figure because there's no problems. Granted, the beam could be a bit tighter. Like, even if you flip it to this side, in fact, it's actually a... Okay, there we go. It's a worse connection that upside down, so I recommend going like this. So yeah, there we go. That's all I really have to say. If you guys liked the video, definitely leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next day of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. See you guys later. Hello everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar day number 21 is none other than the Loot Crate Reactor Glow Godzilla Glow in the Dark figure. Or I guess by its full name. So interesting stories how I got this. I ordered the NECA Shin Godzilla, right? And that, and it was taking a little while, so they sent this as a thing to wait on, and like wait on the Shin Godzilla, whatnot. And so I basically got this guy for free. That was years ago, by the way. I still haven't gotten that NECA Shin Godzilla. Although I keep getting teased with figures that are exactly like it. This is the NECA Atomic Blast Godzilla. This is the NECA, not NECA, Playmates Shin Godzilla. Shout out to my sister for getting me this. And I got this guy on my own accords, but when am I even going to talk about this thing again? So yeah, task at hand here. This thing is amazing. First up, the mold. I know some people have a gripe with the mold saying, oh, it's not accurate. Oh, it's stupid. It doesn't look anything like it. The 94, 95 or whatever. Have you guys ever heard of stylization? Because from what I've seen, clearly not. Like, they tried their best. Remember, this was an American studio at the time taking their first crack at a Heisei Godzilla or classic Godzilla, because prior to this they made, or like the 94 I'm talking about, they made the 2014, and that's all the experience they had prior to it. So this is actually pretty dang close to a Heisei Godzilla, at least when it comes to like that sort of thing. The mold is beautiful. I love all the crisp details and glossy paint and whatnot. The burning patches, can you even call them burning patches? I guess. The glowy patches, let's actually call them that. The glowy patches are really well solid as well. Interesting thing to note here is that even though it looks like it's black with green plastic infused with it, that's actually not the case. This whole figure is actually translucent and green, or well, not the entire thing, but a big majority of this whole figure is translucent green with black paint to match the plastic that the 94 and 95 figures used. And the way to prove this is actually by looking at this little gap in right in his stomach region. You can kind of see that it's like all green, and this part is all painted on, which is amazing. NECA really knocked that out of the park. I also like his bluish claws. Yeah, they're really blue. The blue claws right there. Right there. I really like that. His face looks mean as all heck.
And while his tail could be longer, honestly, this is a pretty okay length. It's nothing too outright terrible. It's nothing outright magnificent, great. It's just okay, at least in terms of tail length. The articulation is pretty kick butt too. I have like two joints in the head, 1 and 2. And I already pointed this out, but if you pop off the head, it turns out the neck isn't actually a joint, but rather a sleeve to cover a barbell style ball joint. So there's a ball joint here and here, which are just one singular peg. There's also a jaw hinge, and interesting enough, if you also pop off the head, there's actually a groove at the back of the head where it allows him to look up more. I demonstrated one of my reviews of this guy in the past. Let's see, arm movement, you have a ball joint at the shoulder, ball joint hinge joint at the bicep, ball joint hinge joint at the elbow, a ball joint at the wrist, a hinge at the finger. So this is probably the most articulated arm in NECA Godzilla history. Barbell style ball joint at the waist. You can go shift side to side. Lots of cool motion. In and out with the legs, up and down, side to side and whatnot. Ball joint, hinge joint combo at the knee. Ball joint at the foot. And 1, 2, 3, 4 segments of ball joints from here to here. And from here on out, it's just pure bendy wire. I'm not going to... I've never actually bent this thing on this Godzilla because I don't want the wire breaking. And not to mention, this is actually the rarest Godzilla in all NECA history. Even though nowadays all of them are pretty dang rare. At least for affordable prices. Remember, I got this thing for free. Free. So, I'm pretty pleased with that. So I guess that's something I can brag about all day long. So anyways, that's all I really have to say for now. Thank you guys for watching. If I could put out a recommendation, yes. If you can find this thing for a good price, which good luck with that. That being said, thank you guys for watching. If you did, like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. See you guys later. Hello everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and welcome to day 22 of the Godzilla Advent Calendar for 2021. And today's is a very special one because we got something that's all the way from the 90s, is probably older than half of the people watching this. The 1998 Godzilla Trendmasters Fangbite Godzilla, which I know it's Fangbite because it bites. We'll get to that in a minute. So what some things I like, what things I don't like. Some things that I like are definitely its mold. I love the sculpt, the details. I love its glossy to matte kind of transitions throughout the body because you have some parts of the figure that are matte, like the shoulders, but some parts that are glossy, like the neck, more towards up here. And then, like, it's just so cool. Especially like the rubbery fins, which these are really rubbery, by the way. It's just so cool seeing this. The pink gums are pretty good as well, although they kind of look a little whitish. The white teeth look pretty good too. The nails are really well done with some nice glossy black paint. Maybe it's nail polish, although then again it'd probably scent like heck. Because I know nail polish scents. Would 20-year-old nail polish still have its scent? Maybe. But we have the tail in an interesting pose. It almost looks like an octopus tentacle. For articulation, there's nothing at the head, although you do get a bit of up and down movement, but that's more of something we'll cover in a minute.
Hinge at the jaw, but again, it's more for a gimmick, and as you can see, it's spring-loaded. Moving up the arm, it allows you to go all the way back here, but if you move the rubbery dorsal fin, you can get some more back all the way down to here. You can go all the way forward, down to the knee, or I guess leg. Same thing with this part. Yeah, you can go all the way down. Come on. This leg, hold on, I'll cover this leg. This leg can go up about that far, backwards about that far. Both of them can ratchet at the knee, and both of them can move at the foot in a back and forth motion. And this has a rotation all the way here, all the way around like this. So if you want to hit into like cup something, like grab something, maybe it's like one of those cartoon hooks on stage, maybe it like comes onto the stage and then grabs the person off the stage. If you want to do that, it really could. And I know there's a seam line here, but there's nothing there because it's definitely glued in there. And you might have noticed that I didn't point out this leg, because this leg is actually for a gimmick. You pull down his this leg, and you'll see him starting to like mouth your movement a little bit. Like that's just me doing it. You can do it without me talking. And then you're gonna pull that all the way. Yeah, you guys hear that? I'm going to hold it up to the microphone better so you guys can actually hear that. Mine is very low on battery probably, or something's damaged with the speakers. But then again, this thing is again 20 years old. And he also came with like a little display base, which is pretty cool. For things I don't like, there's not much I can really say I don't like. It's a fairly simplistic, decently put together action figure. I would complain about the screw holes, but again, I already pointed that out in my Giant Kong 2021 Godzilla vs. Kong 11-inch. Okay, you can stop roaring. For 2021, which was day one, I believe, and I said that I'm so used to screw holes on toys at this point, it doesn't affect me anymore. So, with that being said, do I recommend him? Yes, absolutely. You can probably find him on like eBay, Amazon, anything like that. Any like aftermarket prices, because, well, I think I got this guy for a decent price, I think. But that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you can find this guy for a good price, you can. Maybe some, what is it? I forget what it's called. Auction stores, that's an option. Yeah, there's other sites you can get it from. But that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you did, like and subscribe to the channel so you never miss another Godzilla video when they're uploaded, or any type of video that I'm uploading at the time. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and welcome to day 23 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar, which, counting today, we have 3 more days to go until the end of the Advent Calendar, and it's also Christmas Day. So, as you could tell by the title, thumbnail, and the spin the wheel thing from before, we're reviewing the Godzilla King of the Monsters figure from 2019's Godzilla King of the Monsters by NECA. One of the all-time favorites of the collection. Who could appreciate that face? But you might notice it says plus building. Well, that's because I made my own little custom building, which I still have yet to finish. Trust me, I'm gonna get there one day. Basically, I'm gonna take a look at that as well. But for the most part, we're going to go over the positives and negatives about this guy. For positives, I have a lot of positives. The sculpting is beautifully done. The painting is just outright magnificent. You can definitely see on the spines a lot of that crisp detail. There's also a lot of cool like bumps and crevices. I've heard some people say that this is like a remold or reused from the NECA 2014 over there. But I do want to say that I don't know if that's true. NECA did state that this was an entirely new mold from the ground up, but I don't know if that's really true. NECA can say all they want, but this looks really, really close to the 2014 figure. Like, seriously. Well, I mean, let's just say it is a different mold. Because it's certainly made of different parts. Like, when I pointed this out in my unboxing 2 years ago, close to 3, my goodness. I said that this guy felt different, and he does. Like, he really does. But he's still equally as cool as he has always been. You know, he's still my #1 favorite legendary Godzilla, aside from him. He's still my favorite, but, like, aside from him, he's my favorite. Actually, maybe version 3's up there? I don't know. I love them all. The articulation's pretty solid, too. Also, there's an infamous issue with the eyes. I don't have that. Like, they're perfectly aligned. They look very accurate to the movie. And the teeth are really well painted. This thing is awesome. There's... The articulation is pretty good, too. Same as the 2014s, except the hands are upgraded with a hinge ball joint. And the, let's see what else. The feet are a bit more freed up here. And instead of just the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the bendy wire, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ball joints. This is incredible. Like, I love this tail. I don't care. I love this tail. Even if it pops out, even if it breaks, I still love this thing. He doesn't come with any accessories, so that's why I made my own. This is less from Godzilla King of the Monsters and more from Godzilla vs. Kong. Very sloppily done. Basically, I caked a bunch of paint on this thing and tried to make it a neon building. You know, the ones you find in Hong Kong. I got some pieces cut out and painted them with black nail polish. Especially here, because it's like all glossy. You know, this kind of looks like to me. If it's a chocolate bar, you bite into it like that, and then you see like the inside. It's, you know, you get what I'm talking about. I don't think that almost looks like teeth marks. But I'm just saying that right there is definitely a handsaw. I just like that. Same with this part, and then just cut it off. I actually think I still have the piece for this part. It's in my drawer over there. So yeah, I just caked on some green paint. I mean, this looks more like an eyeball that you'd see on like Bill Cipher or something. And this just looks like actually something you'd see in Hong Kong, just less caked on. I can still feel it. I probably should have to sand this thing. Yeah, I have to sand this thing. But yeah, that's all I really have to say for these two. Little bonus actually. You can actually insert the tail into this like he's slamming it. Or actually come closer and like maybe recreate the 2014 thing where he's like the man just like flying in. Not to mention he has a very articulated tail, so you can kind of get him wagging like a dog. So that's all I really have to say for this video. If you guys liked it, like and subscribe. Stay tuned for tomorrow, Christmas Eve, day 24 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar, where I don't know which figure it is. I don't pre-select these. It's all done by the Spin the Wheel game. If I did pre-select them, they'd all be NECAs, because I'm biased. Anyways, see you guys later. Peace out, everyone. I mean, do I even need to say it?
do I even need to say the irony of this whole thing? Of all the days that spin the wheel game chooses to pick, of all the action figures that I have in my collection that are still waiting for their chance on this advent calendar, it chooses this on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve! It chooses the Playmates Shin Godzilla, what might be and is regarded as one of the worst Godzilla figures of all time. Personally, I don't really think it's one of the worst. It's like a so bad it's good kind of thing. But personally, there's a lot of good things about it, in my opinion. But let's go over the positives and negatives. I'm being a little too harsh here, but to introduce, welcome to the day 24 of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and we're reviewing the Playmates Shin Godzilla, which is one of the most infamous figures of all time. You can actually go to my review of this guy from a few months ago, back in summer, I believe. So, yeah, that's when I got this guy. So, positives and negatives. The positives is that even though it uses the NECA figure mold, that means this thing has a pretty dang nice sculpt to it. Lots of nice intricate details, lots of like nice bumps, grooves, and ridges all across the body, sprinkled everywhere. The spines are a bit too gummy for me, but honestly, given the circumstances, you guys probably already know the story. But to recap, basically the plan was for GVK to release in March of 2020. The movie got delayed till November 2020 before being delayed again. And so, under contract with Walmart, they had to scramble and find some Godzilla toys for Godzilla and King Kong toys for the market, and that's how they wound up with these things. Yeah, lots of nice sculpting. The articulation's pretty nice too. Rotation at the head, arm movement, limited leg movement. Like it can't do a 360. It can only go that far up and down, and this one can only go that far up, that far down. But the feet can rotate a full 360 on both sides, as you guys can see here. And two joints at the tail with a ball joint here that allows for a full rotation, a 360, and a circular movement. Well, this can only go side to side, and I mentioned before that it actually scrapes up against the skull. The paint is a whole negative. The eyes are somehow more accurate than the monster arts. Like, it's $10 versus $100, $200, potentially $300 on the aftermarket. The teeth and gums are painted abysmally. Looks like something straight out of the Muppets show. Or Sesame Street, maybe. The claws are painted pretty, okay, I guess. They're just kind of slapped on. The outer row of dorsal fins, they're not really outer row, are painted red. Nothing's painted in between. A little bit of red spray on the legs and the, what you'd say, toenails. A bit of the tail right here to here. A little bit of the tail here. And then from here to here, the tail tip is all painted. So only select parts of the body are painted, while the promo pictures showed a fully painted Shin Godzilla. Especially on the back of the box that this thing came in. What are you guys doing over there at Playmates? But do I recommend him? I guess if you like so bad it's good Godzilla figures or figures in general, go right ahead. I guess this guy's a good pickup if you can find him for a good price at the aftermarket. Because again, go watch my previous videos about this guy, but he was only ever sold once and never sold again, probably because of how crummy he is. But yeah, that's all I really have to say. Like, subscribe, see you guys for tomorrow for the final day of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. See you guys later.
back to the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today is day 25, aka the final episode of this whole thing. Right now, it is Christmas Day, and I hope you guys are having a blast with your families, maybe friends even. Maybe you're having like a nice dinner, opening up presents, maybe going somewhere for the holidays. But whatever you're doing, I hope you're having a great time, and it's time that we have some fun. For day 25, as you guys probably saw by the title and thumbnail and the clip before this, we are taking a look at the Playmates Battle Roar Godzilla from Godzilla vs. Kong. How ironic that the strangest figure I probably own is the one to be the final one. So, also how ironic that the first and last figures are Godzilla vs. Kong figures. Because the first one was the giant Kong from GVK, the 11-inch, and now we have the Battle Roar Godzilla from GVK. So, positives and negatives. The positives is that I like the molding, honestly. It's very shallow detail, but it still gets the job done really well. The translucent dorsal fins are a very good plus, in my opinion, not to mention they're very rubberized, so kids won't be getting hurt by this thing anytime soon. The placement of the gums and the teeth, they're actually pretty good too. And the screw holes, while they are a negative to many, I personally don't mind them, as I've said several times already, that I've grown up with toys that had screw holes, so I'm used to toys having screw holes, even in the current day. The toe and claw paints are looking pretty good too. I feel like the claw paint could be more apparent and more better, in my opinion. But for negatives, well, I have a little bit of issues. For example, posture is just odd. Like, he's looking straight up, but his tail's like curling in. Is he like trying to get ready to attack Kong, maybe? His claws are in a fixed position. His legs are like... I know this is a common thing with all Playmates Godzillas, but they're on a fixed position, so that limits what kind of posability you can get from these things. And, another thing that really sucks is the dry brushing and the dorsal fin shape. Because I already talked about this thing in my review of this guy, actually twice, when I pit this guy against the NECA V2 Godzilla from 2019, NECA. And the mold of this thing sucks, like the dorsal fins, but the material's pretty good. The dry brushing sucks because it's just caked on. It doesn't even look like true blue dry brushing. And the tail paint is very cool, honestly, but I really wish they could have painted this part. That kind of bugs me, even though it's like very small, smaller than the size of a pinky nail. It's still very noticeable when you look at it from the back. So, also, this thing is pointing straight up. So when you have this thing on the shelf, you're going to have all your Godzillas looking straight forward, but this one's going to look up. So, like, why did they make it look up? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the jaw gimmick. But, speaking of gimmicks, we have a few gimmicks. Well, I guess just one, but there's two versions of it. This guy can roar, as this name suggests, Battle Roar. See, you press this big button, which I've already complained about the button in my previous reviews. You open it, and then he does this. And then he does another roar like this. I've heard a lot of people say that they don't like the volume on this thing. To me, it's actually fairly decent volume. But I think a bigger complaint I have with it is, I feel like there should have been lights. Like, come on, this thing is like, if there's big enough, you couldn't like put at least one little tiny bulb in there, maybe at the center that will light the whole thing up. That would have been cool, at least. So yeah, they could have put in a little bulb, I would say. I've heard many people say that the second roar, this roar, does not appear in the movie. It does when Godzilla is basing Kong in round 3, and then he flings into the building, charges at the building, and then gets his head stuck in the building and rams it out. And then he proceeds to slap Kong with his tail and then crawling on all fours. Right at that moment where he's crawling on all fours, he does that exact roar. It's a shortened version of it, but he does that roar. So it does appear in the movie, so I don't get why people are saying, oh, it's not Godzilla, it doesn't sound like it is Godzilla. So that's honestly really all I have to say about this guy. If you can find him for a good price, maybe like 15, 20 bucks I think he retails for, go right ahead. This thing is actually pretty cool, but at the same time he's also very odd. Yeah. So if you like strange Godzilla figures or whatnot, definitely pick him up. And not to mention he's from the new hot movie, Godzilla vs. Kong. So that's all I have to say for this video, and that pretty much wraps up the Godzilla 2020 Advent Calendar. I really do thank every single one of you that watched the whole series from start to finish. If you watched it on December 1st, or maybe you were you just found out about it midway, but then you watched it from day 1, 2, 3, 4 up to present, I really do commend you guys, and thank you guys for joining us on the Godzilla 2020 Advent Calendar. I'm Matthew signing off, and have a fantastic day. See you guys later. Look at this. Look at all these figures. They're still waiting for their chance to shine. Only a few of these figures have actually made it onto the 2021 Advent Calendar. And I know Christmas was yesterday. But I think it's about time we give these figures another chance, eh? So what do you say we keep it going till New Year's, eh? Who's with me? Oh wait, I forgot. They can't talk without me. Dang it! Hey everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matt, and you might be surprised by this. Because, well, I said that, day 25 would be the last one, and that's usually where Advent calendars stop. But not this one. As a little bonus, we're going to go straight to December 31st or New Year's Eve. So, we're not stopping. Just yet, at least. For Godzilla 2021 Advent calendar. And as you can see, the big boy, the Godzilla 2004 Playmates giant size, is the figure we're taking a look at today. Because I feel like some figures, behind me, they could use some shine in the light, like not these neon lights, like more or less other type of lights. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. Anyways, yeah. So positives and negatives. For positives, he has a very decently good sculpt, and I say decently because the shallow details very noticeable on this guy. Not to mention he borrows the sculpt from the 2004 Bandai Godzilla for like 12 inches or so from many years ago. But at least that is a good sculpt overall. Not to mention the head looks even more accurate than the 2004 Bandai, which I actually find pretty dang sweet, because they probably were remolding the figures and said, are we really going to put this out and say that this is 2004? So they remold the head. Then again, they are the guys who put out the Shin Godzilla. Anyways, so I already took a look at you. Don't you look at me like that. So yeah, another thing is that I really like the nails and whatnot. The paint is amazing. Even though he's kind of googly-eyed a bit, I think you're still able to have a good sense of like his visual nature is just beautiful. Articulation goes as head swivel, bicep swivel for both arms. You can kind of get it look like he's being arrested or something. For the leg joints, they can go all the way around, but these are really loose and they actually do grind up against the sculpt I've showed you guys before. Feet swivels, back and forth or side to side tail. It does have a bit of back and forth, but it's not really meant to. And rotation at the tail. Did I mention rotation at the feet? Yeah, I think I did. I'm just having a brain fart right now. So yeah. Let's see. What else should I mention? For negatives, yeah, the sculpt is unoriginal, but at the same time, it's more accurate. The tail is definitely a plus, though. I would say this figure could use a bit more dry brushing, though, maybe. Yeah, this thing would have been perfect if there was some dry brushing. Also, a more detailed sculpt. So I think it needed a more detailed sculpt and a more dry brushing to really be the best it could be. But they did reissue Kong from Kong Skull Island in an all-new, decked out, painted, fully painted in the gums, everything. So I wonder if 2004 got the same treatment, or they just looked at this and said, this is good enough. So they just reissued the dang thing. So, that's all I really have to say for this Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. I have a lot of fun making these. That's also part of the reason why I'm keeping it going. So, like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. See you guys later. Hello everybody, welcome back to another bonus day of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're going to be taking a look at the Bandai Banpresto King Ghidorah 2019 from 2019's Godzilla 2 King of the Monsters. This guy is absolutely insane. Well, in that how he's a concept. Like, a chibi King Ghidorah that somehow still looks like a King Ghidorah. It's crazy. But what's also I don't think as crazy is probably the way it's executed, because like the sculpt is gorgeous. Okay, you can see any of the fine ridge, snake and dragon-like details. This feels like a dragon, not just like some sort of generic Hydra-like alien. No, this feels like a Ghidorah that would probably come out straight from Toho. That being said, the paint job is flat. It's super minimal. The eye paint is pretty good. The teeth paint and gum paint are decent. And the dry brushing on the horns is pretty good as well. And I guess the claw paint can be accounted to as well. But aside from that, that's it. That is all the paint that's on this thing. All the colors are just literally the same kind of generic gold that we're so used to seeing. And like, another problem is that like, it's just all the same. There's no color variety in this thing. I know Ghidorah is like purely just gold, but why not like a dry brush of gold? Like get some dry brushing, get some like, not like actual gold, because it would up the price of this thing significantly, and just brush the heck out of that thing. Just give it some more dry brushing. Was it that hard to do? I've seen figures at the same price point, even Godzilla, the Godzilla up there. I keep these things up there, and they still look pretty good. This does not, by comparison. But I guess I might as well talk about the accessories, which is this base, which comes with all three of the Godzilla King of the Monsters Deformation King series. So it's basically just a bunch of crumbled buildings together with no color variety whatsoever. But this one also comes with a little, the poorly named crotch cradle, which you basically take this figure. There's peg holes at the bottom of the feet, so you peg those on there, and you might think you're just good to go, right? Well, no. You want to take out the crotch cradle and try to sit it underneath Ghidorah's crotch. Oh boy, the people that are gonna take this out of context is not gonna
today. Am I doing it the wrong way? I think I am. I think you have to go in from this way. There you go. So just like that, you put the crotch cradle in there, and there you go. But also ghidorah does come in a bit of pieces. For example, the wing here, the wing there, and the body itself are all different pieces. In fact, the wings and the tails on these sides and this sides are separate. Like they come together, so that's something to keep an eye out for. So there's 5 pieces total: the main body, this tail and this wing, the crotch cradle, and the stand itself. So there you go. So that being said, I don't really have much else to talk about, so I'm gonna end this thing off with a bit of a recommendation. Do I recommend this? Yes. If you like little chibi King Ghidorahs, definitely go for this one, because this is the closest thing we have to a King Ghidorah Funko Pop. About the same size. Because this thing actually scales decently well with the other Funko Pop Godzilla, the King of the Monsters figure. But anyways, that's all I have to say for now. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Wasn't there supposed to be a countdown? Hi everybody, welcome back to another day of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and this is bonus day, and this is day number 28. And today we're reviewing the Trendmaster's bendable NECA Godzilla figure, which I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. This is kind of the oddball, or one of the oddballs in my collection, because I don't have a lot of vintage figures. A lot of my figures are much more newer, from like NECA, Bandai, and Playmates. So seeing a few Trendmasters in my collection really brings in, you know, a lot of cool figures to my collection. I'm not gonna make any sense. But when you boil it down, this figure is amazing. He's very short, but he's also very accurate to the movie. They got this thing pretty spot on. For a company that really stylized Godzilla figures, like Rodan looked more like a bat than he did look more like a pterodactyl or whatever kind of monster or bird, I guess. But yeah, for sculpt and paint, he's completely encased in like a brown paint, and it's still pretty good even after all these years. Probably because he was in a casing for like a majority of him before of his life before I opened him up. Because like that's what I like to do. I like to open my figures up. I want my money what it's worth. And for articulation, he doesn't really have articulation, but rather he actually has like bendy wires going all the way in his body, which really puts in a lot of cool movement you can do. Like maybe if you want to like put his hand up or something, if you want to like put his tail up, shift it up. There's a big gap all by the way over here, but I mean, that's totally fine, especially given the size. One problem is that he can't stand, probably with his feet that are comparable to the material of clown shoes, but to be honest, it's all rubber anyway. He also does come with an accessory, kind of. It's a trading card, which I showed off better in the review because I'm at a distance with the camera. But it's the Mecha Godzilla, Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and then it reads a bunch of Mecha Godzilla stats. And copyright 1994, Toho Company Limited. So that's all I really have to say for this little guy. He's a very unique little piece. He's also fairly good in condition, honestly. I'm not going to bend this thing because even though it's fresh out of the box still, kind of, it's not, the wires are like over 20 years old, and one little bend could break this thing in two. And I'm not going to mess with this thing, so That being said, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 29. Peace out, everybody. And again with no countdown. Come on. Guess that's only for photos. Hello everybody, welcome back to another edition of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew and we're taking a look at Gigantus the Fire Monster. I don't think this thing actually has like an official name, but you're just gonna have to roll with me that this thing is Gigantus. That's just the name I gave him. He's the largest figure in my collection, both in terms of size and length. Maybe in terms of length, he might be outdone by one of the NECA Godzillas, but if not, they're pretty dang close. But definitely in terms of height, like he's bigger than the Playmates, and he's bigger than the Bandai's, which I find incredible. The overall sculpt and paint on this thing is pretty dang sweet. I really love how this thing turned out. His teeth mold is just kind of basic half circles with some yellow paint on it, which it's a bit chipped, a bit messily painted, but honestly that's nothing too bad. The eye paint is amazing, even though he kind of looks like something out of the Muppets. The chest paint's just one big splotch of red. A bit of a glowy kind of almost looking effect for the spines here, which you can call these spines, I mean I guess they are spines, but they feel more like an actual spine, honestly, rather than dorsal spines, if that makes any sense. And yeah, he's just kind of mixed with black and red all together. The only true color on him besides those is the red tongue here and the white teeth for the paint. Weirdly enough, he actually has a throat hole, so you can actually maybe like put a little army guy in there and have him get eaten by this kaiju. For articulation, you have a movement at the head, rotations at the arms. Keep in mind, the bigger the figure is, the more likely it is to be tight, and Gigantus is certainly no exception. So you can do that. The feet are incredibly stiff, my goodness. And the tail is like, it's not as stiff, but it's still decently tight. You can get a full rotation out of it, just like that. And overall, I really do think that, well, those are kind of my positives. I like the sculpt, I like the paint, I like the articulation. Well, is there any critiques I have with this guy? I mean, maybe he could have used a better sculpted nose, like maybe some better nostrils. But even then, I'm just more pointing that out now than anything. So I realistically don't have any negatives about this guy. Also, you can hold him by his tip of his tail and it'll still stay. That's how tight the tail joint is. Okay, maybe you can move him a little bit if you do this. But yeah, that's kind of what I... this is one of my favorite figures of the whole collection because of how big he is. So, yeah, I don't really have much else to say. Aside from thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 20. Sorry, actually, I don't think it's day 20 something. It's now going to be day 30. See you guys later for the next day of Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everyone. Okay. Frame here. Actually, let's angle it up a little bit. Okay, see me? Alright. I think we're good to go. 3, 2, 1. everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matt, and today we're taking a look at day number 30, which is this dude, the Bandai Creations Godzilla 2000 figure. I don't have a lot to say about him, aside from he's one of the classic Godzilla figures. Everybody knows him, at least I'm assuming. For positives and negatives, the positives is that he has a very nice sculpt to him. The paint works pretty good too, especially with the frosted blending tips of the purple dorsal fins. And the tail, while it's a bit short, it's understandable given the size of the box. He has to fit inside of it. His posture is a little odd to me, at least. So, I guess that could be a bit of a complaint. His claw paint is decently put on there, even though it's just kind of slapped on. Toe nails are looking fine. Teeth and face are looking nice too. I do have a deformity on this dorsal fin right there. It's a bit circular, but it's honestly nothing worth pointing out, even though I'm just pointing it out to you. For articulation, he can move at the bicep and he can move at the legs. There is articulation at the tail, I believe, but if you break the glue seal, but there is a glue seal here, so not really much else to write home about. And I really don't have anything else to talk about. Is there any negatives? Well, again, the posture is a bit of a negative. That short tail's a negative, even though again that's a bit understandable. There's a bit of an overspray over here, and he's a bit too stiff in my opinion, but it's probably because I'm so used to the Fusion series right here. Also, I like this setup better because I can literally just reach behind me and grab a figure. That being said, I do think this figure is pretty rock solid. If you guys don't have it yet, definitely pick it up. That being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you did, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys for day 31 for the last day of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. See you guys later.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and you might be wondering why I'm doing it in this style. Well, two reasons. One, it's a poster, and two, it'd be weird for me to sit in front of the whole shelf and talk about a poster that's out of view. And I'm certainly not taking this off because it's such a pain to get on. I know I can just simply tape it back on, but the fact is, this thing really was a pain. So I'm not taking it off. Anyway, thoughts. It's literally Godzilla artwork. I think this was done by either a fan or it's official. But if it's officially made, I've never seen any like merchandise or posters or anything. Maybe it's like concept art. I'm not exactly sure. But if this is fan art, credit to the artist. This thing was entirely a Christmas gift and was probably sold online. So that's probably how. See what else. There's Godzilla, you know, just kind of swooping down with his tail in the foreground. At this point, it's just me analyzing art. It's made of like some sort of felt material. It's not even real paper. And overall, it's still in decent condition. I don't know what else to say. It's definitely a cool poster. I got this thing like a few years ago, at the very least. So, that being said, I thought that I was gonna be able to say some more stuff, but I guess not. Thank you guys for watching the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. I really hope you guys enjoy your New Year's, and see you guys later.
Hello everyone, just a little disclaimer before this video begins. If you're looking for an actual Godzilla advent calendar for your loved one, then I'm sorry to say this, but there's no official one yet. However, I do have a video linking you to a bunch of good Godzilla merch that I recommend for the holiday season. So, if you're in dire need for some good Godzilla merch, you know I got you covered. Anyways, enjoy the video.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first edition of the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are going to pick the first figure to actually be reviewed. Well, I guess Godzilla merch in general that I have. Now, remember, how this is played is that every year I do this, and last year's figures are not included to ensure a clean, new wheel game. Of course, it's lagging a bit, probably because of all the stuff I have on here, so you're going to have to forgive me. But you know what? Let's give this wheel a go. Shall we? 3, 2, 1. Which one are we going to get? And we have the Playmates Funko Pop Mecha Godzilla. I see there's a bit of glare on the screen, but that's not too bad. Alright, let's go. Hello everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are back with the Godzilla Advent Calendar in the first entry of the 2022 edition. And so, I'm dressed for the occasion in my, I guess, Christmas gown, kind of sweater. Feels like there should be another button right here, although it doesn't really match my green shirt. And maybe if I had, like, the logo, maybe it does. That being said, welcome back. I'm super pumped. I've been waiting all year to do this. And as you guys saw from the intro, we are doing the Mecha Godzilla Funko Pop. And this thing is so cool. I'm gonna kind of go over like what it is. And I actually have 2 of them. Now I'm not doing a giveaway. This one's from the 3 set. This one's just on its own. But let's kind of go over the sculpt, the paint, and such. So for the sculpt and paint, it actually has a lot of metallic details to it. It's definitely shiny, as you can probably tell by the colorful lighting, to give it some more flair. Then again, that's kind of how all my videos look nowadays. The red paint on the eyes looks pretty good. The tipped spikes looks pretty good. And the metallic paint all across the whole body is pretty good. I will give it that one criticism I do have is the lack of actual color, because aside from the red splotches and the silver paint all across the whole body, there really isn't too much color variety. And I know Mechagodzilla really only had like 2 colors to work with, but I feel like they could have given this thing some extra dry brushing the same way they did with the Godzilla Pop. Because honestly, this is the most detailed Funko Pop yet. Do not screw with me, Funko fans. This is without a doubt the most detailed Funko Pop. If I'm proven wrong, I'm proven wrong, but this is definitely up there. And I love how people will say, oh, but this thing looks ugly. This is literally how he looked in the movie. You're calling the original design ugly in a sense. But at the end of the day, this is a pretty dang sweet pop. I mean, there's really not much I can really say that hasn't been said already. Hold on. Oh, this is wait. Yeah, this is the original one I had. Oops. Well, still, detail remains the same. For posability, there's really nothing because it's a Funko Pop. There's really nothing to say. It's a nice, small, compact package that you can get for about 10 to 15 to maybe even 20 bucks. This thing is really rock solid. I love this especially. I don't really have anything else to really say that hasn't been said already. I mean, he's like in a really good pose as well. He has like his 2 front legs like this. He's facing this way. He has one arm hand closed, one arm kind of open to the side, and his tail's obviously curled in to one fit in the box, because if it was just out to the side, then probably wouldn't fit in there unless they just like, and then you got or 2 just to make it a bit more dynamic. Bottom of the feet, you can kind of see that. And they put the information right here, which I don't know if you can really read that.
Probably can. But anyways, that's all I really have to say for this Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. I was about to say one because I'm so used to saying one at this point. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. And I will see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, 2022 edition of course, and today we are doing another spin the wheel section. Let's go ahead and pick one. Last time we got the Funko Pop Mecha Godzilla from GVK, the original version, because I don't have the exclusive. Let's give this thing a whirl. Lots of lag. And one of my favorite NECA figures. Alright, let's do it. Let's go. You guys remember back in Matthew 2000 when I said that the NECA 89 was the most detailed Godzilla? Yeah, I stand corrected after reanalyzing this figure. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we have day 2, which is the NECA Godzilla 1989. Let's be honest. This figure is so freaking cool. Overall, I think that this is honestly one of the best NECA Godzillas and best Godzilla figures, period. And I think I can speak for all of us when I say that this is the turning point of NECA's Godzilla figure line that would forever continue to change the game, and it was NECA's A game. No questions asked. Any questions asked will be shot down, because you'll just be handed this figure and said, this is A game. Previous ones, plus game. This is A game. And going forward, A game, A game, A game. Maybe not so much of the Mothras, but even then that's debatable given the things they had to work with. But overall, this is spectacular. Overall, the face looks like a frog, as he did in the movie. The detail work is just crisply clean. Look at that! This is so cool. And even after all these years of owning the figure, I still think it's one of the best. Overall, I definitely do think that this is one of the best figures of all time, period, because of how much detail's just jam-packed into this little guy. Come on, there's literally no discussion about that. In terms of colors, I got some eyes, obviously, yellow, black, not too much to write home about. You also got some kind of sandy yellow, white, bone-colored for the spines. Obviously continues down to the tip of the tail, which is nice. Something that all Godzilla should have. Claw paint's looking pretty good too. Toe claws are looking pretty nice as well. And I think they should have added some dry brushing or maybe some splash of color right here. Just give it more of a roughed up, dirty look. But I mean, that's alright. Oh, and also the mouth. It kind of looks like a butthole. Not gonna lie. Why am I even allowed to talk in these videos? I don't know. But as well, there is some more detailing to be found in the figures. My hair's a mess. But I think overall that this figure is definitely worth the purchase, just for the detail alone. If this was just a statue, that would be great on its own. But of course, it features articulation. Why? Because it's an action figure. A NECA action figure. A NECA action figure. Pretty sure that joke's been made before. For articulation, you have quite a bunch. You have articulation at the jaw, open and closes, 2 ball joints at the head and neck, respectively. Articulation, ball joints at the shoulders, ball joint and hinge joint combos at the elbows. Of course, rotate, bend in, and out, swivel at the wrists, and twist and turn at the wrist. Clench in the fingers, so you can kind of clench the fists a little bit in case you want to. So that's pretty nice on its own as well. Also, I guess I'm gonna kind of do a little bit of this. Does it work?
Don't think it works for this angle. There we go. Ah, gotcha. For the hips, you kind of go in and out a little bit. Not really, actually, all that much. The hips are really the most limited joint of the bunch, because due to the design of how bulky and thick the suit actually was, the figure itself, being modeled directly after the suit, doesn't have a whole lot of play value with the legs. So if you try to try to lift up the leg, you'll see that like the sculpted in fold is fixed, obviously has a fixed position, but as it goes, it kind of separates it and goes diagonally, and then you have this part which ends up jabbing against this part, and you don't really want that, otherwise you'll have grinded up sculpt. Bend it at the knee, of course. Look at that bend. And ball joints at the feet, of course. Both sides. Ball joints at the tail, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So beautiful segment. I love this. Not too much really else to write home about, but this figure is jam-packed with not accessories, articulation. But speaking of accessories, sorry, he comes with a beam effect. As you guys can clearly see, this kind of beam effect is really rock solid. Maybe I'm holding it up too close to the camera. I don't know. It's really odd to see figures, especially. Okay, you know, I actually should like blast it. Okay, so childish transition out of the way. Do I overall recommend this figure? Well, actually, first off, the beam is made of white plastic with some, to fix the camera, translucent plastic, obviously, with some really dusty, kind of really bright white paint over top to create like this dusty spray, or maybe even snow effect too, kind of mist almost, very fiery. Although one of them is literal fire, so. I overall think it's worth the purchase, you know. $30, $20, you can't go wrong with this. It is truly a steal of a deal figure. Overall, I think this is one of NECA's best figures, and thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you, God bless you all, and I'll see you guys next time on the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew. This is day 3, which yesterday we did the NECA Godzilla 1962, and it was overall pretty amazing figure, if I do say so myself. So, you know how the game is played, let's go. Just had my volume super low, whatever. And the figure we get is Playmates Guy 2004. Alright, not too shabby. Let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2021 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing another episode. But today we're going to be doing another one, but this time for the Playmates Gargan 2004. And just like the Funko Pop Mecha Godzilla, I've got 2 of them, which is quite lucky because apparently this is like the rarest of the Playmates original bunch. Although I don't know how true that is now that Shin Godzilla's been discontinued for a while, so it might be pretty rare now in the next few years. So I'm glad to have that and its packaging. So yeah, lucky for me. So let's go over the positives and negatives about this guy. First, sculpt in paint. It's actually pretty sweet. I'd say this is probably the best of the original 4 Godzillas. 6-inch. The face is pretty gnarly, like the look of it. The horn is pretty well done. The spikes are also really well conjointed. I like that. The teeth are pretty movie accurate, even though they're kind of sculpted into one big part of it. Plastic. There you go, the vinyl. Whatever this figure is made of. Neck bristles look pretty nice. Nice shielding. These fins are not painted like the streaks, but these sides are. The claws are definitely painted, really well painted. Spikes are pretty well painted.
hold on. I like the the look of the legs. Pretty basic coloring, but I mean the coloring what is there is pretty dang sweet. Got some not too much detail at the bottom of the feet, kind of some legal mumbo jumbo, and some extra detailing bristles across the tail. Also, I forgot to mention, I've got the Christmas gown back. There you go. Once again, feels like there should be a button here, which there actually isn't. But hey, it is what it is. So you also got like the pitchfork kind of tail that would, I can't remember if this spun around in the movie. This looks like something it would spin around. I can't remember if it did. Before articulation, we don't have a whole lot. We have articulation at the head, mildly. Feels like a ball joint, but I can confirm it is not. But it does have ball joint-like movement where... Wait a minute. This was my first one. Okay. I was also thinking, like, which one was my first one? But then I remembered my first one had more head movement, but that one was way too stiff, so I go to this one. And this one actually has more head movement, so I can actually get some decent rocker out of there. Up and down, just a teeny bit. But the head joint really is just kind of meant there for show. I mean, you can kind of see where they kite and to try to clear out a head joint, but really that ain't doing any favors. What are you doing, Piper? My cat, Piper's here. I have articulation here at the arms. Pretty well sweet. Hold on. There you go. This one moves more fluently than this one does, because you can just go up to here, then kind of there. Maybe if you push it, you can go back a bit. Nope, you can't really. I mean, you kind of can get past the leg, but once you get past the leg, that's kind of it. But this one, you can actually kind of almost get full movement. There you go. Oh, hold on. I feel like that was like a bit of excess plastic in there that snapped when I moved it. Or maybe that's just it popping out of place and then going back in place, maybe. We have the legs. Pretty well done. Yeah, there you go. For a second I thought it wasn't capturing. And then we have the tail going side to side. Pretty well done. It's like that across both versions, the exact same version. And for 13 bucks, because there's really no accessories, for 13 bucks, really, kitty, you really can't go wrong with this figure. It's really nice, it's really sweet, very simplistic, and overall, I really think that this figure is actually pretty worth its price of 13 bucks. So if you definitely go to a Walmart, Target now with a brand spanking new packaging, you will be walking out a happy camper with this guy. With that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of Godzilla Advent Calendar 2022. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing the day 4 of Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. So let's go ahead and pick the next figure in line for reviewing. And it's going to be... Alright, the 1991 PVC statue. Let's go. You know, how ironic that the first figure we reviewed on this Advent Calendar was only like 3-4 inches. This one's at least 6 times its overall size and 12 times its overall weight. This is a big boy. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are reviewing the Diamond Select PVC Statues Godzilla 1991. Look at this beast. I think I can speak for all of us when I say this is one of the best Godzilla items created, period. No question, no debate, no arguing. It's just all facts. This thing is certainly one of the best. So first off, let's go over the overall sculpt. The overall sculpt is made of PVC, as the name implies. and it's definitely one of the best overall looking figures I've seen. It's kind of a more cartoony style take on the Heisei, because the Heisei looked a bit meaner, but it definitely gets the job done with the overall feeling. Huh. That is a weird feeling. I don't think I felt... Okay, that is a weird feeling. I think I was just squeezing Godzilla's boobs. Okay, that is like really funny. So yeah, Godzilla's face is kind of mean. His teeth are individually painted and sculpted. They looked fantastic. Yeah, I like my puns. The dorsal fins do look a little bit small for my taste, but it's nothing too overall, bad, say. The bow here actually looks pretty solid. Nicely done. Here we have the nice splatter effect, like all the water kind of gushing out to the side, all that good stuff. Here we have the little dock, that Godzilla's about to probably annihilate. You press your finger on it, it feels really weird to the touch. I mean, I know if you, press down on it and look, you'll see, a little imprint of it, of course. And, of course, the bottom has a hole in it, kind of for more playability. And what's funny enough is I think this is just more of a coincidence, but if you look, you can actually kind of see right around here, you can definitely see that. There's actually bubbles inside of the plastic, which is perfect because this is water after all. It's Godzilla in the water. So this figure, I guess statue actually, it's not really a figure so much as it's a statue, is pretty rock solid. Claws look really nice. I like the kind of blue, kind of gray dry brushing they've got going on here. It looks really dang sweet. And overall, it just looks really like a nice Godzilla figure. Or statue. It's a statue. There's no real posability on this thing. But what's actually really cool is, even though I don't own the statue yet, I gotta stop saying figure in this review. There's a King Ghidorah statue out there that if you put it behind it, you can wrap his heads around Godzilla, and you can mimic the 1991 Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah poster, which is sweet. Flat out sweet. No question. And honestly, if I had those, I actually would take all the statues off the shelf and put them in a glass cabinet and have them just backed out with each other, just looking all extra mighty and stuff. I want to get all statues. That's one of my main goals for collecting. But as of right now, this is without a doubt one of my best Godzilla figures ever to exist. I don't really want to rate these because this is Christmas after all. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Also, by the way, if you're wondering how much this guy is about $80 at retail, and I think he's still available on the Diamond Select website, which if you want to go check that out, diamondselecttoys.com. I think it's /Godzilla, maybe, /Godzilla, I'm not too sure. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you, God bless you all. Stay tuned for tomorrow for day 5 of the Advent Calendar, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew. I'm joined by my very laggy spin the wheel game. Okay, there we go. It kind of regained a little bit of RAM and then I spoke too soon. You know what? Screw it. We're going to immediately go. I think I also forgot to turn the volume up. Unless the volume was... Okay, there we go. Oh. Alright, NECA 2001 Godzilla Atomic Blast version. Alright, let's go. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing another episode of the Advent Calendar, Day 5. And today we have one of my all-time favorite figures, the NECA Godzilla 2001 Atomic Blast version. This thing is quite literally one of my favorites when I'm repeating lips as well. It's just for so many reasons, but let's go ahead and go over the basics. Ironically, actually before I start, this was actually, I think, bought 5 years ago, which
it kind of blows my mind, or it was either 5 or 4 years ago, one of the two. I want to say it was 5, maybe it would have been 4, but it's still. Oh yeah, it was definitely 5 years ago. And now I'm really piecing 2 and 2 together. This is honestly one of the best figures I've ever had. The blue on him is just so immaculate. It's just so awesome. And like, even though it kind of looks like he just ate a bunch of Smurf butt, it kind of just looks a lot. It looks fun. You know, you see this and this appeals to you. You know, if you're a kid looking at this in the toy store and you see this, this captures your attention. This really just does capture your attention a whole bunch. Furthermore, I honestly think that the blue is also spread out really well on this guy, you know, with the white and the frosted blue. You could throw this out in the snow and it'll look great. In fact, it's winter out right now, so I think I'm going to go do that. For other things as well, the eyes look very gnarly, and you can open up the mouth too. Looks really blue in there. Blue continues down to the body, kind of fanning out, especially because like the lighting of the atomic breath. Claws look pretty nice, and the tail looks really well. I kind of wish they could have painted, you know, the tail spikes a little bit. I can't recall if they did that on the original because I don't have the original yet. But without further ado, let's go right into articulation. Ball joints at the head, jaw hinged, ball joint at the neck. And I previously said this guy was stiff. Does that remain true? Gosh, this is so stiff. My goodness. It's actually not that bad. My elbows. The elbows here are pretty good. The wrists is pretty good as well. Got some nice clamping, finger action. Oh, there we go. Now I'm getting in a few. The waist joint is pretty much not really all that useful aside from a good old rotation, but then you break up the blue kind of seam. Legs can go out to the side, of course. Ooh, nice click. Kind of ratchet style. I love the application of the legs. The knees kind of bend in about, I want to say, about that far out, so in, and straighten up about that far out. And the feet can bend, tilt, swivel. They're on ball joints, so that's to be expected. This one, like, it's really loose. This one actually is kind of much more stiff and actually much more solid. The base of the tail isn't really all that movable. I mean, you probably got to give it like a good finessing. This segment is good. Oh, I just accidentally did it go. This segment's good, and then this segment's good. So all 4 of the segments really nice, and then from here to here, just a nice little bendy wire. So in terms of the overall articulation and size, pretty dang sweet. But of course, it ain't an atomic breath Godzilla without the atomic breath, which all you have to do is make sure that the holes are pointed upward. You can kind of see them there. And jammed right into the teeth alignment. And then close up the jaw like this, and then you can get Godzilla shooting his atomic breath. I will admit it looks more like a fireball right here, but for a first attempt at Godzilla's atomic breath, NECA did a really nice job with it. But with that being said, that's all I really have to say for this video. This is definitely a recommendation for my book, and you know, for $20-30 you can't go wrong with it, especially with the reissue that comes in such an exquisite packaging. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you, God bless you all, and I'll see you guys in day 6 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or I guess 6, depending on what the 6th finger you want to really think of that is. Of the Godzilla Advent Calendar 2022, of course. And we're gonna randomly select the figure with our very laggy spin the wheel game. And the figure we get is going to be
Playmates Skullcrawler 2021 with Heat. Alright, good choice. Let's go. Let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another review, another Godzilla Advent Calendar 2022, day 6 actually. Is it day 6? Yeah, it's day 6. And today is a review of everyone's favorite little Playmate Skull boy, the Playmate Skullcrawler from Godzilla vs. Kong, aka number 10 with Heave. So, without further ado, this guy is actually really solid. I love this figure a lot. Even though he is rather simplistic, the overall sculpt and paint is actually pretty decent for what you're getting for this price. Especially just $10. It's actually not that bad. Face looks pretty nice, really gnarly. Got the fake eyes kind of in front of which are actually heat sensors apparently. I don't know if that was ever confirmed, was it? So we had the kind of the yellow slitted painted eyes right there. Pretty nice. The red on the back looks really nice and kind of goes all the way down to the midsection of the tail where it stops and then just kind of blank gray. The overall body is made of like a blank gray with a lot of muscular kind of fibers in there. It's kind of skeletal as well. Kind of elbow spikes, which if you manage to like grab this guy from behind and he elbows you, you're freaking dead. Like, these are at least 10 or 20 feet tall spikes. Just whoosh. This should be a made weapon. Just go wham bam. You know, imagine he just goes wah, and then just whoosh, and then he comes into an opponent and just whoosh. There you go. Skullcrawlers really should learn how to control their metabolism and go physical fighting like that instead. The mouth is actually kind of basic. It's an actual tongue, not the stringy tongue. But I think they just did that because it would be kind of hard to make an actual tongue. The jaw looks pretty good. Teeth actually are, again, a bit simplistic because the actual teeth are like bunched up in the jawline and actually like go backward. But I mean, this is actually pretty good for what it is. Arms again look pretty well. These are actually arms. Look at that. Tail looks really long. It's actually the longest of the bunch of all the Playmates figures. And that's actually all I really have to say. For accessories, you actually have a heave, which it isn't actually all that bad, and it is rather well painted. I mean, it just only has one piece of paint, but it's overall at least pretty solid quality. You got a bit of whole. Kind of feels like a board game piece now that I think about it. And this one, the second accessory, you want to come over here and then boom, battle damage. Look at the ribs, the spine especially. And I will say again, complaints, I understand. It's a bit jagged, but I mean, it is what it is. For articulation, jaw can hinge open and close. No articulation here, because even though it does show some movement, it's not actually meant to move. It's just a big square peg that plugs into the body, so if you try to twist it, you're gonna have a broken neck Skullcrawler. Articulation at the shoulders, articulation at the elbows, nothing at the wrists, and midway ball joint section at the tail, where you actually attach it when it comes in the box like this. So that's all I really have to say about the Skullcrawler. You know, you got some little red accents here and there, but that's about it. It's a very simplistic figure, and I really think that this, for $10, pick it up at your local Walmart, Target, wherever you live, and yeah, that's honestly really solid figure. So with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed my little Christmas gown, like it. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you, God bless you all. Like this video and subscribe to the channel for this Christmas gown as well. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hello everybody, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today is day 7 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar, and we are officially a week into the Advent Calendar. So who's the lucky number 7 gonna be today? Actually good playback this time for the spin the wheel game. And we get, is it gonna be a Youtooz it's gonna be a Youtooz, and which one do we get? Oh, the Kong on throne, but the Godzilla with heat ray was so close. You see that? But hey, that's what we got. So let's do this. Let's go. Oh, Merry first week muss. There you go, first week muss. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Well, my name is Matthew, and today we are going to be doing, we're officially a week in to the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar, and today we got our first monkey of the series, which we have the Youtooz Kong on throne from Godzilla vs. Kong. This guy is honestly super underrated and super amazing. Now, first question that might come to your mind is, the heck is Youtooz? Well, let's briefly discuss what Youtooz is. They first were founded in 2019, and I think they're either Canadian-based or California-based. One of the two. They're either located in Canada or the US. I don't know which one. And they produce debatably high-quality figures, from what I've seen, that have about mixed reception per figure, but these ones really caught my attention because it's Godzilla and Kong, for one, and two, more figures off the big G, right? That just means more figures add to the collection and less money for my wallet. So with that being said, when these guys came out, they were limited production runs, which means they're only released once and they're never sold again. So if you want to get your hands on these things, you can't go to youtooz.com anymore, because they're all sold out and they only made a limited quantity of them all. But the best part about this is that right as of this recording, they made a new batch of Godzilla Toho figures based on the old Toho line. So there's Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, and Mecha Godzilla. So if you want to buy those, I think they're still live. I have to quote myself on that, but I think I might be getting some. Who knows? But that being said, let's jump into the figure. This depicts Kong on the Hollow Earth with his big, mighty axe on his big throne that was left behind by his very ancestors. The overall figure's sculpt and paint is brilliant. I will say the coloring on Kong looks a bit more gray than I'd like it to be. And I will say this kind of looks a bit, I mean, that's actually kind of an alright color. Youtooz eyes are probably the big show stealer, because almost every single Youtooz that's been released has like these crescent eyes on them. So you put your fingers up like this and then up to your eyeballs. This is what you look like as a Youtooz, essentially. Or just, no, that just looks like I'm high. This actually looks like they're just kind of happy, even though I wouldn't be happy in this scenario. Well, especially one figure, because I'm literally getting it molded by Godzilla. But you can kind of see the scars actually kind of indented. Wasn't really a big fan of that. I mean, it has kind of grown on me a little bit. The tooth kind of snaggle, like one tooth's, like the teeth are kind of pointing out from the bottom. It looks really good. The nipples are there. Yes, they actually made Kong's nipples. The guys approving there are like, they really put nipples on King Kong? I know it was like that in the movie, but someone actually went for it. And they're actually, wait a minute. Okay, no, they're just big circles. For a second, I thought they were detailed nipples. It's just like, man, Youtooz, y'all are both for that. I said that I think this axe on Kong is probably the best axe, and I still do stand by that. But I wish it was like a bigger versions of that axe, because that would just be so cool to hold. And then the throne itself, it's just a big thing of a hollow vinyl, because these things are made of hollow vinyl. And they're rather pretty cool, so there's really not much to write home about. I mean, you got some nice detailing here, kind of like a crown shape. Of course, Kong's sitting on it. You know, he's got like his arm right here, and he's got like his big thing. I need like a big broomstick. Why do I make these jokes? They keep catching me so off guard or something. Okay, but of course the blade, the fin looks really nice. The bone itself looks really nice and big, and I like that. Mezco Toys, of course, Mezco Toys. Then at the back, bottom, I mean, got really nothing. But of course, this is one heck of a figure. But I would definitely buy this as soon as you can, because even though it's been a year since this guy dropped, they're getting expensive ASAP.
That's kind of what Youtooz are. They sell out very fast sometimes. Like, I think Godzilla with Heat Ray in this set sold out in only 4 days on the Youtooz website. Youtooz website. Yeah, that proves how popular these guys are. But, with that being said, $30, I mean, could you go wrong? I mean, I'd recommend getting the Funko Pop if you want specifically a Kong with axe, but if you want the throne version, I mean, this is actually a pretty nice little cute way to go. With that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you, God bless you all. Also, I really like that box. Watch my box showcase for that. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew and today we are doing day 8, which is a very exciting day for a multitude of different reasons. But without further ado, let's go. Which figure do we get? Okay, we got a little lag, but looks like the one we get is the Godzilla 1954 finger puppets. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and today is day 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Day 8. Actually, you could just do it like this. Quiz question, or actually more of a poll question. Do you guys put, when you guys stick up 8 fingers, do you do it like this or this? Which one do you do? But today, we're doing another bit of a Godzilla Advent Calendar thing, randomly selected. You know how the game is played. And we are doing a bit of a, grabbing the actual right finger puppets. These two, which are the Godzilla UB finger puppets I got, many years ago. We went all across the city for these things, I'll tell you that. These things were amazing. We originally got these things as like a promotion for something, apparently. I don't know. Probably the new Godzilla movie at the time on Netflix. But I mean, hey, any Godzilla movie will do. With that being said, let's go over some of the things I like, some things I don't like. But for the finger puppets, they're actually really neat. The first one especially is just kind of Godzilla just kind of chilling. This is the 54, by the way. With this glossy silver dorsal fins. Those are really nice, and his tail just kind of curling up in the air. This one's kind of more or less the same thing, except his tail is... I want to say it's not as long. Yeah, it's not as long as it is on here. Those dorsal fins still look really nice, and he has like the train in his mouth. At first I thought it was a building, but no, it's definitely a train. This might be... No, that's just more part of the train. Probably more buildings. This is definitely the train, where it just... And it's actually a color 54, so, would you look at that? It's not a black and white 54. Honestly, I really don't have much to say. They are very cute, very kind of stylish looking figures. I mean, you can probably get them on eBay for fairly cheap. I mean, don't know what the prices are like on eBay. But since they are blind bags, though, which if you plan to buy the blind bags, just a word caution that you may end up with duplicates and defects. This one's a duplicate. But hold on, where's the right angle? Wait a sec. Oh, this one was the duplicate. This one has a... Okay, where is it? A gray splodge. There you go. You can kind of see it right below the eyeball. Right where my middle finger is. But yeah, this one was the original. This one. And this one, it was actually a third duplicate, but I just had to custom paint it as an atomic breath 54. So yeah, I kind of just painted his whole dorsal fins. And you can actually watch my painting process video on an older video I made a long time ago. But yeah, that's actually kind of about it. I don't really have much to say about these guys because, you know, they're fairly cheap, they're fairly affordable. Not fairly, they're definitely affordable. And they're cute little Godzilla collectibles. I think more people should get them. After all, when you have a whole collection... Okay, hold on. Let's try putting them all on my finger. Should we do it this way? I think we should do it this way. When you put them all on your finger... then you can have the power of the Infinity Stones. Oh, good luck trying to snap in this thing. Yeah, you can't really snap. But yeah, that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to day 9 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, it's Steve, 2022, and today we're doing, well, day 9, so let's go ahead and pick it. I have my volume really turned down really low today, and which figure line are we going to get? It appears to be another Funko Pop, and we have the Funko Pop Godzilla. Alright, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing another Godzilla figure review for the 2022 Advent Calendar. Today's pick is the Godzilla Funko Pop from the classic line, and I gotta say, it's a pretty solid figure even nowadays. It's definitely not as impressive as the ones that come after it, like the GVK ones. And that upcoming Burning Godzilla pop, I'm snagging that thing as soon as I see it physically. But as for this figure, I gotta say, it still holds up rather well. The detail work is honestly still simplistic, as most Funko Pops were back in 2015, but it's at least passable, you know? It's mostly just like big, kind of cornered off ovals. It's the scales and the dorsal plates are decently done. And I say decently because, like, it's not as, again, complex as what would come before it, which proves of how much Funko would improve. But the Funko Pop eyes are pretty good. And the nose looks pretty good. The teeth actually look pretty good. I've seen some people complain about the lips, quote unquote, but they're actually the gums, and even though it looks like he's just wearing lipstick, it don't look all that bad, really. Let's see, I got some, like, claw paint, of course. You know, he's just kind of like in that position, kind of classic dinosaur position. Well, not really dinosaur, Godzilla position. Although some dinosaurs I think are kind of like that, like with the whole thing. Of course, claw paint looks pretty nice. Not too much going on with the bottom of the feet. And of course, we got the tail, kind of curls in, and then just kind of swoops in like that. And then that's it. That is literally it. I mean, I could talk a bit more about, like, technicalities and stuff. I got this guy at the same place where I got, I think, my Godzilla 12-inch tall figure from Bandai several years back. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had. You know, it's just an overall amazing figure, and I love it. But this guy also brings back a lot of good memories. Even though I didn't go in the store to get this, my mom came from the mall to get it and was just kind of curious what was there, and then boom, this was here. Or I guess this was there, so, you know, honestly really solid. I like the dorsal fins. I like the paint. I have a little scuff down here. I never noticed that. Probably because I'm not used to holding this guy like 24/7. Because he's mostly at like one of the shelves, more towards the back because he's a bit bigger. Because keep in mind, this is like a 6-7 inch pop. Funko Pops are usually about, I want to say like this size, half of this size, 4-inch, 3-inch. So this is definitely one of the bigger pops. But with that being said, that's all I have to say for this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Stay tuned for tomorrow for day 10. 10 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome to day 10 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing, well, day 10. Let's see which figure we get this time. Alright. And the figure we are going to be getting appears to be the Maru-san knockoff Garu-san Godzilla figure. Alright, let's go. Let's do this.
small as heck figures that we often forget about, that we don't really pay much attention to. Yeah, this is one of them. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022, probably should fix the camera, advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're reviewing this little guy, which is the Garu-san. I named him Godzilla, which is kind of like the Maru-san Godzilla. I think it's a knockoff of that figure. But basically, we're just gonna kind of be going over this guy. I got this guy at my work. Like, basically, they have like little toy chests which kids can just take a free toy out of. And then I came across this little guy, and just like, why not? I can just grab him and skedaddle. I mean, it was just a free bin anyway, so my boss was aware. So don't be thinking I'm stealing. So far the sculpted paint, the eyes are pretty red. Probably has not seen daylight in over 10 years, unless this guy was just directly looking at the sun for the past 10 years. Okay, there's the camera. I'm looking at the LCD screen, or my phone screen, I guess. The teeth are painted decently, black pupils. The eyes, I like the plastic. It's very shiny. It's very, very interesting. I like the kind of shorter tail on this guy too. Spikes are kind of like mountains, honestly. This looks more like the back of a mountain range, kind of little tiny bumps. Arms look pretty good. It looks like it had posability at one point until it was like recasted, because it's like so obvious that there was a cut right there. You see that? Yeah, there was a cut there at some point until they remolded this guy. Because this definitely seems like a little figure that would have articulation. It has like the little feet, obviously. Really looks like the Maru-san Godzilla. And then the little bitty tails I keep referring to. Underside, not really much going on. Of course, it has these little molding circles right here where it's made in the factory. And of course, that's about it. That's all I can really say about this Godzilla. Honestly, I mean, unless you want me to pad out the video somehow. So with that being said, I really have nothing else to say. Like, it's a very small Godzilla. Don't know really where it came from, but I have it in the collection anyway. So, like, subscribe. I'll see you guys next video. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Stay tuned for day 11. Hello everyone, welcome back to day 11 of the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and today, well, once again, we're doing day 11, so let's go. Alright, we're getting some lag, it's alright. And we are getting one of the Creations figures, and which one is it going to be? The Mecha Godzilla 74. Alright, let's do this, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing another figure review for day 11. It is the Bandai Bandai Creations, whatever you want to call this guy, Mecha Godzilla 1974. I got this guy about a few years back, and he still is one of my favorite Godzilla figures ever. But for the sculpt and paint, it's honestly pretty good. I mean, there's nothing really to write home about. It's Mecha Godzilla. He's mainly casted in like a silver plastic that looks great under the lighting conditions like this. Like with all the colors, it just looks so, just pops. Obviously he has orange eyes. He does have a little bit of overspray on his right eye a little bit right here. Or his left eye. This is just flipped on my LCD screen, or phone screen, I guess. Here we have the little ears that I think act as like the antenna, from what I hear. He has the red mouth cannons. Nothing really too special about the teeth and stuff. More that amazing detail for vinyl, especially. Here we have the MG logo on his shoulders, or biceps, I guess, because these are the shoulders, those are the biceps. Little orange spot right there. Obviously, there's the cannon. A little orange spot in where his ding dong would be. And some more like missiles, which, by the way, these are missiles. The hands, knees, and feet. Wonder how the feet ones work. Did they just kind of slide across the ground? That's like my only guess. Nothing too much at the bottom of the feet. And here we have the rest. Trying to get up on my bed. Here we have more like detail. There's like a lot of dry brushing, like on the joints and whatnot of Mechagodzilla. And you know, he's just kind of a pre-posed Mechagodzilla. You know, he's just kind of getting ready to blast away. Which, obviously, you know, you also have the tail and the spines. Not as big as the actual Godzillas. Which, then again, I don't know why Mechagodzilla would need that, like proportions like that. So before articulation, he's actually one of the most articulated Bandai vinyls ever. He has an articulated head, which allows him to rotate a full 360. Shoulder joints, which allow him to rotate a full 360, as you can see here. A waist joint, which to a lot of people was a big surprise, so they can rotate a full 360. And hip joints that can rotate a full 360 degrees, as you can definitely see right here. Nothing at the tail though. So he has 6 joints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 joints. If he had a 7th tail joint, just maybe right here, cut it right here, that would be so freaking cool. But honestly, that's really all I have to say about this guy. He doesn't come with any accessories. He's just a simplistic Mechagodzilla figure, and that's honestly all I could really ask for. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. And stay tuned for day 12 tomorrow. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today is, of course, day 12 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. And we're going to see which figure is up for selecting this time. Okay, we're getting some very laggy spin the wheel here. Of course, it's playing in real time, so it's not going to go like full way. And we have one of the Band Prestos, or are we getting the King Kong? Alright, we've got the Bandai Band Presto 2019 Burning Godzilla. Alright, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be taking a look at the Bandai Band Presto Deformation King Burning Godzilla 2019 from 2019's Godzilla King of the Monsters. And yes, it is Burning Godzilla. Do not argue with me. It's confirmed. Stop arguing. This shouldn't be an argument literally 3, almost 4 years after the movie's released. There you go. So, with that being said, this is Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar, day 12. So we're about halfway done the main part of it, until we get to the bonus series, which we're decently close to the halfway point as a whole. We'd have to go to like December 15th. I wonder if anyone's birthday is on December 15th. With that being said, here's the figure. So honestly, of the 3 Band Prestos, this has got to be one of my least favorite. I mean, I'm not saying it's like bad or anything. It most certainly has a great charm to it, but it's just lacking in comparison. But let's just take a look at it, okay? Sculpt and paint remains untouched. Well, sculpt remains untouched from the original. It has the exact same details, body mold, body position, literally everything is the exact same. The tail is in the same pose, the mouth is in the same pose, the eyes are painted pretty much identically, arms are pretty much the same, legs are pretty much the same, even the base is pretty much the same. Except for one crucial difference. He's orange. Kind of looks like something you'd display in like Halloween. I should do that for next Halloween. Just have this guy just peering out. Although I kind of wish he had some light on the window seal. That being said, the orange is applied a mixed bag, and this is kind of when my big complaints start rolling in. Because you look at the orange paint, and it looks great, right? Until you get to some certain spots. Because right where my fingernail is, that is just caked on. Like, look at that. That's solid orange. And then here, this actually kind of looks decent. Then you get to here, it's just yuck. You get into the mouth especially, and then you can actually see paint bubbles. It's hard to see with this camera, but there are actually paint bubbles in there. Now, I understand, you know, paint bubbles are going to happen on paint regardless, but For a figure like this, from one of the most renowned, high-quality Godzilla figure companies of all time, Bandai, keep in mind Banpresto is owned by Bandai, are you really gonna allow paint bubbles in a figure release like this? Yeah, I don't think so. The claw paint's looking pretty decent, although again, it's kind of caked on. There's really no shading, unless you want to count the big claws right here. This actually looks somewhat decent. No, actually looks pretty decent. Tail looks pretty good. Although the weird thing is the back spines are kind of yellowish. They're kind of black, but it's a green tintish, if that makes any sense. Kind of yellowish. Although the eyes are probably my favorite part. Although one of my least favorite parts is the teeth. Yeah, they just kind of caked it in, and you can actually kind of see, like, if you do a side-by-side with that and this one, sorry, with the original and this one, there's, like, the gaps in between the teeth are literally filled in with paint, implying that all they just did was brush the paint on and just sold it out to shelves. That isn't really good manufacturing there, Banpresto or Bandai. But another big complaint that I have is, oh boy. Okay. No, I did not break it. That was the glue seal. Sorry, not glue seal. Paint seal, because it does have paint stuck sometimes, is the base. Now, don't get me wrong. It looks great. And I went over it before. It's kind of a gray plastic, blue plastic thing with rubble and buildings. What seems to be the problem? Burning Godzilla should be melting these buildings. Like, maybe have it so the buildings are, like, cut in half, and you have, like, this orange kind of flowing down as if it's lava or something. Or, heck, maybe add some, like, texture variety, you know? Ghidorah, Godzilla, and this Burning Godzilla all have the same exact basis. Would a little bit of variety maybe not helped? Or if you wanted to go the extra mile, why not a Ghidorah carcass? I mean, I'm just saying, granted, that might be morbid, that might be dark, but this would fit the bill. A Ghidorah carcass with Burning Godzilla standing on top of him before he melts his body completely away. That would be the most epic figure ever. Instead, we got is this. I mean, it's not bad. It's passable. It's great. But can I really say it's as good as the other two? Maybe not. But with that being said, that's all I really have to say for this video. Sorry if it feels like I'm ragging on this guy. I give this guy a bit of a hard time. But I mean, it's a passable, serviceable figure. If you want a cheap, affordable, little tiny, chibi Burning Godzilla, and you cannot afford the deep real versions from the X Plus, go with this one. It's very cheap, small, affordable, decently quality, mixed bag, depends on how you get it. And yeah, like, subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 13 for the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 13 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing, obviously, day 13, and we have another spin the wheel game up and running. I'm really hoping that it gets one of the Mezcos, like one of the more unique sets that we don't get too often. So I'm really hoping for one of those, maybe one of the monster arts, because, you know, I've just been all over kind of that thing. So let's go over and see which one we get. Hopefully one of the unique ones. You know, I like variety. But hey, it's all down to this. And it looks like it's going to be one of the Playmates, which we have the Godzilla 2021 with Radio Tower. Alright, that's actually a fair choice. Let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are going to be doing day 13 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. And today's figure is the Playmates Reactor. I gotta stop mixing up my things today. Radio Tower, Playmates, Godzilla from Godzilla vs. Kong, the MonsterVerse line, of course, and of course Radio Tower.
So what we're going to be doing today is going to be reviewing this figure, and I just noticed I'm getting some pretty nice glare thanks to that piece of tape that's holding up this right here. So, okay, hopefully that'll fix up the glare a little bit. So, I just took a shower, by the way. So, yeah. So this is the I gotta stop saying reactor glow. I guess I just kept seeing that figure just from across the room and just like thinking reactor glow, reactor glow, reactor glow. This is honestly one of my favorite Playmates Godzillas. Honestly, I like the color tone on it. It's very bright. It's very vibrant. The orange eyes are a really nice contrast to the blue dorsal fins, and the teeth are not painted half bad. At least, you know, it's applied decently well. I'd say the top row teeth are a bit sunken in a little too much, but aside from that, that's really all I have to complain about. The claw paint looks decent, even though it's kind of just slapped on, no shading. It's a kid's toy nowadays, at least. You know, it's a claw. The claw paint is brought over to the toenails. Again, once again, to be expected. And of course, the blue paint looks kind of really gray, especially under this lighting condition. Look at that. That is glowing with power, eh? Did I do the Heat Ray Godzilla last year? I can't remember. But if I didn't do it and it's eligible for this year, hopefully I can have them both back to back. That'd be amazing. Although, hopefully after that I get some more Monster Arts figures, because I want to do those. Hold on. So, but that's not it. Because he also has Battle Damage, which is in the shape of a lightning bolt, and it has like fleshy wounds underneath the rib cage and all that sort of jazz. And it looks absolutely fantastic. But the other thing, also if you want to remove it, there's like a little indent right there. You can kind of see it. So you can just kind of push that in and close that off. Although mine does have a little bit of a red splotch right there. I mean, it's not really all that big, but he also comes with, as the name suggests, a radio tower, which is a big gray piece of rubber that's in the shape of a bent radio tower. My guess is that this was either created for either A, for the toy, B, something early for the movie, and it just got scrapped because I know they did some major rework during production. And these figures were technically revealed, back in 2019, but then there was like the massive toy leak that happened, and then Warner Brothers and Legendary started taking down account after account after account. So thank goodness that, you know, people actually came across these, because I wanted to know something from this movie at the time. So, to hold it, there was like a specific way I knew how to. Oh yeah, this one. Hold on, what was it that way? Oh gosh, now I can't even remember. Oh gosh, now I seriously can't remember now. I remember putting it in this hand. You know, I can't remember which hand I put it in. It's actually... Yeah, I seriously can't remember. What the heck? Oh, hold on. Okay, so... does that work? No, that does not work, so... even though I think you can hold it in, like, either hand, I would suggest holding it in his right hand and having this little singular circle bit right here in between his index finger and middle finger. And it'll hold in like that the best. So you can kind of jiggle around. It's not going to fall out unless you like really give it some good force. And well, there goes the radio tower, so I better just like, there we go. Yeah, room's a little dusty because doing some work, of course. So, before articulation, we have a non-existent head swivel. There is a seam line, but do not twist it. If you do, you will split the seam line that is right between the neck and the shoulder, and you'll just whoosh, because it's on a big square peg, and there's no articulation there, so do not be fooled. There's articulation at the jaw, of course, articulation at the shoulders, articulation at the legs. Much like the neck, there's nothing at the feet unless you want to give this thing a good old and of course a beautiful ball joint here at the tail, which if they can include a ball joint here, why not just include ball joints here across the entire body? They might be easier to manufacture than just basic. You know, you can get more
especially more ball joint movement at the head. I mean, come on, please. But I mean, for a $10 package, battle damage, a figure, and a red accessory, this is a beautiful package, I would say. Definitely not the best, but you know, it's definitely doable. If you want to get it for kids, of course, it's the holiday season. Go right ahead. Go to Walmart. Go to Target. Go to Amazon if you have to. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. And do not forget to tune into tomorrow where we do day 14, 10, 4. There you go. Day 14 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're on day 14. And once again, I'm hoping for either Mezco or Monsters, but hey, it's all dependent on randomly selected spin the wheel game, so here we have a bunch of lag, and let's see what the figure is. Okay, come on. Another Playmates? Oh. Oh no. Well, you already know the drill. Let's do this. Let's go. Yay! We have our old friend back. Yay! The amount of thrills. This is gonna be the best reunion of all time. But aside from speaking like a frickin' character right there, we're gonna be taking a look at the Playmates Shin Godzilla. But not just the Playmates Shin Godzilla. The reissue. Yes. They went ahead and brought in a new Shin Godzilla mold, almost from the ground up, to act as the replacement to this guy. Because when this guy was released, he was pummeled. So, now that he is back in a whole new way, will he be able to redeem himself from his dark past and the butt of jokes? Or does he still retain that way, huh? Well, let's go ahead and find out. And obviously, you guys probably already know my opinion on this guy, which... for the sculpt and paint, it's almost completely new. The paint itself is carried over with some slight modification. For example, there's some dry brushing here on the neck. And the chest still has about the same painting as there was on the original, except it's a lot more apparent and sporadic. The teeth are definitely painted, like, has the same type of application, but has a lot better sculpting to it. And actually, they gave Shin canines, which... those actually look really nice. I'm liking that a lot. Eyes look pretty good, at least for the price point. They gave Shin a tongue, which I'm kind of actually down with. Although when he splits his jaw, does his tongue split with it? Or is it mounted like towards the back? So when you split his jaw, you'll just get a kind of thing. And of course, stuff is that the dorsal fins look really nice, but these are actually the only thing on this figure that's still borrowed from this. So what that basically means is these are still the NECA fins. Well, I mean, at least NECA Godzillas are somewhat still on the market. Something of them, right? Arms have a completely new mold. Legs have a completely new mold. You get some better posability with the legs. However, a trade-off with that is you only get one ball joint here at the base of the tail, and that's it. There's no midsection or upper section. Although this part is rotating, it's probably because in my unboxing I pushed too hard, and then it probably like broke the glue seal a bit, so now it's just stuck like an actual joint. However, it's not meant to move, so I better be careful about that, because yeah, it's starting to kind of rock in there, so... But I will say the tip of the tail is actually probably better on the older one than it is on the new one, but the new one has a lot of things better than the older one does. So, honestly, I can definitely say they redeemed Shin. They definitely redeemed him from this to this. It's definitely much better.
But people still give this thing flack because it's just Playmates. It's just this, it's just that. It's not a bad figure. Okay? It is not a bad figure. Is it the best thing that they ever made? No. I would say that the best thing that they ever made was probably from the GVK, now Monsterverse line. But for only $10, a modern day figure with modern day quality, this is actually not a bad way to go. It's definitely good and it's serviceable. Before articulation, because I went over the sculpt and paint. Actually, I should probably also talk about tail paint. You have some like streaks here and there. I will say the streaks on the midsection are kind of bland because they're just lines. They're not even applied correctly. But aside from that, this and this I can definitely dig. Before articulation, we have our articulation at the head, so you can move all the way around, kind of give that a good full 360. Shoulders can go up and down, of course. Nice about that. The legs can kick forward and backward. They can actually do almost do a full 360. Oh no, they definitely can. The arm's just in the way. Hold on. Can they do a full 360? Yeah. Yes, they can. Look at that. I can do full 360s with them as well. Arms move. I think I already covered the arms. Feet move, which is always nice, both sides. And just for comparison, the Shin original can only go like this. I can't move it any more farther forward or any farther back. Sorry, any farther forward or any farther back. There you go. This leg has a bit more range. I mean, you can kind of kick up like that. And then you can kind of move back just only this much. But like, that's it. That's all you can do. And also, when you move it, it kind of grinds up against the mold. I can't really show you on this side. Maybe if I show you like this. There you go. You can kind of see like a little bit of gunk in the socket. Yeah, because when you move it, it scrapes up the plastic, giving to show how much quality these things have. This actually has much better quality because it's rubber against plastic. It's not going to scrape it up. So that is an immediate bonus and an immediate upgrade. So, and also the ball joint detail, you know, plugs them on a ball joint. And I think just to show you it, okay, there we go. Ball joint, tail, plug it in. Plug it in. There you go. You don't need a hairdryer at all. So, that's all I really have to say about this figure. Do I think it's an upgrade? Yeah, absolutely. I dig it a lot, and I definitely think it's worth purchasing. You can go to Target, Amazon, Walmart, wherever you find your Playmates Godzilla toys, or King Kong toys for that matter. But that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. And make sure to tune in for tomorrow for day 15 of the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar, which means we're almost halfway there. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing, day 15 now. Well, you know what, let's just go ahead and do this. Day 15, what do we get? Hopefully Mezco or, oh no, we're getting one of the NECAs. And we are getting, what's it gonna be, Kong or Rodan? It's gonna be Rodan. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing another very special episode because for the first time on the 2022 advent calendar, we have, or I guess Godzilla advent calendar in general, actually the second time. Because yes, the last year we did the poster mothra from NECA. Now we have the NECA Rodan 2019. Oh, hold up, I'm holding it upside down. This little firebird, the real Angry Bird. I mean, to be fair, this guy was created in '56. Angry Birds wasn't even a thing until 2009, so... this guy is amazing. The overall sculpted paint on this guy is brilliant. And overall very accurate to the movie with a lot of specks of like orange, kind of signified the lava. Rodan's overall face sculpt is amazing, and it's just overall like a really nice, well-rounded off mold. The hands look pretty good, although they're probably like one tug away from a whoosh. Same with these ones. The belly looks pretty good. It doesn't have the chest spikes that the original does, but overall the body's shape really it screams Rodan. It's smaller than most Rodans, like in terms of the body, not necessarily the wing proportion, but in terms of the overall body, it actually serves pretty damn well, I would say. Let's see. For articulation, I don't have a whole. Actually, we do have quite a bit. We have a ball joint here at the base of the head, and actually, hold on. So we have a ball joint here at the base of the head, and there is no hinge at the jaw, but we'll come back to that. And what's actually, hold on, and the neck actually plugs into the body on a ball joint as well. But the interesting part about this is that if you actually rotate the the neck like this, and then rotate the head back to what it would normally be, you get a more neutral look. Because when you just have it like this, you can't really get him to look up all the way. But you can remedy that by twisting his neck and twisting his head back to where it was and get him in a good flying position. And it's like you can't even tell the difference. Honestly, this looks like a neck, even though it's mainly the back of the neck. That's how the figure comes. There's no articulation at the waist, even though there is a seam line, but you do get 2 articulation points at the shoulders, where it can actually kind of rotate in and out. I would not recommend doing a 360, because it's abundantly clear that this thing is not supposed to go 360, like, at all, period. And you also do get a rotation here, however, mine, both sides are glued because they popped off and didn't want to come back on, so I had no choice but to glue it in. But, I mean, it's not really a deal breaker, honestly. I can really roll with that, it's not a big deal breaker for me. And, of course, the feet are on ball joints, as you can see right here. No other further joints. And remember when I said that there's no jaw articulation? Well, what if I told you this figure has accessories? Try and pop off the accessory. It's stuck. Come on. The dog's going nuts in the back. Come on. Oh. There we go. Oh my gosh. I almost just dropped this accessory. Oh my gosh, that would have been so nightmarish. He actually comes with an alternate head, which I think is the one that, I can't remember which one comes default out of the box. Actually, I think it's this one that comes out of the box, like disattached. But to simply attach it, you want to just, shear off the head like that. And then pop another joint in like that. So I pop the other one back in like that. And boom. And also, yes, you can still do the same thing. With the whole head rotation thing to make it look like he's going like that, instead of just like all the time. There we go. For his second accessory, he actually comes with a little bit of a cradle, which it's not exactly a crotch cradle like the Band Presto King Ghidorah does, but to simply put it on, you just rest it on. Okay, where's the resting point? There we go. Hold on. Now I'm forgetting my own figures. To put it on, you just go like this. And it's not like a secure fit. You actually have to kind of rest it in there a little bit. But once you do, it's actually a fairly nice snug fit. But another one is, hold on, the explosion. Which, if you want to just put it in like this, boom. You just kind of peg it at the top right there. And then you get this. Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't losing the last accessory. The last one is a volcano base, which you just simply align it correctly. And then boom. Your thing is done. Although I must warn that this side of the volcano loves to press against this building, so it kind of knocks it over. So do beware of that. So just very simply go like that, that, and that. And bada bing, bada boom, you are done. And that's Rodan for you. Overall, this is a very nice package. For $20, $30, assuming you can get all 5 accessories, because you get the alternate head, Okay, we have some ruckus going on out there. I would say it's an overall nice package. I don't really have much else to say, but thank you guys for watching this episode of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you, God bless you all, and spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 16 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today it feels, I guess, yeah, no, it's fine. I thought my camera was blurry there for a sec. But yeah, everything is all good. We got my spin the wheel game time for day 16. I hope we get Mezco monsters just like always. Let's see which figure line we get. Is it going to be Youtooz? Well, we got the Youtooz Heat Ray Godzilla. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are here with day 16, which again, we're about halfway done. We are here to review the Youtooz Godzilla with Heat Ray, or Heat Ray Godzilla. This is a very unique specimen of a figure, I'll say so myself. Because I think out of all the Godzillas that I have ever gotten, this gave me the most headache to buy. Because I had the money, I was ready to spend it, but there's just one problem. Lack of availability. Why? Well, easy. Youtooz is a figure company. Also, first, let's introduce Youtooz. Youtooz is a figure-based company that started in 2019, and they're based in Canada or California, one of the two. Even though California's in the U.S., so U.S. or Canada, one of the two. And they basically make figures based on internet personalities, you know, like Pokimane, for example. Pretty sure you guys already know who she is. But they went ahead and started making some licensed figures. And with that, they also made some Godzilla vs. Kong figures in late 2021. And basically what Youtooz does is they do not reissue. They make one big lot of these figures, release them once, and never sell them again. I think this is a really stupid business model because think of all the other money you could be making with more reissues. Plus, it's a headache for us collectors, some of them, who can't even get them on time, you know? Like, I had no idea. I knew about Youtooz prior, but I didn't know that was their business model. And then I found out they were selling these things and that they were limited edition, so I was like, okay, sold out. But you know what? Let's just talk about the figure, because the overall figure is sculpted very, very well. It's made of hollow vinyl, which I absolutely don't know if I really like. The head sculpt is pretty good. It's got the standard Youtooz eyes, which keep in mind every Youtooz figure has these crescent eyes. The mouth paint, there we go. Mouth paint actually looks pretty good. Got some blue in there, got some pink. It kind of looks like a cartoon Godzilla, which I'm absolutely all for. Like the chibi kind of standard. Sorry if you hear my computer fan running in the background. The teeth look pretty nice. Tongue looks nice. Gums actually are painted blue, which is kind of odd. But I mean, it's alright. The little claws are painted really nicely. Stomach is painted fantastically, honestly. The spines are beautifully painted. Look at those suckers. And then it kind of wraps around. And then here's the kind of like an interesting feature. They actually decided to combine two different styles and mix them into one. See, here we have the much more textured, realistic looking Godzilla here on the main body. And then here we have like a more angular, smoothened out, blocky tail. And it really gives it like a very sleek and two combined style look, which I absolutely am all for. What I'm not all for, actually, let's go ahead and look at the feet. There we go. I will say that the feet kind of have the texture or top look of a Snickers bar, which then again in itself kind of looks like a you know what vein. If that makes any sense. But then again, you get more of that kind of realistic style, and the tail's all blocky and everything. And then you get to the tail, which has like little seam lines. Well, not really seam lines, little cracks of blue. What I'm not a fan of is the fact that this thing is a BAM exclusive. Now, for those that live outside of the U.S., this basically BAM, or Books A Million, is a U.S. exclusive retailer that does not ship anywhere else. So basically, and even then, BAM in the U.S. has a lot of mixed feedback from what I hear. One person didn't even receive their Godzilla vs. Kong on Throne figure until like months after, and then this figure dropped. So, realistically, nah. Also, I don't really like that price tag. $30 for this? A Funko Pop is 3 times less at $10. And it's not an exclusive either. Well, the glow-in-the-dark one is, but the original is not. Also, mine didn't come with the beam effect originally, so I had to make one myself. Talk about improvising, eh? But I made it pretty well, I would say. It's kind of a loose fit, but honestly, it gets the job done when you just kind of... So, honestly, even though it sounds like I'm being really negative, I genuinely like this guy. He's a pretty good piece. Do I recommend paying that $30 price tag? Nope. This is only like $20 at most. I got this guy for like $25, but that's only because I got him without the beam. So, sorry to say it, y'all, but this guy probably ain't worth that price tag of $30, even with the beam. Although that packaging looks stellar. But I only recommend this if you can buy it and actually find it for a good price, because this guy sold out within 4 days and they don't reissue them again. Although if you're just going to buy this, why not just buy the new set of Toho Godzilla figures? They have Godzilla Classic, Mothra Classic, Mecha Godzilla Classic, and King Ghidorah Classic. So, all classics, eh? But hey, you know what? I'll make do with what I've got. I finally have them, maybe without the beam. I've got the full set. I'm happy with it. With that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Stay tuned for tomorrow's Advent calendar. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 17. Last time we got some Youtooz, but today we're going to be getting something else. I hope it's Mezco or Monster Arts, one of the two. Those are companies we have not gotten yet in a little bit. Looks like it's going to be a NECA King Kong, but which one? The NECA King Kong Skull Island version. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today, looks a little different. Not too much, like it's, I've flipped my phone around, so I guess that's kind of why, because I'm not used to recording it with like this, but basically everything is now flipped, and I'm also eating bubblegum too, so probably shouldn't swallow it, but hey. Today, we're going to be reviewing the NECA King Kong Skull Island figure, which this figure has always been a favorite of mine, because yeah, he is rather stiff still, even after all this time, but he's actually like a really good NECA King Kong figure. I genuinely dig it. So for the sculpt and paint, I'm actually going to use this head because he does come with an alternate head. Spoiler alert. And it's overall pretty gnarly. You got like a really pissed off looking King Kong here. Looks really nice, really gnarly. His teeth look really dark. His eyes look pretty well done, although they are very sunken in, which is kind of odd to see. The blood looks fresh. Like I would. Okay, this might sound really morbid and really dark, but I feel like somebody at NECA probably cut themselves while they were making this figure, and just looked at it and said, "We should use this color tone." Went to the store and just painted it close thing to actual blood. Although NECA is probably used to making figures really bloody, given them how much repaints that they do. King Kong has like a lot of nice scars here. Nice kind of hand sculpt. Chest looks pretty good. Monkey booty. The back looks pretty good. All the fur details.
feet look pretty nice, pretty segmented, and the toes actually look pretty well sculpted too. Not too much to really write home about, but I mean, it's an overall nice sculpt. For articulation, we have a ball joint here at the head, which can go pretty high up, and then about that far down. And you do get a bit of side and rotation ability with it. You can also get a nice ball joint. Oh, okay. I almost just broke this guy. What I did was I rotated it, and then I went to rotate the bicep, but I didn't notice that this joint rotated with it, so I tried to bend it down, but the hinge it slipped, so I can only rotate it this way. I almost just broke my Kong. So yeah, we have a ball joint right here, hinge joint that connects into it, and then we have a swivel at the bicep, double jointed elbows with rotations on both sides, ball jointed shoulders, or wrists I mean, ball jointed ab crunch, which we can go that far forward, oh damn, and that far back, and kind of kick with these very cool ratchet joints on the legs. Kind of got like a little click, click, click. See, we got like, go up about that far, and back about, I want to push it to that far. Although, do keep in mind that you are going to get gaps. However, the rubber material, the material here, like especially on Kong's buttocks, it's actually made of like a much more flexible plastic, and especially like kind of the front hip region. That's also made of like flexible plastic, so it's definitely easy to maneuver. And the legs, double jointed knees, boom, kind of swivel. Yeah, you can actually kind of get a good swivel out of it. If you combine the two swivels, you can get some pretty good action, although you wouldn't want to actually swivel your knee, you just break it. And then here's a weird joint. You think that it would swivel like that, right? Well, no, it actually swivels at an angle for more dynamic posability. And with extremely stiff hip joints, feet joints. I can't get my body parts correct today. Pretty soon, I'm going to be mistaking a you-know-what for a what's this. For accessories, which this guy comes with actually kind of a bit of accessories. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing any. First, we're going to go over the alternate head, which I've heard a lot of people say that this is a completely new mold to the original Kong mold. The one that came with like the head that looks like this. It is not. It is literally the same mold. It just has the jaw in a modified eye thing. Like, come on, people. It's the same. So yeah, it comes with a articulated jaw. So to put it on, all I just got to do is pop off Kong's head and pop this one back on. I'm not going to show it on camera because I already showed you how to. In addition to that, he also comes with a pair of fists. Pretty good fists. And he also comes with some hands. Some kind of grippy hands. There you go. At least the camera being on this side, so it's now on this side. But time for some creatures. Here we have the pit monster, which was the earliest version of the skull crawler. Or I guess the inspiration for the skull crawler, forgive me. And the pteranodon, or pterodactyl. I always called it a pterodactyl. And he can open his mouth really wide. Just like that. Look at that. Look at that sucker. You could fit like 15 cheeseburgers in there. And of course the head is on a hinge joint, ball joint, whatever you want to call it. Kind of rotate. And there. Oh, the pit monster's joint as well. Ball joint for the... actually, is it a ball joint? I want to say it's actually a ball joint for the jaw here. Ball joint for the head, and that's about it. There's no other joint on here. And you also get a large log, which to insert these accessories, you just take this one and just stick it in his hand. If you know, you know. And here you go. So, overall, this is a pretty neat package. For about $20-30, you're getting quite a lot. Do I recommend it? Yeah, I do. Now, that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. And make sure to tune in to tomorrow for day 18 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 18. Alright, we're getting close. You know, we're getting close to the end. Let's go ahead and... Guess I forgot to turn the volume up. There we go, which figure do we get? Alright, more Godzilla finger puppets. I was hoping for Mezco monsters, but hey, it's good. Let's go. Let's do this. You know, has it ever occurred to anybody to ask, like, what the point of finger puppets are? Like, who's gonna put on a puppet show with their fingers? I don't know. But anyways, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, moving little red bird over here, well, big red bird. And today, we're reviewing this little guy, which is the, Yubi, I almost forgot the company name, Yubi Godzilla 2004 Finger Puppets V2, which depicts Godzilla from Final Wars blowing up the building with a bunch of, what appears to be either smoke, debris, or water. I'm guessing it's smoke, but then again, it waves up like water does. Smoke does not go like this. Then again, it is a little cartoony style finger puppet. So, with that being said, let's just kind of go over the sculpt and paint, which, for the sculpt, it actually is fairly movie accurate. I see 2004 Godzilla, which is quite surprising given how simplistic this thing is. Teeth paint are painted kind of good. They're a little scratchy, but they're not too bad. We have the Atomic Breath, which actually has a spiral, which is actually movie accurate because they did have like a really fancy looking spiral. The explosion looks pretty dang sweet. I like all the gradients. Mine, it does have a splotch of white, although I kind of imagine that more as like kind of smoke kind of peering through it. Although the smoke would be like much more black because when you actually watch an explosion, it's black smoke, not white smoke. So, yeah, that is a pain error. But I mean, I already have 4 of these. These things come in blind bags, and I am the proud owner of 4 of them. You can watch my previous videos if you want to see them. But yeah, for the back here, we have Godzilla's white dorsal fins. Don't really do anything else. They're dorsal fins. No paint on the claws. Oh, hold on, I stand corrected. There is paint on the claws. My apologies. There's paint right there on the toenails. Right here as well. Looks like he's kind of like crumpling behind the building, just like woof, just kind of doing that, which is really nice to see. Buildings don't really have a whole lot of detail on this side. Actually, yeah, not on this side. But then when you get to this side, here's a building with like a little bit of detail. It's kind of hard to see thanks to the colorful lighting, but there's quite a bit to see. And Godzilla himself, reverting back to him, actually has yellow eyes, which is a huge plus for me. A head-on view is actually not that bad. It's probably one of the best. Ironically, this is probably better than the Playmates version, the 6-inch version, more precisely. But yeah, for articulation, there is nothing. But of course, how does it function as a finger puppet? Which a lot of the Godzillas I have on, something I seem to notice about these ones is that they don't really act as finger puppets. Now, hold up. Yes, you can stick your finger in the bottom of there, and there is enough clearance room for, like, a little bit of it. But it's not that... It's kind of a weird, unsecure connection. I mean, you can probably go through the building. Hold on. The way I like to see it is... Because I probably have, like, adult fingers by now. Because when I got these, I was much younger and such. But now... Here we have like a bit of clearance room, and the way, there's 2 ways you can do it. If you have smaller hands, hold on. If you have smaller hands, I would recommend going through the building, which has like a bit of an angle like that. Or you can go through Godzilla, which it's a bit of a more secure connection, but I find this connection through the building is a bit more secure. But then again, it's on your finger, and
If you leave it on too long, it's probably going to cut off your blood circulation. Probably turn purple. Don't want that. So, aside from that, I really have nothing else to say about this guy. It's small. You hold it in the palm of your hand. There it goes. It's back again. But yeah, that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. And I will see you guys for tomorrow for day 19 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. We're almost to the end. Only in 6 more days. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Do we count the day or do we not? I don't know. Whatever. See you guys. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and this is day 19, which yesterday we got the UB finger puppets. I can't remember which version. Actually, oh yeah, it was 2004, my apologies. There's a bunch of finger puppets, so I can't remember them all, at least at once. So, you know what, let's just go ahead and spin the wheel, see which one we get. Let's turn up the volume a little bit. You love all those ding 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 ding. Oh. Oh, wow, okay, looks like we get Derpy Godzilla up in this house. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Yes, I had finally debuted on the Advent Calendar. Woohoo! Yes, guys, after all this time, Derpy Godzilla has now debuted on the Advent Calendar. So hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing day 19 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar, which is our little friend Derpy Godzilla from the Angry Birds and Godzilla show, or starring in his new movie tomorrow, the Derpy Godzilla movie, with 3, the Christmas Craziness. To put it short, this is a relatively sweet figure. It's like a very simplistic little bust bank that I don't think needs any introduction, because if you've been on the channel for the last few years, you'd already know all about this guy. But let's just go ahead and see what's up. So first up, this is why I call him Derpy Godzilla, because of his eyes. Like, they didn't even try to apply correctly. Look at that. So his mouth paint's actually pretty well painted. It's decent enough. I mean, it's kind of just slapped on there. It's not really any shading. But I mean, it's pretty alright for the price point. Like, I think this thing was like 20 bucks. Not too bad. Eye paint's actually pretty damn sweet. Like, look at that. It actually has a bit of detail to it. Like, it goes from, it's not just black and white. It actually goes from white to yellow to black, which I find pretty dang good. If they included some more detailing within, like, the pupil itself, like some sort of shine, then it'd probably look better. But, I mean, then again, it would probably just make Godzilla look more cute than anything, kind of losing his whole derpy factor. His dorsal fins are pretty well done. I mean, yeah, there is a slight gap right here, but I think that's only because when they cut in half, they had to remove the dorsal fin that was here, and then, you know, the rest, they had to just fill it in right here, so, I mean, hey, that is what it is. So, the dorsal fins are actually painted pretty well. Nice little gradient from kind of a dark base to a white tips. The detail on the body is done really pretty dang well. I'm pleasantly surprised of how well it is. Yes, there's money in here. My money! Lots of detail to be found here on the chest, kind of neck region as well. Got the nice kind of muscle, nabs kind of thing. Here's where his legs would be. And, yeah, that's kind of all I really have to say. His claws are pretty well painted. Not too much to write home about. And, of course, we got to talk about the coins, which, to insert it, there's this big slot at the back of Godzilla. I know it looks ugly, but you're going to primarily be displaying him in front of this way. To do that, you just go right in there, slide it in, and then to get it out, you just twist that little knob, which kind of opens like that, and then you would yoink. But I'm not going to do that on camera for now. So, in terms of the Derpy Godzilla bank, that's all I really have to say. Here's a very simplistic bank with not much to really talk about. Yeah, the top of her mouth. I don't know what else you really want me to say. But yeah, that's all I really have to say. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in day 20 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. We're almost there. Peace out, everyone. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today is day 20. We are now edging into the final 5 days, and we'll have some randomly selected reviews for today. Once again, Mezco or Monsters is my hope for today. So, I guess without the volume, let's see which one we get. Hold on, let's quickly add the volume. Oh, it's going to be one of the Diamond Select Playmates, 2 Diamond Select ones in a row. Which one is it going to be? The NECA Godzilla 74. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Note to self, don't eat spicy noodles that not even your own relatives can eat. You have a much higher tolerance to spiciness than you do. Because otherwise you're going to be running to the washroom every 5 seconds, just consuming the thing. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are reviewing this little boy, the NECA Godzilla Playmates for 1974. This guy is a bit of an oddity. Not that he's like odd per se, but more of like he came out of right field for a lot of us, you know. We never expected Playmates to make Godzilla figures, but when they did, they chose one of the best Mecha Godzillas, and the figure came out really screen accurate, aside from like proportion-wise. Like, he's a little chunkier than the Mecha Godzilla, but he still has all the same features that you come to know and love from the 74 design, because it is 74, not 75, as we'll see in a sec. So first up, the sculpt and paint. Sculpt is pretty overall movie accurate to the movie, as I just previously said like twice or 3 times by now. But the head sculpt is amazing. The eye paint's pretty good, although I do think it's a bit asymmetrical with let's see, the left eye is a bit higher up and thinner than the right eye, which is thicker, like in terms of the paint scheme. The nostrils still look the same as they do in the movie. There's no missile inside the mouth, which I do think is kind of odd, but hey, I mean, it's a tiny little detail. Not much people are going to really notice. The teeth are actually individually sculpted, and about the little missiles, I actually didn't notice that up until now, so hey. Chest cannon looks the same. Pretty much everything's kind of like metallic, monochrome kind of thing. Here's proof that it's a 74 design. It says MG, not MG2 in blue. These look really good, like the little joints, like the little compartments. The little vent shaft is nicely small, but greatly detailed. Chest cannon looks pretty good. Again, missiles on the knees, fingers, and the toes look pretty dang sweet. And of course, his stubby little tail has a nice little length to it. It's not amazingly big, but hey, it's still doable. For articulation, we have only one joint, which is at the head. I definitely think I would have liked more posability at like the arms and the legs. Maybe not the legs, because there's really no way you can move them, like in terms of a standard V-cut. Because the only way the Bandai Creations got away with it is because of the proportions of MG. Because you chunked up the torso here, that doesn't really allow for much flexibility with the legs. So maybe just the arms, or give us like a wrist rotation. But I mean, this is still fine, you know. You could recreate that scene for the movie. All we just need now is a King Caesar's Playmates. Get on that, Diamond Select. But yeah, with that being said, that's all I really have to say about this figure. It's a nice little simplistic Mecha Godzilla. With that being said, guys, also his red little antennas, those are pretty good. With that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. And make sure to stay tuned for tomorrow, for day 21. Now plus 10 equals 21. That's a dead joke by now. For day 21 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. We're almost to Christmas, guys. Only 4 more sleeps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, whatever. See you guys later. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 21 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. You already know how the game is played, so let's go ahead and spin the wheel. Alright, what are we gonna get? Mezco or Monster Arts, preferably, please. One of the two. Oh my gosh! Another Diamond Select figure? And it's the Playmates 54. Okay. 3 Diamond Select Playmates, Playmates videos in a row. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. You know, of all the figure companies that I would suspect to get 3 in a row on this advent calendar, 3 figures from literally the same company, the same manufacturer, 3 times in a row, it's Diamond Select. Now, I'm not saying that Diamond Select is per se bad. It is an absolute beautiful company. I have a lot of their Godzilla products, from the statues to the banks, only one bank, and the Playmates. The only line I don't think I have is the Mini-Mates and the Godzilla pizza cutter that they made. Did they make any others? I don't know if they have, but whatever. Besides the point. They literally have had 3 spots on this advent calendar in a row. 4 or 5 in total in the 2022 edition alone. That's pretty good, but let's see how well they can do this time. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are reviewing the Playmates Godzilla 1954. This is without a doubt one of my favorite Playmates. I think it's honestly, I wouldn't say it's my favorite. My favorite is honestly the 2000. This is definitely at least 3rd place, I would say. For the overall sculpt and paint, it's actually pretty dang sweet. You got a lot of nice little details here on the face. It actually looks pretty movie accurate for a Playmates, especially with how chunky and chibi it kind of looks. But it looks overall pretty dang solid. His eyes look pretty nice, pretty painted well. Much like the NECA, they aren't derped out to the side like they are in the movie. Literally looking at the movie poster right now, and but it's straight on, and it still does not look that bad. Teeth paint don't actually look all that bad. It really doesn't. The ears are what really steal the show for me, because they're actually somewhat pointy, like they are in the film. Kinda. They're not as big as they are in the film. It kind of makes them look like a wolf or cat. But hey, I've been told Godzilla looks like a dog or cat in the past, so hey. Claw paint looks pretty well. Spines are movie accurate, and this is the base mold to keep in mind for all future Godzillas. So each of the Godzillas in this line, with the exception of Mecha Godzilla, but he's entirely his own separate character, has this body mold. And each and every Godzilla at least features some part of it. The fists are big old clubs, so you could probably grow this up the mega size and just wham, boom, right to the chest. Right in my Christmas sweater, of course. 3 claws, 1 thumb. Never understood what these things were meant for. If there's if these things are Legos, so you can no, they wouldn't be able to move, but you can grab stuff. I'm assuming that's what they're for. I put a straw on one of the Playmates, and it actually holds it pretty well. The feet look pretty dang sweet. Got some nice more detail. You know, the standard chest bump right there. Spines again look painted pretty well. The tail is itty bitty, and of course has that standard S shape that we all come to know and love. 4 toes, obviously at the bottom, and it's actually movie accurate, unlike that lazy burning Godzilla figure. And I still think it's lazy. My thing came with bad paint, and it's literally just a repaint of the 54 mold. Completely different design from a completely different movie. And not from a different continuity, but a completely different Godzilla. Come on, Playmates. You did it with 2000. You couldn't have just modified it anymore. Well, that being said, for articulation, as advertised, head can move. I would not recommend rotating at 360 degrees, because you can rub the chin into the spines at the back. But what you can also rotate is the tail, which is actually plugged into the socket on a ball joint. Okay, I probably don't want to peg that because that sounds like it's about to snap. Also, don't worry about this. It just does that creaking on its own. But basically, it plugs it in on a ball joint, but the peg here, like where it plugs in, is flattened instead of curled in, so it doesn't actually allow for any like rotation movement. So even the ball peg is there, it's not a ball socket. So you need a ball joint. Hold on, you need a ball peg and a ball socket to create a ball joint. That's how a ball joint works. So it's only a ball joint. It's only a ball peg that's in there. So hope that clears up any difference. No, you cannot move the arms and legs, even though there's obviously seam lines where they could have just easily cut it, but hey, they chose not to. But anyways, that's all I really have to say about this figure. Very simplistic little Godzilla figure. $20 with a dual set. I think it's $20 for the dual set. Yeah, with this in the 2000, can't go wrong. Big Bad Toy Store, you know I got you covered. That being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. And I will see you guys for day 22. 4 more days up until Christmas. Are you guys excited? Because I sure am. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew and I am joined by my very laggy spin the wheel game. I have spoken too soon, And today we're going to be obviously doing day 22, which we're just going to jump straight into it. Which one are we going to get? Hopefully Mezco Monster Arts, please one of those. I swear, we get in. Are we going to get it? Is it? Yes, it's going to be Mezco. We were so close. You guys saw how close it was. Well, Mezco, Destroy All Monsters, Godzilla, round 1 set. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Everyone, welcome back to another figure review. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. I have to be a bit more hurry-ish with this one, because I'm kind of underneath the time crunch, but we're reviewing 4 figures, so let us begin. So first up is Godzilla and Rodan, which you already know about them. It's obviously the 68 design. Both of them replicate their appearances on screen really well. A bit more so than others, but hey, it's all good. Everyone features 5 points of articulation at the neck, the arms, and the legs, and all of them feature a base, or both of them feature a base. The difference with Rodan is that he comes with a stand. Godzilla comes with an atomic breath, like this stand. Rodan comes with an alternate head, and Godzilla comes with alternate arms and an extra head. So that's pretty self-explanatory. And as the name suggests, 5 points of articulation, you get the idea. Next up is Mothra and Anguirus. Now Anguirus and Mothra here, yeah, you might hear there's maracas in there. Well, simple. It's meant to weigh down the beam effect, which the web effect Mothra comes with. And Anguirus is simply on his own, no base. Obviously Mothra does not need a base, she doesn't have one. But Anguirus does not have a base as well, but it has just a full-blown thing of, by himself. For articulation, 5 points, neck, 2 arms, 2 at the legs, and even though the name is 5 points, Mothra only features 1, like at the head region. So all of this together, Mothra only features 1 accessory. Rodan, Anguirus actually comes with an alternate head, which I've heard many complaints about, like many different stories about it and whatnot. But I mean, it's overall pretty good. But with that being said, this is like a very simplistic review. All I really have to say for now, like, subscribe, Jesus loves you, God bless you all. See you guys next time, spread the gospel, go out there, and stay tuned for tomorrow for day 23 of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing another episode of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. This is day 23. We are 2 days away till Christmas, everybody. Let's go ahead, make it loud and clear. Once again, spin the wheel, a little bit lag, hoping for Mezco or Monster Arts. Looks like it's going to be another Playmates, but which one? Okay, the Playmates Godzilla with heat ride. Not bad. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. note to self, and note to everyone else. Do not purchase a figure that you put on your Christmas list before Christmas. Because yesterday, I bought this guy, the NECA King Kong. We celebrated Christmas a little early in a way. And what do I get? 2 NECA King Kongs. How about that? But yeah, a little fun intro side. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today is the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar day number 23. We're 2 nights away, 2 days away, 2 sleeps away, 2 staying awake day. But today we're doing the Playmates Heat Ray Godzilla, the second Godzilla from Playmates that we're doing, or at least the 2021 version. This guy is incredibly unique because he was one of 4 Godzilla figures that was originally leaked during the 2020 leaks whole escapade with Godzilla vs. Kong, and originally showcased at a convention and like getting massively retooled. Here's the figure we got in leaked promos. And here we have the actual release, which this thing is beautiful. The overall sculpt and paint, it's alright, it's serviceable, it's nothing groundbreaking, it's mellow detail, yes, but it has enough detail so where you can identify what's what, which is which, and how it is. Eye paint, however, is a bit little clumsy. I've seen one actually have the eyes at the top of the head. Yeah, it's not really good quality, is that, Playmates? But I mean, it's again serviceable. Doesn't really do anything bad. The atomic breath piece is actually taken from the Monsterverse molds, which I do find a bit lazy, but not really. The dorsal fins are what really got people talking and steal the show. It's just translucent blue. You can actually kind of see my hand a little bit. Yeah, you see that? That's really good. This is just pure beauty. And then here we have kind of like a blue spray, and then they pull a Bandai and then stop. But although the tail position is pretty good, I mean, I'd argue. Let's see, we have some more claw paint here, and we have on the toes especially, on there, and there, and some dry brushing across the body. And if you remove the, we'll come back to this, the battle damage piece, you get some red paint with some nice ribs. Look at that. Even though Godzilla's ribs in the movie don't actually look like that, because I kind of question the anatomy, Godzilla does look pretty stellar, honestly. But for articulation, we don't have a whole lot, but it is rather impressive. We have nothing at the head, even though it does swivel a little bit. It's actually on a big square peg that plugs into the body. You twist it, and you actually start splitting that little tiny seam line. If I can get, I'm not actually going to mess with that. You have an articulated jaw. Oh, I forgot to mention jaw paint. Although I would recommend being careful when you attach and disattach the beam, because over time it will scuff, as you can see here. Top jaw, bottom of the jaw, there you go. And there's actually a sculpted in tongue. Not sure if you guys can see that. You can't really, but it's there. Jaw articulates, as I mentioned before. Arms go full 360, I think almost. But they can go up and down. Legs can go forward and back, not all the way. Again, much like the head, do not rotate the legs, just like feet. They're on big square pegs. And ball jointed tail. Yes, it's a ball joint, so it's not just a pure just swivel. It's an actual ball joint. So, I've already talked about the accessories, but the beam effect and heat ray. Sorry, the beam effect and heat ray. The beam effect and battle damage. There you go. So, there you go. Yes, the battle damage is technically an accessory as it's packaged separately, and you were meant to take it off and put it back on, like an accessory. So, overall, I'd say this figure is pretty worth it. $10, Target, Amazon, maybe Amazon, Walmart, can't go wrong. Or Toys R Us if you live in like another country that still has a Toys R Us. I don't know about that one. So, like, subscribe, can't really comment. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Spread the gospel. Go out there and spread Jesus' word. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Or there's my NECA King Kong boxes falling over. Which, by the way, just to let you all know, yep, another Kong. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing, obviously, day 24, which is pretty exciting, as I honestly will say, because, you know, these, I honestly just feels like yesterday I just started it, but no, it's already been this long, so, I mean, I guess I might as well just spin the wheel for our second last one of the original part of the series. Then we're doing the bonuses. Let's see who gets it. It's gonna be a Monster Arts, but which one? The 2021 for Monster Arts. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we have day 24, which means it is Christmas Eve, and I'll tell you guys the rest later. We have the S.H. Monster Arts Godzilla 2021. Finally, we get a Monster Arts Godzilla on the Advent Calendar. Hey, it's been way too long, but hey, now we've got him, and I'm ready to review him. So first up, the overall sculpt and paint is rather basic, I would say. It is incredibly detailed. Yes, that is for sure. Because I don't exactly know if they got the CG model. I mean, if it looks very stylized in comparison, but, you know, it's not all that bad, I would say. You know, the mouth looks pretty detailed. Eyes look pretty good. The overall sculpt of the spines looks amazing. And then we got to the tail, underside of the tail, more or less kind of like the same thing. Lots of nice detailing on the thighs. I think this is probably my favorite part of the detail. Not because it's thighs. I don't have a fetish for thighs. But here we have some like the chest. He's got a literal 1, 2, 3. I think that's a 6 or 8 pack. Did the segmenting. I can't really tell. But yeah, we have a kind of more spread out claws than the Monster Arts 2019 Godzilla, and that's really good for the sculpt. The paint leaves a little bit to be desired, although the blue on the mouth and the blue on the eyes and spines looks pretty dang sweet. Under the belly looks pretty good with the dry brushing. Claw paint's kind of there, same with here. I mean, it's much more visible on the bigger claws, but aside from that, he's just kind of a lackluster charcoal gray, which honestly, for a price range of this, I mean, $100, don't know about that one. But, I mean, it's overall fine. But for articulation, we have a lot of segmenting at the head here. So, fun fact is here, right here, even though it looks like a second joint, it's actually a free-floating piece. So you have it here. You see this gap right in between Godzilla's neck? You can actually slide it up, and it covers the gap. So it kind of looks seamless. I say seamless as the reason why is because when you have a figure with this many joints, yeah, there's going to be a lot of segments and there's going to be a lot of seams, and there's basically no way around it. I know Mezco is releasing like a seamless Godzilla, but they still have yet to, 1, release more info on that, and 2, that rubber is going to tear out in years, so yeah, I would not recommend buying that figure if it's actually made of rubber. Arms have a ball joint here at the base of the shoulder, kind of spin in and out. Elbows have a double joint, more towards the top and more towards the forearm. Bicep and forearm, I guess. Can swivel in and out, bend surprisingly pretty far out and then pretty far in. Wrists actually plug in onto the wrist like a ball joint, except it's kind of not. It's like a swivel hinge, Rebel Tech style, Hot Toy style peg. Ball jointed ab crunch, which you have an ab crunch here just below the shoulders, and one here more towards the stomach ab in the mid area. Legs can actually spread out pretty. Dang it. Well, I guess while I'm here, might as well show you. They connect like a double barbell style peg where they have one joint here, which allows for some pretty damn good movement. Yeah, there we go. Fix that back up. They can spread out pretty far, go in very far, kind of spin in and out at the leg, bend and swivel at the knees, which are on double hinge joints, one joint at the calf, which it does not exist in nature, so don't try looking for it, and a joint here at the foot. And of course,
from here to here is Joint City. If this was Joint Town, okay, hold on. I forgot to also mention the bottom part here where this dorsal spine is a free floating piece. So don't try like rotating or haphazarding this thing. This is just Joint City. If this was Joint Town, this is City. Then again, I guess this would be City, and then this would be City, the Joint Country. Pure ball joints and free floating pieces, so you can get pretty natural curves. Although it doesn't really hold its pose all that well. Although the U curve is great. But for accessories, there's this arm, which I'm not going to show you how to do on this video, but all you just have to do is, and then, however, if you're having trouble with the joint, heat it up with a blow dryer. See this? There you go. Mine only came with one, so, yeesh. But, because, like, someone stole the other hand, although I don't know why they would steal a hand of all things, probably needed one for emergency. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. I'm really excited for tomorrow because it's going to be Christmas. You know, we're going to have lots of nice time with our family, our friends, you know, our loved ones. But if you don't celebrate Christmas, hope you had a happy Hanukkah. Don't know if Hanukkah's still going on. Don't know much about Hanukkah because I celebrate Christmas. But yeah, that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Just go out there and spread the gospel. And I will see you guys in the next video. And also, just to answer another thing, I'm not gonna be getting the NECA Toys one because I really just don't need it. I have too many legendary Godzillas. Yeah, see you guys later. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and today is day 25. Yes, it's Christmas Day. Merry Christmas, and if you don't celebrate Christmas, happy holidays. And that means we're going to be ending off the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar with, well, I mean, it can't be really a bang because, like, it's all randomly selected, so, you know what? Let's hope it's something special. Something really special, something really good. Looks like it's going to be one of the NECA figures. Oh! The NECA Godzilla 1994. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today is the final day, kind of what is the normal part of the Advent Calendar. Because you obviously know I kind of break it up into two parts. We have the first 25 days, which is the normal Advent Calendar, and then we have the final 6 days, which is the bonus days. All that lead up to New Year's. Because obviously today is Christmas. So yeah, first and foremost, Merry Christmas everybody. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You know, you're having some time with your family, your friends, you know, your loved ones. Regardless, I hope you're doing great. Maybe get some good stuff. Of course, giving some good stuff. And of course, celebrating Jesus' birthday, because that is the whole meaning of Christmas in the first place. And if you're not celebrating Christmas, hope you at least have a happy holiday. So, we got, for day 25, one of the oldest Godzilla figures. This is, I think, my third ever, so pretty dang old in the collection. The NECA Godzilla 1994. So, sculpt and paint is still relatively amazing. He's made of, like, a lot of softer kind of details in comparison to modern day NECA Godzillas, but the paint is actually still pretty well done, even for nowadays. We have the gradient from the white to the black charcoal middle on the spines right here. Of course, we got the mean fiery eyes. The teeth are individually sculpted and painted. The tongue, from what I remember, because I glued it shut and the glue seeped down to the figure, so it's been a little bit. The tongue was really well painted, although it was kind of small. You think they would size up Godzilla's tongue, but I guess not. Claws are actually painted blue as opposed to just pure, what is it, bone yellow, kind of bone white-ish, which I think that's not too accurate to the movie, but I like that stylistic change. And
funny enough, this whole thing is actually casted in green plastic or green paint, which is interesting because for the longest time I always thought this thing was charcoal gray, but no, it is actually, like, you can kind of see it right here. Okay, so I kind of realized it's not going to work with this kind of really weird lighting because of all the colors, but it is actually pretty close to green, at least from what I can see. So yeah, that's a plus. For articulation, there's two ball joints here and here. Again, they're glued shut. Or actually, it's kind of like one big barbell-style ball joint, and the neck is like a sleeve. But there's actually like a little groove that you can actually raise up the head and make them look up even a lot more. So pretty well done. So you have a bit more joints right here, and here, mixed in with a hinge joint at the fingers, ball jointed waist, which I think is pretty good, ball joints at the hips, hinge joint, ball joints, combo at the knees, and ball joints at the feet. And the tail, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 joints right here to here, and bendy wire from here to here. So overall, do I recommend this? Absolutely. He's still an amazing signature part of the collection, and I'm really happy that I have him. But with that being said, thank you guys for joining me on the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. We're not quite done yet, but like I'm just talking about the main part of it all. With that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys like to, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. And I will absolutely see you all in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are starting the final 6 episodes of the 2022 Advent Calendar with the bonus days leading up to New Year's. We did this last year, so we're going to do the same thing again. Let's see how much figures we have, because we still have quite a bit. So much figures. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Looks like we got a blast from the past. Alright, see us. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we have day 26, which is the bonus day, the first bonus day of the bunch. Now, this one's going to be a little bit different. You might be wondering why I'm not in view, dressed up, and with the LEDs and stuff. Well, we'll get to LEDs in just a sec. Well, the thing is, this item in particular, I sadly do not have anymore. What? So why did I put it on here? Well, I still wanted to put up like a video fully discussing this thing, and I put it on the Advent Calendar in hopes of actually covering it one day. And so we got selected for it, and here it is. This is from my 2017 May Godzilla figure collection video. And obviously the quality is not great, because I recorded this thing on, what, an S3? And I had to run it through like a processor like once, twice, or 3 times. And even with the best quality option, it still wasn't the best quality, as you can see. So with this, I mean, it's Godzilla printable fan art, I think. But basically, like, what we were tasked to do was we were to take a picture that we could bring in, whatever, and we could pretty much make like a light up display. I chose Godzilla, obviously, and unfortunately there was no blue option, but I made the smart option of putting them in the space of the spines. So I think these lit up red and these lit up orange, because they kind of have like an orange tint from what I'm seeing, or it could have been vice versa. These could have been orange, these could have been red. So I kind of made it like the spiral beam. Now thinking about it, I probably should have drew like a black or red spiral going around, and maybe some like flare here. Now, I mean, this thing is long gone. If you're wondering what the reason why it's gone, it's because like I literally I was doing some renovations and I put all my boxes, including this thing and the Godzilla truck trailer, all into one box or bag, and it was in a garbage bag, and I intended it to be temporary.
and then someone mistaken it for an actual garbage bin and without looking inside of it and just chucked it with everything else. So thank gosh I didn't put my figures there, because otherwise I would have been in so much emotional trouble. Like, all those years of my collecting down the drain, oh yeah, that would not go well with me. But here it is in action. I do think I lit it up in this video, but basically, okay, with my very bad shaky, okay, here comes my hand, and then we get the action. Again, I can't, oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so it is orange, and then it kind of goes like the spiral heat beam. Okay, here we have all the lights going off at once. So this was like its whole gimmick. It was in a wooden frame, it had Godzilla, and had electronics at the back. So obviously, as you can tell, rewinding it a bit, I made this on my class, and it was amazing. I loved this thing. Do I miss it? Yep, but who knows? Maybe I might remake it one day. I still know a thing or two about electronics. So, I mean, I'm gonna be probably a tech nerd when I get a career and stuff. So, with that being said, that's all I really had to say. This was years ago, and I don't really have much else to comment about it. Credit to the artist who made this. And that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Stay tuned for tomorrow for day 27. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. Bonus day number 27. So here we have the second one of the bonus days, because as you know, Christmas was 2 days ago, so let's do it this time. Turn it up a little. Hope we get something good. Mezco, Monster Arts, maybe an NECA. Looks like we're gonna get, alright, the Godzilla 3.5-inch Phileas figure. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're back in the kind of classic setup. It's not really a classic setup so much as it is like from the old Advent Calendar, but today we're going to be talking about this little guy, which is the Bandai, again, Shigoken, I'm just going to say 3.5-inch Godzilla Phileas figure, which, if you guys don't know, this is based on the 2017 movie Godzilla, Planet of the Monsters, where there's two Godzillas, the Godzilla Phileas character and the Godzilla Earth character, which both are completely separate but somehow look alike. So for the sculpt and paint, this guy is pretty dang well sweet. He has like a metallic blue paint job, or actually no, it's not a paint job. Is it? Oh no, the metallic spines are definitely painted on, and the claws and toenails, they're definitely painted on too. But the metallic parts, like the sparkly bits, because there is sparkliness on this thing, sparkly parts-ness. Whoa, okay. They are definitely infused within the vinyl, and I think that's probably like one of my favorite parts about it. The head looks great, solid blue eyes, no complaints there. Mouth looks pretty good. Overall, it's a pretty accurate depiction of what he looked like in the film. You know, there's some like lighter blues, kind of infused, kind of gradientized to the darker blue. And it looks just really nice when you go from kind of this, and then you fuse down to the like dark, sparkly glitter. You know, it kind of reminds me of, actually, I don't know if it reminds me of that, because I was gonna say sunset, but like that's all yellow, like dusk to dawn, that sort of thing. But there's obviously a bunch of oranges, pinks, and purples in there, so it doesn't really fit this, but that actually looked really stellar. But for articulation, we don't have any at the head, but we do have some at the arms, and we have some at the legs. There's nothing at the tail, sadly. But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about this figure. It's a very simplistic little 3.5-inch figure.
with not much to offer, although he does scale well with his, can I grab it from here? No, I can't. But that being said, thank you guys for what I was going to say. He does scale well with his Monster King's counterpart as an Earth. So that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. Stay tuned for tomorrow for the bonus day 28. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 28 of the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar. This is the third day where we're doing like the bonus days. So, you know how the game is played. Make sure that volume is turned up nice. We hear the drrrr. Very laggy. Alright, which figure are we gonna get? See, well, it's gonna be a Creations figure. Once again, always aiming for Bandai. It's our Monster Arts from Mezco, but Bandai Creations, Godzilla 1954. First Godzilla. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. You know, I'm kind of pleasantly surprised at how long it took me to get Godzilla, this one, onto the advent calendar. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 28 of the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar, and today we are doing it with the Bandai Creations first Godzilla, or Godzilla 1954, as he's commonly known, because that's the year the movie came out. So basically, we're going to be doing this review obviously same way, and we're not only joined by the Godzilla, but we're also joined by Piper, which if you guys remember Piper, she's my cat, and she'll commonly appear in these videos, so she's just kind of strolling around the room. So that being said, let's go ahead and analyze the figure. The sculpt and paint, honestly, is actually pretty dang sweet, even for nowadays. The teeth are individually painted, not sculpted. They're kind of painted on a whole bar of vinyl, which I find pretty dang sweet. The eyes are painted pretty decently. I mean, it's not like the worst application in the world. I mean, it's not even the best either. I mean, it's a basic eye. It's kind of a cartoonized, basic eye. You already know what to expect. What's interesting is that the mouth is actually painted red. Mostly Godzilla figures that are based on the 54, 55 design would just leave the mouth black and white. But no, they actually went the extra mile to paint it red, which I love. The spines here are painted a little hit or miss, because the gray piece, especially like over here, you can see it's just kind of half of it, and it's just kind of like the tip. On this side, okay, that's not any better. You know, it's just kind of like some parts of it are gray, some parts of it are white. This one's just mostly white, this one's just mostly gray, and then it's just kind of off the walls from there. Other side, it's a little bit better. This is more what it should be, but I mean, it's alright for a figure for only $10. Go down to the tip of the tail here. Spines are pretty well done, and the tail is actually pretty well done too. Kind of curls all the way up and spans down. What are you doing? She's eating a garbage bag. So we have the we have the Godzilla's fingers here, and they actually are done pretty well with some mild shading. Actually, yeah, there is mild paint shading right here, which I'm pleasantly surprised about. And there's kind of like a white spray here. There's got some more shading over here, and here's the best part. The nails, even though mine are chipped somewhat, they are actually done pretty damn well on this guy, and I do like it. For articulation, we can swivel at the head, go all the way around with it if you want to. Arms can go up and down, forward about that far, backwards about that far, so you can get a little bit of high play value out of it. Once again, forward about that far, backwards about that far until you hit the leg. Speaking of the legs, they can both do a 360. However, even nowadays, it's still extremely stiff and extremely tight. So I do not recommend that. But, I mean, I was able to do a 360 years ago. Haven't done one since. But the tail here, yes, here. There's no articulation point here. Because if you try to split it, you'll just end up shearing it right off. And you'll have to glue it back in place. But here, it's where it's actually intended to spin. Get off the bags! My gosh. Yeah, I have a lot of bags in my room. But yeah, that's all I have to really say about this Godzilla figure. You know, it's definitely a staple of time, and back when America actually cared for the Godzilla license. So, that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys next time for the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar, day number 29. Thank you guys for watching. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're in the final stretch. This is the last 3 days of the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar, and look at all these figures that we have lined up. These are the remaining figures that have not been on an advent calendar yet. But you know damn well that we're gonna do it. Alright, so here we go. The bonus day, number 29. Let's turn that up. Hoping for more Mezco or monsters because we like our balance. Oh, is it going to be a travel mug? I think it's going to be the mug. There you go. Good choice. Anyways, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are once again doing the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar, day 29. Yes, this is the third last day of the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar, and so far we've been on a roll. This one is the Godzilla travel mug, which I think you can maybe get from Amazon or something like that, because damn, I do not know where this guy came from. This was bought for me for Christmas last year, and I've been using it since. But to be fair, it does feature some really nice artwork. I found the original art somewhere. It wasn't on Google, though. It wasn't on DeviantArt or Scratch or anything like that. It was, like, on a TikTok, and they never said, like, where the art came from. But it looks really snazzy, and to have it actually in hand, you know, on, like, a water bottle that I can just take around, you know, whenever I want to. Beautiful. So credit to the artist, although I really hope that this was done with the artist's permission, or the artists themselves were the ones that put this thing on, maybe on Redbubble or something. Because if they didn't put it on Redbubble or something like that, then this is stealing, and it kind of makes this a little awkward, but hey, it's a Godzilla travel mug, so I'll deal with it. But, yeah, it does what it's supposed to. It's a basic travel mug. I don't know what the capacity of what water or liquid you can fit on this thing is. Never said, never specified. But it's like this big, and it's just, here's the lid, you open it up. It's a travel mug, okay? I'm pretty sure everyone knows what a travel mug does and what a travel mug is. There's no sculpt, there's no paint, there's no artwork. And I mean, this is kind of paint, it's odd. It's no articulation unless you want to consider the lid as a swivel joint. This is a hinge joint. So I guess there technically is articulation here. There's a hinge joint here and a swivel here. Swivels here. Point if you know that reference. Anyways, that's all I really have to say. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. I think someone just closed their door. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Stay tuned for day 30, the second last day. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are down to the really now final stretch with the second last day. After today is going to be the last one, and that's it for the 2022 advent calendar. So look at all these figures, but only 2 more can be picked for today and tomorrow respectively. So here we go. You guys ready? Hopefully Mezco Mod starts. Come on, hopefully some more balancing. Come on, let's go. Uh-oh, little lag, little lag. Oh, okay, the Godzilla bedsheet and pillowcases. I'm not expecting that one. Alright, let's do this. Let's go.
everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and, well, this is day 30, and unfortunately I have to record like this. Right now I'm kind of in my old space, but it's just right now like a, I guess like a storage closet. Don't worry. So, the curtain's obviously still here. Got some, this is the bed sheet, kind of. It's actually something you use for blankets, but honestly this would be better off as a sheet because of how big it is. Not to mention, I don't see the appeal for this being as legends will know what that means. I don't get why people would put their blanket in here. I mean, it kind of folds up inside and it just completely ruins. So I don't know, unless you have it on display or something. And here's the bed sheet. It's like a very stretched image of the same image we have here, Godzilla and Ghidorah. There we go, Godzilla and Ghidorah. What? Yeah, it's just kind of a... I have two of these, but like, I don't know, one went missing, so... Oh no, I'm literally standing on top of it. Sorry folks, turns out I have both of them, so... Yeah, I have all three. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna be... Oh, Piper's here too. But yeah, that's all I have to say for this advent calendar episode. See you guys tomorrow, and peace out everyone. Spread the gospel.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are down to the last day. December 31st, 2022. Not only the last day of the year, but the last day of the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. You see all these figures ready on the spin the wheel game? Only one can be the winner. So, who are we going to get for the final bonus day? Let's see. Alright, we're getting a lot of lag. That's alright. And it is going to be... Really? Another poster? Okay. Let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are going to be taking a look at this, which is the Godzilla 1993 Godzilla vs. NECA Godzilla 2 poster. I forget the name of the artist. Dang it. Feel bad now, but basically, this is kind of a weird way to end off the Godzilla Advent Calendar for 2022, because last year we ended off with this. Now we're ending off with this, and coincidentally they're beside each other. Hopefully we'll be able to get another poster. Oh no, wait. I think we already reviewed you. Huh. Well, whatever. Anyways, so for this art, it's just the same poster you all know and love. You know, Godzilla with the Garuda. There you go, the Garuda just snapping in half with a big explosion. Kind of looks like he has like a big friggin' hole, and his blood is just melted lava. That would look really cool though. Imagine a Godzilla with just blood, and his blood is like pure lava. Although that'd be more suited for Rodan, at least the 2019 incarnation. And speaking of Rodan, we have like a bunch of teared up wings, and Rodan just holding the egg, looking really upset with him roaring up into the sky. Godzilla charging up a beam, and Mecha Godzilla right in the back, getting ready to just unleash hell upon Godzilla and Rodan. Of course, we have the movie logo. And it kind of saddens me that we don't get posters like this anymore. Please, let's get some more illustrated artwork like this, please. But yeah, this is just filled with color. You have like a lot of warm colors, and as you transition, it kind of gets a little cooler to the top. And that really, it just colored really well, in my opinion. And also, Godzilla's a bit green too. Adds a bit to the color as well. But yeah, that's all I really have to say. It's a poster. It has nice material, kind of like what this one has. They're the same material, so that being said, thank you guys so much for watching the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar. I'll see you guys next year, and I guess for the final video of this year. And yeah, see you guys later. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and it's that time of the year again where we count down until Christmas and New Year's for bonus days, the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. You guys really liked our last two, so we're doing another one. And we got a whole new list of figures, not whole new list, figures that were not selected in previous years, so we're going to go right ahead, spin this wheel. Little glitchy, that's okay, we've got a lot of options. And it looks like our first figure of the Advent Calendar is the Funko Pop Blacklight Mothra Godzilla from GVK. Alright, let's do this. God bless everyone, my name is Matthew, and today we're doing the first episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. It has been a while since we've done one year to be exact, but today, the first episode, we've got a very special figure because in this case is the Funko Pop Blacklight Godzilla from Entertainment Earth and Funko. Now, this figure I've reviewed in the past, all the figures I've reviewed in the past, and this guy is especially a great novelty item. He's not like the best quality in terms of like what you would say for movie accuracy, because Funko Pops are not supposed to be movie accurate. They're supposed to be like little tiny chibi style figures. But what is going to be a big highlight with this figure in particular is basically the color scheme. That's right. It is casted in a very beautiful coat of different colors, from the obvious pink to the purple dorsal fins, reminiscent of that of Shin Godzilla, which I know a lot of you are fans of, and especially those mean blue eyes. Those look just great underneath the black light. And not to mention, you've also got the yellow claws that are painted on both the feet and the hands. Now, as for price, it is about 10 to 15 bucks, although it does depend on where you buy it. Entertainment Earth, I believe, still has this on stock as I'm recording this, but it is still a very neat addition to add to anyone's collection who just likes Funko Pops or likes Kaiju. Now, I would recommend this a lot, and honestly, I'm glad that this Funko Pop is getting the recognition it deserves. I love black lights, and honestly, if you want to buy a blacklight just for this Funko Pop alone, go right for it. Anyways, guys, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. I really hope you guys enjoy this kind of not new style, but just more of like new comeback. Obviously, this is based on the Godzilla vs. Kong movie, which came out a while ago, but, you know, it's still really fun to look back on, just like most Advent calendars. And that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. I was looking at the previous playlist. Not actually, I just forgot. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing, well, another Advent Calendar, so let's go ahead and spin the wheel, see what we got this time. A little bit of lag, but that's okay. And it looks like we got one of the NECA Godzillas, which is the 1989 Bile Attack. Alright, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and I do apologize for the change of format because I usually show my face, talk about the figure, but I feel like a more closer look this time around would just be much easier for me to record and a bit more informative. Today we're talking about the NECA Godzilla Bile Attack Godzilla from NECA. That's right, this guy is honestly one of the most unique Godzilla figures, period, because there's not much Godzilla figures that depict the bile all of the carnage that Biollante put onto Godzilla. And this figure is honestly one of my favorites. Its overall green look is just outright beautiful. It's got like, which is weird to say about vomit. It's got several light greens, several light dark greens as well, and it's even got like a glossy finish on the actually it's on the entirety of the body. I was gonna say it's only on the front part, but it's primarily on the front part. But it's got a lot of that nice kind of shiny gloss to it, which is accurate essentially because he is wet. After all, it doesn't have as much towards like the tip of the tail, but that makes sense because it only like splashed all the way up here. The sculpt is absolutely beautiful, as all NECA Godzillas are. The tail is really well done, has like a nice S shape. And not much I haven't said already, It's a very chunky figure. It's got some decent weight to it, and it's overall like one of the best I've seen in a long time. For articulation, we have ball joint right here at the head, ball joint right here at the neck, which do keep in mind, mine's a bit weird. I think like this neck joint is a bit sunken in, so I can't get like the full range out of it. Also, the gloss was kind of chipped away. It kind of like connected between the two. Hinge joint at the shoulders, although I will not move it. Same thing goes with the elbows. Hinge joint there, although this one's kind of stuck in place. Not going to mess with that one. There are rotations here at the shoulders, the wrists with the hinged fingers, ball jointed waist that allows me to go back and forth. Of course, we have ball jointed hips, bend and hinges at the knee with swivels as well, and ball jointed feet. Then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 joints from all the way from the base to the tip of the tail. And as far as accessories go, you saw it. He comes with his atomic breath part. Simply just stick it in there. No need for a stand. And there you go. Crisp as per usual. So, with that being said, for like $20, $25 during when this figure was still being made, because they stopped releasing them in 2020. Really sad about that even to this day. This is a really good figure. Really great release, I say, in my book. But with that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. I really hope you guys enjoy this new format, or I guess old, recycled just for this series. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus. Accept him as your Lord and Savior today. That's what Christmas is all about, the birth of Jesus. And I spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 3, and well, we're gonna select a figure. So let's see which one we get. Lots of colors, a little bit of light. Oh, we're getting another Funko. Which one is that? Alright, the Funko Godzilla Tokyo Clash game. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 3, we're doing the Godzilla Tokyo Clash game by Funko Games. Now, here's the thing. We're doing it a little bit differently. We're not going to be talking about a figure, because usually I'd have the figure, pulling out the closest figure to me. I already reviewed this guy last year, but this is the NECA Godzilla in 1988. Usually I'd talk about his sculpt, his paintwork, his articulation, accessories, whatnot. Can't really do that here because this is a full-blown board game set. And I got this around December, Christmas of last year, 22. So we're going to be actually talking about the presentation itself, not how it plays, because, spoiler alert, I still have not even played this. Yeah, this thing, I open it, you've seen it in the Angry Birds Godzilla show episodes, but I've never opened this. Or I never played with it. Probably should get around to doing that. I don't even know how it functions. Like, I know I know it's a board game, but I still don't know how it functions. So,
let's go ahead and analyze the overall presentation of the box. So if you're looking for a way to play the game, I'm probably going to make a video somewhere like that in 24. But for now, let's just look at the presentation of the box. So first of all, we have this amazing, gorgeous artwork piece of Godzilla himself. He's a bit green, but obviously has those yellow nails. And he's shooting the atomic breath, which has a bit of like electricity, energy waves, glowing red eyes. And you have him like stomping like that, and you have him like looking into one direction. You have like very cool artwork. You have the statue. At least I think that's a statue. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a statue, or that might be an actual person because it's to scale with the other things that are on here. And of course, you have him grabbing the train. You know, him just kind of dragging it down. It just looks so dynamic. All this colors, like all the lights going towards Godzilla. Godzilla in Japanese. Godzilla Tokyo Clash. What is it? Is this like? Oh, this might be actually be just what it says down here in Japanese. So, Tokyo Clash, I'm assuming that says Tokyo Clash as well. And then it says 2 to 4 play. Okay, now I'm connecting the dots. Ages 5 and up. Strategy game, Godzilla, Toho, Japanese logo right here, Godzilla. Side of the box, pretty much simplistic art. Godzilla in Japanese, Godzilla in English, and of course more of that ages 4 and up. Same thing on the top, just different colors. Same thing on the bottom, just different colors. So it's a very colorful box. Back of the box showcases everything you need, or you've got inside, featuring 4 massive miniatures. I want to reiterate that. 4 massive miniatures. Mini. Massive. Doesn't that kind of juxtapose each other a little bit? But whatever, you got Godzilla, Ghidorah, Megalon, and Mothra. Of all monsters, though, why Megalon? It just seems so random. You could have thrown in Mechagodzilla or Rodan, but of all monsters, you choose Megalon. I mean, hey, at least a niche monster gets some representation. So you got choose between 4 iconic movie kaiju: Godzilla, King Ghidorah, Mothra, or Megalon, and prepare for maximum mayhem. Build a different version of the classic 1960s Tokyo cityscape. Each time you play using modular tiles. Gain power by throwing trains, tanks, building battleships, and enemy kaiju into buildings and other kaiju. Master your kaiju's unique combat style to deal with devastating attacks and become the king of monsters. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of like a, obviously, strategy type of game. 4 monster card decks. So you got Godzilla, Megalon, Ghidorah, and Mothra. And just a lot of other things. So yeah, it definitely appeals to the Japanese audience. A lot. For the box contents, hit my light. Sorry there, Luxo. We got contents for Kaiju, and then I think it's just more like the same thing. I'll just let you read that. And, of course, we actually get to the box interiorly. Nothing in here. It's just pure blank. Kate, stop hitting this. I'm going to angle it up. There you go. That's better. And so angling the camera down, we got all the stuff. We got the... Of course, this very big guidebook. We got the kaiju themselves. We got Godzilla, Mothra, Mothra's stand. Oh wait, hold on. I'm holding the stand. Hold the Mothra stand, which you would peg right there. Ghidorah and Megalon, which I do like how they're all like dry brushed. And they're not just basic plastic pieces. And of course, these little cubes. They almost look like candy. I want to take them out and eat them now. And of course, we've got all the aforementioned, all of that. So I'm assuming that's like 4. Yep. And of course, we got like the different types of board. Funny enough, they're all like scattered, different sizes. And then we got like more cards and whatnot. And what do we got back here? Again, I had not opened this fully. I haven't even played with it. So Of course, you can still tell because it's all pieced together. I'm not taking this out whatsoever. I've not played the game. But taking all this out, you get Godzilla in Japanese. Of course, the iconic Godzilla Japanese text. And putting this all back in. It all has a very beautiful look. I mean, just look at this. Also, something I forgot to mention. Mothra. Godzilla. Ghidorah. And Megalon. That is a beautiful presentation. So when it's all said and done, I think that this... There's a train going by. The Godzilla Tokyo Clash game easily has one of the best presentations of any board game I've ever seen. I mean, say what you want if I'm biased because it's Godzilla. It's hard to beat. But with that being said, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this Advent Calendar episode. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. It's only like $35 on Funko's website, so definitely pick it up if you can. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today, and spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today, well, we're going to spin the wheel and see which one we're going to pick. And a little bit of lag, but that's okay. Which one do we got? Looks like it's going to be the Imperial Godzilla 1984. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 4, which is going to be the Imperial Godzilla. But now, I should probably mention that this is a bootleg of the Imperial Godzilla, but is the closest thing I own to the real thing. So with that all being said, I can outright confirm that this guy is amazing. Now, for one thing, it's nostalgic, but not for the reason you think. It wasn't my first Godzilla figure, and I definitely did not grow up in the 80s. So, yes, I am, because I'm a bit tired while I'm recording this. This figure is actually pretty great and nostalgic because it was one of the first figures I owned, but for a while it was actually the largest figure I owned up until I bought the Bandai Creations Godzilla 2014 12-inch version. And so that basically meant that this dude was like the big dude of everything. So, for the sculpt and paint, the sculpt itself is actually quite decent. It's got like a bunch of like little ovals, kind of football shapes, for like the scales. They kind of like mix and match a little bit. Bigger eyes, bigger teeth, kind of a one-noted tongue. I think you could paint it a little bit more in there. Red nostrils. Okay. I kid you not. I have owned this figure for, I want to say, 7 years now. Incoming on 8. Does this look not... Ignoring the teeth here, does that not look like a face? The more you know. Whatever. We got the green paint that's all across the backside. And all the black paint that's on the front side with some silver highlights here and there. Although what's funny is that when you look at it from down here, it just looks like a purely black figure. You look at it from up here, it looks like a completely green figure. With the exception of these lovely fins. The green tips are a welcome highlight, although I probably would have appreciated more silver. But the silver here is applied really well. Nice mild details, although they kind of look like Christmas trees. And it overall just looks really nice, with the tail kind of shortened, but kind of pegged in there really well. For articulation, we've got swivels right at the elbows, shoulders, no head rotation, and somehow this is still somehow more loose than this one. Swivels at the hips, and one swivel at the base of the tail. So, overall, I don't know how much this was. I actually don't know, because my parents bought me for early when I was really young. But I have nothing else more to say than that. Yes, I'm getting really tired. So yeah, this is featuring the Sleeping Matthew. So with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys like to, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 5. Alright, let's give this thing a whirl. Let's see which figure, maybe even non-figure we're going to get. Spin round and round. And it is the reaction figure 54. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing the smallest figure we've reviewed so far, the Super 7 Godzilla from the Reaction series, Toho line, and this is the 1954 Godzilla, which is the only figure I still own of this line. Yeah, I know. If you guys have seen my previous videos, I heckled this guy a lot. I've said time and time again that this is a garbage figure, that this is not the best quality, so on and so forth. But today I'm going to be a little bit more lighthearted and give this guy more of the good ends of what I think are the highlights of this figure. So let's go ahead and talk about it. First of all, the head sculpt is actually pretty good. I like the kind of pointy ears he's got, the bigger eyes that are kind of looking off into different directions, which is 54 accurate, even though they were more symmetrical. I mean, it's pretty symmetrical. The teeth are painted pretty well. The claw paint is done decently, and so is the toenail paint. And of course, the spines painted rather basically. Although the middle row of fins have like a black spray to them. They almost look like roasted marshmallows. They look like someone took like a lighter and then they just put it there for like a few seconds and then just called it a day. I don't know, it just looks burnt. It just looks burnt, doesn't it? So, yeah. For articulation, we've got swivel here at the head. You can move back and forth. Swivels at the arms. Swivels at the V-cut at the legs. And swivel at the base of the tail. So essentially, it's just a mini Bandai vinyl. Of course, it's in its signature pose. And for $20, I mean, there are things that you can get other than this, but for what it is, it's actually not that bad. But, with that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Advent Calendar. If you guys like to, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today, and spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next episode. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be selecting which one we're going to be doing for day 6. Alright, let's give this thing a whirl. Not much lag this time, that's good. It looks like we're getting the Funko Pop Heat Ray Godzilla. Great choice, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. Yes, I'm actually kind of out of breath. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 6, which is going to be the Funko Pop Godzilla vs. Kong Heat Ray Godzilla, which, if you guys do not know, this is my favorite Funko Pop of the entire collection. The reason why is just because, for one thing, I just really like the Heat Ray, and 2, I love the color blue, 3, I love the way Godzilla looks, and 4, I just like Godzilla. So, I'm a bit biased as far as character goes, but hey, you can go really wrong with this. So, just not kind of noticing how dusty it is, but, for the overall sculpt and paint, I'm just going to disattach here, the overall sculpt is actually really well done. I saw the person who sculpted this as portfolio, and I saw like the sculpted prototype of this guy, and even without the colors,
This guy looks absolutely killer. Like, this dude looks absolutely insane. The teeth are sculpted amazingly. The eyes look really well. The mouth looks absolutely killer, like the kind of different colored blue tongue. The body looks completely dry brushed, which I absolutely love. Glow paint looks really well done too. I like the black that they went with. I don't know if the sculptor actually went ahead and used coloring. Maybe that was like a different department. But still, the overall spines are done really well on this guy. Even though they are a bit smaller compared to the original or the standard Godzilla, they still look really well done. Contain that King of the Monsters to GVK shape, even though they were bigger in GVK. The dry brushing, however, is what really steals the show, because regardless of what you say about it, there's not a single Funko Pop I can think of that has this amount of dry brushing other than another Godzilla. And of course, the aforementioned atomic breath. How cool is this? All you just got to do, well actually let's take a look. It's kind of wavy, it's got that kind of blue blast to the center of it all. All you just got to do is press it right in the center of there, and you're good to go. Mine is kind of a loose fit. It doesn't stay symmetrical to the ground unless you actually like put it in or rest it towards the ground. Which, I mean, you're not going to necessarily be launching this thing away unless you want to make it look like Godzilla vs. Ghidorah when he goes ahead and flies off into the distance to catch Ghidorah. But, yes, I do also want to make everyone aware that in terms of the paint and quality, it can be mixed upon releases, and it's probably the most I've seen that's inconsistent with each other. I just got really, really well done on this one. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, spread the gospel, and accept him as your Lord and Savior today. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing day 7, which, well, we're just going to get right to it. A little bit of lag at the start, but that's okay, and looks like the winner is going to be the Godzilla 2014 figure puppets. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are going to be doing day 7, which we have the Godzilla 2014 finger puppets. What? What's wrong here? Oh wait, you notice how it's plural? Yeah, here's the thing. I only have one. Now, hold the phone. I was not always like that. If you remember, there are 2 versions of this guy. One standard Godzilla 2014, and the other one in fire. I still have the one in fire, however, I lost the other one years ago, thanks to my own stupidity. But I have a video linked in the description that will take you to an original video like this. Or the original video where I actually showcased it. But with that being said, this figure, well, finger puppet I should probably say, is great. The quality is actually pretty decent too. The sculpting is actually really decent for what it is. You know, the paint is obviously minimal, but it's what it has to be. It's like a few bucks. It comes in blind bags. The teeth are decently painted. And overall, like, especially with the eyes and the teeth, the fire, I like the way the fire is done. Especially because it goes like from yellow to orange to kind of red in some areas. That's really cool. And even Godzilla's tail like kind of swoops way up. I really like that. Also, just to throw this in here, I made a custom paint a few years back based on King of the Monsters. If you count custom paints, this is technically my first KOTM action figure. Or figure in general. So happy with how it turned out. Very shiny fins. But, yeah, I don't really have much else to say. Kind of goes on all fingers. I mean, here's my thumb. Does it work on my toe? Yeah, I'm actually going to try my toe. It kind of works on the big one. I'm not showing my feet on camera like that. But, yeah, so it works on feet as well. So, with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys like to definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. Believe in him. Spread the gospel and give your life to him today. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be selecting the one for day 8. Well, let's see what we get. Oh wow, we're getting a little bit of lag there. Just kind of froze. Alright, we're getting... Alright, the Godzilla King of Beasts poster. Not bad. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are going to be doing another bit of a, well, Advent Calendar, but it's going to be something you don't buy because it's custom made. It's my sister's fan art. It's the King of Beasts poster. Now, here's the thing. A long time ago, she printed Godzilla posters after me, and this is the one. I made sure to keep this thing as delicate as possible. I say that while I have like tacky pieces of tape on it, but you can't really see it because it's out of frame. But basically, sorry if you see shadows, kind of backlit right now, but essentially what this poster is of a remake of that one Godzilla 2014 poster that you may remember, and it features Godzilla in the same exact position. As you can tell, this is a very different stylized version of Godzilla 2014. I love what my sister did. This is kind of her own design for Godzilla, and it's very, very reminiscent of 2014. Obviously, it's based on 2014. Okay, stop rambling. Obviously, we've got I think that's just the Japan flag behind Godzilla, like the little, or maybe that might be the, I don't know. There's King of Beasts in the standard Godzilla text, and you got like a lot of detail on the back. You got Godzilla's tail swooping up, and then you got some like, maybe that's like debris. Godzilla looks great. He's kind of like looking to the side, and obviously you can kind of make out some detail. You can kind of make out his fins and everything else. So notice how also that there's some letters that are black, some that are white. Obviously, it's made so you can actually see what it says. And I think it looks fantastic. You can kind of see more of the, you can kind of see more of it, like, off camera, but it looks fantastic. My sister did a great job on this. You know, I wanted one to actually get my posters laminated, but that's like a project that's like way in the future, especially because I have to get the appropriate size. I have to find a way to get the tape safely off without them looking so crumbly. You know, it's a big project, and you know, things would have to be done. So that's another project that's in the future. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. If you guys like to, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today, and spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing day 9. So let's go ahead and spin the wheel, see which one we get. A little bit of lag as per usual, but see which one we get. It's one of the Youtooz. And we're getting the Youtooz Mothra. Very good choice. Alright, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we've got the Youtooz Collectibles Toho Classics Godzilla Mothra, which this figure is honestly one of the most adorable things I've ever seen. If you guys remember, this is one of my more recent figures, and honestly, it's pretty killer. So let's go ahead and talk about it. The sculpt and paint is honestly pretty cartoonish, very simplistic, but very cool for what you get. The eyes are in those standard crescent Youtooz eyes that are basically the symbol of the entire company. Funko has those solid eyes. Youtooz has their crescent eyes. Here we have Mothra's little antennas, essentially, kind of painted dark brown and then mustard yellow. And then here we have some of like the fur patches going around Mothra's eyelids, kind of down to the base of her wings into her back. Then we got some like more blacks with her legs and the bottom side of her abdomen. And then we got some more of that mustard yellow, kind of like a mishmash between the brown and the mustard yellow. And then the wings, again, are what really going to steal the show. Those beautiful colorized wings. Even though those are very simplistic, they still look very clean and very crisp. Like, I'm actually kind of baffled that they look like that. And there's kind of a mildly glittery motion with them. Like, I'm kind of moving them up and down, and from my perspective, it almost looks like static. The static on a TV screen. Not sure if the camera's picking it up, but it's definitely there. Obviously comes with this clear little base. It's not detachable, and I think if it is, it's probably the glue that's gonna break. Copyright on trademark and copyright Toho or TH, then Youtooz, copyright Youtooz.com. And yeah, that's basically about it. It's a very simplistic, nice little figure you can get yourself on Youtooz.com right now, actually. So, with that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, like the video. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as your Lord and Savior today, spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing the spin for day 10. Let's see which one we get. Not much lag, surprisingly. Alright, and the one we get is... Alright, the bootleg Panic and Destruction set. Good choice. Let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we have a wave of nostalgia for me, because this is the bootleg Panic and Destruction Godzilla set. Obviously, bootlegs, but as you can tell, they're looking a bit out of shape. Well, primarily some of them. Rodan, I actually have to have the wings folded like a little bit off to the back because he keeps falling forward for whatever reason, despite the fact he's never done that before, like that much, and it's a flat surface, you know. But that being said, we were reviewing 4 bootlegs: Ghidorah, Godzilla, Rodan, and Gigan. So let's go ahead and take a brief look at all of them. Obviously, Ghidorah's leg. So Ghidorah is the most normal looking of the bunch. I say normal with very quotated marks because the sculpt is not that bad. Obviously, proportionally, the heads kind of suck. But I mean, it's a bootleg. The mold is not that bad. For a minifigure, it's really good, I would say. The wings are definitely roughed up over the years because they treat these things like actual play toys. And as you can tell, like the scratching, so the scaling, not scratching, the scaling on him, it's definitely worn down, like a worn down gold. The legs here are very well detailed, and as you can see, he only has one tail as opposed to the one tail that has 2 tips. Kind of weird how they didn't include that. You know, now that I think about it, I feel like maybe at one point it did, like had like extended, but maybe they just like chopped it down. But yeah, for articulation on this dude, he actually has, might as well just leave the light up. He has 1, 2, 3 points of articulation on each heads, and then has hinges at the wings, so you can actually put it inward like that, or you can kind of go like that and do like a flapping motion, which I think is the only Ghidorah figure I have that does that. Pretty strange if you ask me, but I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. Come on, get back in there. Might have to fix that up on my own accords. Next, we've got Godzilla, who's honestly my favorite of the bunch, because for one thing, he's Godzilla, and 2, he's Godzilla Jr. on the Air vs. Godzilla show. He has a rotation here at the head, rotations at the shoulders, rotations at the hips, although do not twist it that far forward,
and has a rotation at the tail. Proportionally, might I just say, this dude actually looks really similar to the Godzilla 2024 design we see in the New Empire, because he's slimmed down, he has the square-off head, and my dogs are barking. Like, it's all there. The skinny, linear proportions, the boxed-off head, the pink dorsal fins, it's all here. And not to mention that thicker tail. Did Adam Wingard watch my video about this thing? I'm 100% convinced at this point. But yeah, has a lot of green on the nails here and here. And also has like a very olive green, kind of almost white, gray kind of spray to it. And overall, in my opinion, it just overall looks the best. But I still think that, like, standardly, it's definitely Ghidorah. Next, we're going to go on to Rodan, and oh boy, his head is literally a horse. That's no bird. That is straight up a horse. But the mold itself is very simplistic. Not much to it. I still think that Rodan is easily my least favorite of the bunch, but still. Has, like, minimal paint. I mean, they could have added some more paint to it. Has a thing of gray. Has a thing of yellow on the chest and the upper legs. But that's about it. That's literally all the paint. But for articulation at the neck, and articulated wings, which are a neat addition. And last but not least, we have Monkey Gigan, which I cannot stress how goofy this thing looks. Instead of a visor, they gave him a headband, and they gave this dude googly eyes, and straight up, that's a monkey face. That's a straight up monkey. And also gave him like a Captain America style symbol right here. Alright, just look at that. And instead of hooks, they give him elongated fingers. This thing is the best thing ever. And then instead of like a buzzsaw, this looks more like a zipper to a jacket. This looks like a jumpsuit, straight up. This isn't even Gigan. This is like its own trademark character. Before articulation, we have our articulated, an articulated head, articulation at the shoulders, which are still rather stiff. No articulation at the legs, which you think they'd be able to put one in there, and an articulated tail, which goes back and forth. But that's all I have for this episode. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as your Lord and Savior today, and spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be spinning the wheel for day 11. Let's give this thing a whirl. Tiny bit of lag at the start, but nothing too crazy. Looks like it's going to be the Pocket Pop Godzilla and Kong keychains. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today, yes I did take a long breath, today we're going to be taking a look at the Pocket Pop keychains from Funko of Godzilla and Kong. From Godzilla vs. Kong, of course. So, we're going to be pairing these two together because there's really not much to talk about, surprisingly. Let's actually first start with Kong, everyone's favorite monster, of course. For the sculpt, it's actually just the mold from, or well, it's the same figure as the Battle Axe Kong of the 3-inch scale, but just sized down. Here we've got his obviously big head, and of course those orange eyes that kind of look like M&M's, if I'd actually like say 100% straight up. The beard is actually well painted for like the size of it, and of course my biggest gripe of the original, or well the 3-inch figure, was its battle axe, and that certainly applies here. I do not like the way it's painted. It just looks way too cartoonish to me. I know it looks cartoony, but the beard is done really well. I don't know what that is. Also, it doesn't even look like a Godzilla fin to me. Because I mean, you just look at this. Well, let's actually get that out of the way. Versus this. Do these look alike?
But the axe itself is based off the concept version of the axe, which is much more thicker at the top and looks really nice. Also, the axe blade is a bit bulkier, but the body itself looks pretty good. Nice little paint application, especially on the bottom of the feet. Copyright, legal mumbo jumbo, and whatnot. And here we got some like slash marks marked in kind of pink. And of course, comes with this insanely large keychain, and you can actually unscrew it from the top of the head. No, there is no posability, but he's permanently stuck in this one pose. Got some like muscular arms and legs. It's pretty good. Next, let's go on to Godzilla, because there's a bit more to talk about with him. Now, he is not of the 3-inch scale sculpt, but is actually of the 10-inch scale sculpt, which the giant Godzilla is just him sized down. Here, he looks really nice. The teeth are actually cleaner on this one than they are on most ones that I've seen. But the eyes on this one are very glossy, so much more than the Kong, probably because it's black, and black is probably like one of the most glossiest colors, especially on nail polish. The spines look really well done. I like the wash, like the dry brushing. It kind of has like a dark base with like kind of blue to light gray kind of highlights at the tips. The back looks really well done, and then has like a continuous wash of like blues to greens, and it overall just has more to show than Kong's, which was a big issue I had, especially like here. This looks like real reptile skin. Look at that. The teeth, or the gums, I wish you were a bit more on the more darker side, or more, because it's kind of the same, I mean, look at that. It's the same color as my skin. I didn't even realize that. Here we have like the tail kind of swooping around, the glossy nails. I like the nails on this one too. And of course comes with this insanely large little keychain. So, as for the Godzilla versus Kong keychains, these things are amazing. They're there if you want them. You don't have to. No one's holding you at gunpoint to get them. But for little novelty items that you can just kind of carry around, I think that these are two really worthwhile figures. But that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Accept the Lord and Savior as your accept the Lord as your Lord and Savior today. And I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing day 12. Alright, let's give this thing a spin and let's see which one we got on the chopping block. No lag this time, surprisingly. Okay, mild lag. Okay, a lot of it. Alright, the Godzilla 1995 finger puppets. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be taking a look at day 12's, I'm almost about to say 11, no, we did 11 yesterday, 12's selection figures, the UB finger puppets, Godzilla 1995, version 1 and 2. So, first of all, version 1, since there's less to talk about him, the overall mold is, you know, a standard Heisei Godzilla. Of course, it's burning. The spines are sculpted really well, and the head is actually sculpted really well, too. I will say that the burning patches do look a bit grainy. I mean, especially for the size. You're about to see in a minute that they can do better. I mean, this is actually kind of good. I like the burning patches here. I just think this just looks a little too globby. You know, now I'm just realizing that there's actually sculpted in details as to where the spines would be, like, at the center of it. Really interesting. Burning Godzilla's got some fiery red eyes, reminiscent of that of the NECA Godzilla. Yeah, I see you up there. It's up there on my shelf. Claws look pretty good, too. And, of course, got that giant hold that, see, I fit your finger into. And obviously has, like, the tail in there, and yeah, that's about it. So we're gonna start with this one, and it has like the same kind of 95 mold, same mold as that, just in a different pose, looking up. And of course he's in the bubble bath. Just kidding, this is just him in the water, because you can kind of see the outline of the water steaming up because of how hot he is. And then you got like these buildings here, which honestly look really cool and just put into scale of how big this dude is. Because, I mean, look at those buildings. Look at him. Obviously, they're colored gray. And this is where you put the finger in. But what I don't understand is, what is the significance of this as a finger puppet? Because the whole point of a puppet show is that you have individual creatures interacting with each other that tell a story. You don't have a singular finger puppet that acts as the story. You put it as multiple finger puppets interacting with each other. I don't know, they're just collectibles. But why make them finger puppets? But, yeah, jokes aside, though, I think that these are really well done. This is also, I think, the longest one. Yeah, it's definitely the longest one out of the bunch. But with that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 13. Alright, let's get this ball up and rolling. Mild lag. Alright, we got this. And looks like we're going to be getting... Alright, the 1993 PVC statue. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing day 13, which is the Godzilla 1993 PVC statue by Diamond Select Toys. This is the heaviest Godzilla figure in my entire collection by a long shot, and actually nearly beats out Gigantus the Fire Monster for the tallest figure in my collection. So I do apologize if it looks a little weird. And also, he's quite dusty, only because I've had him on the shelf for like the past year, and I don't really take this guy off that much, so I do apologize if you see a lot of dust on this guy. But with that being said, this statue is beautiful. The overall sculpt is not like an accurate sculpt, it's certainly stylized. It looks more like an anime Godzilla rather than anything because of like the eyes. This looks like something that'd be more of an animated Godzilla rather than on a movie poster, as it's trying to mimic. Because you got Godzilla himself, right? He's from the feet up, like the feet are actually covered in the explosion, and oh boy, this is going to be one tough thing to carry. You got, like, I think that's the Mothra tail? No, that's the NECA Godzilla tail. Mothra's in Space Godzilla, what am I saying? The Garuda, him, like, ripping the Garuda in half. I think in the movie there's, like, supposed to be an explosion here, but it's not on the statue. We got Godzilla, like, charging up a beam. My mom commented it looks like a sword. Like a sword about to be pulled out. Because if I remember correctly, in the prototype did not have that. Of course, we've got more stuff down here. We got more weaponry. Kind of wish it was more painted on here, especially for the price point I paid for this thing. I got like this little rubber extension, little maze or tank. I got all this, lots of debris. Got like these dorsal fins that are lit up blue. I'll keep bumping into the camera. My apologies, folks. I got like a big, nice, meaty tail. I'm never saying that again. Watch as I say it like 10 more times in my future videos. And then we got like a big muscular body for Godzilla. It looks great. And honestly, we got more like debris and impact on the ground hitting Luxo up there. And yeah, that's about it for this statue. The eyes themselves, I guess I can go over the face. The eyes themselves look really well done. And taking a better look at that, yeah, those are some beautiful eyes. They have a lot of personality. And the teeth here, really well painted. So, and they're individually sculpted, which is also a nice plus. So overall, this statue is the most expensive purchase I've ever made in the history of my Godzilla collecting. Just to give you an idea of how much I paid for this thing, I paid $200 with my own hard-earned money back when I was still working a summer job. So yeah. This thing is quite pricey. It was only because it was at a comic shop, and comic shops like to jack up the price significantly. But I'm not arguing about price. I think that this is a really well spent purchase, and I'm really happy with it. But with that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. Believe in Jesus. Accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar Day 14. Alright, let's spin the wheel and see which one we get. Hoping for another large size figure. A little bit of lag there, but... not exactly large, but you know what? I'll take it anyway. It's still a rocking figure. Let's take a look at it. The Funko Pop Kong Battle Axe. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 14, which is the Kong Funko Pop. Zooming out a little bit here so we can get a full-size view of this boy. So to overall start with, the sculpt and paint is absolutely phenomenal. Well, particularly the sculpt. The sculpt is actually pretty good, with all the fur details kind of on the Kong body, of course, and especially the head. Front of the head looks really good, especially with the orange. I know the orange got a little bit of flack, but who cares? They kind of look like M&Ms. I've said that time and time again. The coloring on the scar is a little bit off on mine, but that's nothing too bad. I just realized mine's caked in dust. Well, I mean, time flies by fast, doesn't it? The beard is actually painted really well. And, well, my complaint about it is that it's not painted like that. Godzilla is, like, fully dry brushed, so this should have been dry brushed the way Godzilla was. But unfortunately, no, it's just the beard. I mean, the beard wasn't that defined in the movie, so... I mean, take it as you leave, if you want. So all the bear parts are made of gray plastic on the face, the chest, and the feet and hands. And, of course, the chest has the infamous scarring. The battle axe is the concept battle axe with that spine that looks nothing like Godzilla's spine in the Funko Pop and is blatantly more cartoonized in this version, which, I mean, again, take it as you want. The battle axe itself has that nice bone white paint application with the Godzilla scale leathery type material. And for articulation, it has a simple little side-to-side swivel at the head. It doesn't have much range, as you can only go that far to the right, that far to the left. I'm talking about like his perspective there. But so he's kind of more like a bobblehead a little bit. There we go. Kind of did bobblehead. But with that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 15. Let's get this show on the road. Tiny bit of lag at the start, but that's all good. Alright, the NECA King Kong Concrete Jungle version. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the, well, NECA King Kong Concrete Jungle version for day 15. That's right, we're halfway done the Advent Calendar, at least estimated. So, long story short, this dude is pretty rad, but first we're going to go over some, basics. Sculpt and paint. Pretty much the near exact same sculpt, well, the exact same sculpt as the regular Kong. The only difference is that this one has black and white eyes, somewhat matte of a paint job, more gloss to its breasts, and glossier eyes actually, and a bit of more glossy wounds on finish to the wounds. That being said, he also comes with a head that allows for some jaw articulation. I know, spoiler alert for articulation, and it overall looks pretty good. As far as its articulation goes, it's pretty much the same thing. Articulation at the head, shoulders, biceps, two joints at the elbows, two joints at the wrists, and there we go. And ball jointed ab crunch, ball jointed hips. Well, they're kind of more swivel hinge ratchets, but double hinged knees, and swivel hinges at the feet. Now, the reason I'm not going into full detail is that this is the billionth time I've reviewed not just this particular figure, but the mold. So do keep in mind that pretty much everything here is shown the same. But what isn't the same is the accessories. For starters, he comes with these chain shackles, which are real change. And unlike the Mezco figure, which you can just snap off and snap on using like a little peg, these ones you actually have to slide out and in. So you have to take out the wrist and then put it back in. I have two sets of wrists here. One that is used to carry the accessory, certain accessory, but we'll take a look at the bodily accessories, the interchangeable parts. So we're going to move this out of the way first. We are going to take a look at the alternate head sculpt, which is very much not the same. He's pretty mad and actually looks a bit more scarred up. Like, look at his cheek versus his cheek. This Kong went through some serious battles. Might as well just kind of pull out everything here. He comes with two grippy hands. I have the other grippy hand right there. He comes with two splayed hands, two clenched fists, although I think that's default. And the best part about it is the biplane, which, as you can see, the biplane itself is very well sculpted, very well detailed, and it looks something straight out of the 30s, which is what it's meant to be. So, honestly, this is a really rockin' solid figure. I know I'm not like taking like an overly dramatic look at it, but again, it's like the billionth time I've looked at it, so really, what's the point? If you want like to have a much more thorough look at these figures, go look at my previous videos of talking about these guys. So, with that all being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Believe in Jesus. Accept him as your Lord and Savior. Stay. Spread his faith, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 16. Of course we got a little bit of glare, but that's okay. So, you know what, we're going to go ahead and spin this right around. A little bit of lag, quite a bit actually. But let's see which one we get, and... Alright, the dual set keychain from BioWorld. Alright, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to day 16 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and first and foremost, I do apologize for the delay in episodes. I had something to do this weekend, so we're gonna try our best to catch up here. So obviously, you guys saw it, we're doing the Godzilla dual set BioWorld keychains. So first of all, we're just gonna go over this little label here. It says, Godzilla comes from the depths of the ocean to bring terror to the world. Nice little emblem. It's actually like I don't know how to say it. It's like printed oddly. Like you have the lettering that kind of extends above the white background. And then here we have Godzilla himself, which if I remember correctly is taken from a X Plus statue. Like as far as design goes, because I remember there was an X Plus statue or some sort of Godzilla statue that looks like this. It's of the 91 or 89. And of course features like all the detail, very intricate, you know, has all this design work going. And, you know, it has all these, like, little details, like, right here especially. There's, like, a little tiny, like, I can bring in the light here, and, like, you can kind of see how it's reflecting. You see that? Tiny little cracks and bumps on the figure, which I think adds to the overall attention to detail. And, of course, here we've got the packaging, even though it's not really packaging, it's just more of a tag. Godzilla, of course, the American background, BioWorld. And, yeah, that's essentially about it. It's made of metal, and, yeah, it's a nice little fun novelty collector's item that anyone can get. But anyways, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys like to definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus. Accept Him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and we're about to spin the wheel for day 17. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. That is louder than it needed to be. But, let's go ahead and see which one we get. Alright, the Playmates Kong Fighter Jet. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 17, we've got the Kong with fighter jet. That's not the fighter jet. I got this used. But, I mean, to be fair, it was part of a lot, so... it's still in rather good condition, so let's go ahead and talk about it. Sculpt and Paint shares the same exact sculpt as the fighter jet, Battle Axe Kong, that I might as well bring in for a brief comparison. As you can tell, the difference is that he is a lot more glossy, especially around the torso area, than his original. But actually, they're pretty comparable. But what's not comparable is the chest itself. This one's like way darker than this one is. But also, he has a closed mouth sculpt, while this one has an open mouth sculpt. Although what's weird to me is that the jawline is the exact same. You think that it'd be bigger on this one than it is on this one, because, you know, he's lowering his jaw. Whatever. But yeah, it's the gray patches are much lighter on this one than they are on the the Battle Axe Kong, but also has like nothing really on the back side of him, which is a little disappointing. I feel like they could have put some dry brushing. Also, the dry brushing is not as heavy-handed, but it's still pretty noticeable in some areas. But for articulation, we've got a swivel here at the head, swivel hinge shoulders, swivel hinge elbows, swiveled wrists, swivel hinge hips, and hinge knees. Nothing at the feet or waist. And for accessories, he would have came with a small little fighter jet to recreate that one scene where he's on top of the aircraft carrier and throws away the little fighter jet at Godzilla. But also comes with, you guessed it, battle damage, which it's the same song and dance we've seen like multiple times, especially like now we're up to what, 4? No, we're up to 6. Because you got the original, this one, the Antarctic Kong, the Hong Kong Kong, and then you got the 2 set exclusives, the one in the city and the one in the Hollow Earth. So that makes 6 of these Kongs that have the same exact battle damage. I mean, they're the same thing in terms of every way of the word, but I mean, still. But overall, yeah, I would say that this guy is probably the more visually appealing of the two, because I do like the darker color on this one. It's just that the lighter one kind of seems more movie accurate to me, and this one, in my opinion, just has a more unique expression, because this is like, what, the 15th time we've seen a Kong open his mouth like this? I mean, I'm not trying to hammer this one. This one's great and always will be, but this one, I don't know, something about it. With that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Advent Calendar. For you guys, I'd like to definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. Accept Him as your Lord and Savior today. And I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 18. Alright, let's spin the wheel, see which one we get. Oh, that's quite a bit of lag. Nothing to worry about. Looks like we're going to get a NECA Godzilla, and which one are we going to get? The NECA Godzilla 1989. Alright, we got both 89s in this advent calendar. Alright, let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 18, which is the Biollante versus Godzilla figure, which from NECA, of course. And I gotta say, first and foremost, we already did the Biollante Bio Attack for the Advent Calendar, so we're going to be a bit more brief on this one. But as you can tell, this figure is sculpted really well. The overall finish is just really well done, and it has like a lot of dry, not so much dry brushing, but more highlights on the bumps in the skin. The claws look really good. Especially on the hands. The overall like coloring on the spines looks really well done, and it's like that from the base all the way to the tip, which I absolutely do enjoy. The head is also like really well done. Like the beady eyes. Hold on, we're actually gonna kind of zoom up a little bit. The eyes are actually really well done. I know that they're not so movie accurate, but I like this more cartoony look to Godzilla. Also, the mouth is really well painted, kind of like a magenta, reddish, well, red, for the gums and tongue. And of course, the teeth are individually sculpted and painted. And honestly, it's quite amazing. So for articulation, we have two ball joints here at the head and neck. So you can kind of move a fair amount there. Hinge jaw. Ball jointed or hinge joints at the shoulders here. Let's kind of go ahead and angle that upward. They kind of click in, so you don't have to worry about like them like losing jointness or stiffness. Elbows go back and forth. There we go. This wrist is stuck, but it can't swivel. This one can actually kind of hinge outward a little bit. Hinged fingers. Ball jointed ab crunch. Ball jointed hips. Swivel hinge at the knees. Ball jointed feet. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ball joints here at the tail. So all the way through. So, and there's no bendy wire here. That was a mistake. My apologies. My previous review. But for accessories, he also comes with a beam, which all you just have to do is open up his mouth, slide that boy right in, and close it slightly, but to the point where it's like kind of grappling on. So now you can snap. You can fire the spiral beam. So yeah, with that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Advent Calendar. If you guys like to definitely subscribe to this channel, believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today, spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing this spin for day 19, so we're just gonna go right to it. Not much lag, surprisingly. And what we get is... oh boy, it's a 3-pack Godzilla, Kong, and Mechagodzilla. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are reviewing the BAM exclusive 3-pack of Godzilla, Kong with Battle Axe, and Mechagodzilla. These are the exact figures I got from the pack, so there will not be any altercation between my original reviews and this one. But the difference is I've already talked about this guy in a previous episode of the Advent Calendar, so we are going to actually put, we're going to put you off to the side, and you can go watch my other review on that, and we're just going to primarily be talking about these two, also to conserve on time. So, we're going to start with Godzilla first, as this Godzilla figure is absolutely rad. I will say between this and the original release, this one certainly has a bit more paint applications that are a bit miffed up, especially with the fact that there's so much more black than anything else, and my dog's barking. Spines are glowing blue like always, and of course we got those tiny beady blue eyes. And for accessories, we've got this articulated translucent beam, and so we can just kind of pop it down just like that. And over here we've got the Mecha Godzilla, which is the original release Mecha Godzilla, not the glow-in-the-dark Spitfire version. Which, as you can see here, the head looks rather sweet. Of course, we got like the... what is it? What are those things? The meat grinders. There we go. The grinders inside of his mouth, the gears. And of course, we got his tiny little beady red eyes, as opposed to the big chunky red eyes that I guess they were going to give him at the factory. But of course, here we've got like the tiny little red paint apps. And as far as red paint, that's it on the figure. The detail's absolutely amazing. This is probably the most detailed Funko Pop in existence. I challenge anyone out there to name me a more detailed Funko Pop than the Mecha Godzilla. You cannot come anywhere close to this. I do not care what your argument is. But as for the detail here, it is really sweet. And the pose he's in, really good too. So overall, the set, I will say, has a bit of downfalls with the originals, because I do think the originals are better than these ones. But as a pack on its own, these aren't that bad, honestly. And I really recommend the purchase. Anyways, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Go out there and spread the gospel. Accept them as your Lord and Savior today. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 20 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. So we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel, see which one we get. I accidentally already spun it, so that's why it's static. But don't worry, all the figures are still intact. And we get the Mezco King Kong of Skull Island. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 20, which we're doing the Mezco King Kong of Skull Island. That's right, this dude is based on the book of the same name, or at least the franchise of the same name. It's like a franchise of a franchise. It's like a take on Kong, using the public domain status. And today we are taking a look at the Mezco figure, which is the 6-inch original, not the exclusive, not the big 18-inch, just the original. So I've reviewed this thing like multiple times before, but we'll take a look at him again anyway. The overall sculpt and paint is absolutely beautiful on this dude, which honestly, I think it's weird to say that a figure looks better than an entire video game that this dude just got, Skull Island Rise of Kong, I'm sorry. Mixing up names here. The scarring looks really rock solid. I like how it's like X'd out and then like the 3 slashes there. Got like the very kind of gritty grays and browns just washing all together. And especially like the feet and the hands, they look really well done too. And the expression just, it gives you like, you don't want to mess with this dude. And honestly, I would not want to mess with this dude either. For articulation, we have a ball joint here at the head, ball joints here at the shoulders, well, kind of like swivel ball joint hinges. Swivel hinge at the elbows, ball joints at the wrist, ball joints at ab crunch here, ball joints at the hips, which mine are pretty still stiff, hinges at the knees with swivels, and ball jointed feet. For accessories, he actually comes with quite a bit. He has an alternate head sculpt, which features him roaring, plus bigger eyes. He comes with chain shackles you can kind of clip onto his forearms, 2 clenched fists, and a slightly open clenched fist to fit an Andaro minifigure. So, pretty awesome stuff there. So, overall, the Mezco King Kong of Skull Island figure is an absolute must-have for any collector of Kong, especially, you know, big apes. And honestly, I think it's really well done. But, with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior today. Spread his faith, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing day 21 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar, so we're going to go ahead and spin this right away. A little bit of lag, but that's okay. And it looks like we are getting... Oh, the Playmates Destroyer! Not bad! Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we are taking a look at the Playmates Destroyer, which honestly is one of the best Playmates figures, period. Because there's very little wrong about this dude. He's a very awesome figure in my opinion. So we might as well just start with the sculpt and paint. The sculpt and paint is actually pretty good for what it is. The sculpt itself is borrowed from one of the Bandai vinyls, I believe. Or it's definitely not original, seeming as how the other figures were produced. But this one actually has got like some pretty good at least sculpting to it. It has like the standard frills on the side. Of course, the paint's not like all the way. It's just kind of slapped on where you normally see it most. Not like interiorly, like the teeth, but the teeth themselves are painted really well. Eyes and horns are painted basic, like mustard yellow. Here we have like a slight gradient for the reds, kind of like going into like a rubyish red. The wings also have like a little spray going on the insides, and the chest gets a little bit more glossy with a very dull mustard yellow. I feel like they could have brightened that up a little bit. The claws are very well painted. Mine's got a little bit of scuffing on them, but that's okay. Little tiny white sprays on the shins and the nails over here. Nothing on the back claws, which, I mean, it's not a big deal. And has like a tiny little bit of a yellow spray going down the back all the way to this part of the tail, where from here to here, it's just purely, well, nothing. Except for the sculpt, and got a little pincer here. For articulation, we have a swivel here at the head. We have two swivels, well, one on each arm. Two swivels here at the biceps. Swivels at the hips. Swivels at the feet. And this one's really tight, wow. Swivel at the base of the tail, and swivel at the midsection of the tail. And of course, we got the big, large ball jointed wings, because they are on ball joints. So you kind of get like a little, it's tiny and mild, but you can get kind of like in and out, but you're going to be mainly going to go up and down with it. And of course, these back wings can go, kind of rotate. They can kind of like intersect each other, which looks weird, but if you have it all spread out like this, it looks rather fine and dandy. But with that being said, that's all I have to say for this figure. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Jesus loves you. God bless you all. Believe in Jesus. Accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread his faith, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 22 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. We're almost done the Christmas section. Alright, let's go ahead and spin this very clean this time. Wait. Alright, the NECA Mothra V1. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 22 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. And for this day, we've got Mothra. That's right, the NECA Mothra 2019 V1. From Godzilla King of the Monsters, of course. Now, for you longtime viewers of the channel, you know the very certain history I have with this figure, aka this wing broke. You can actually see the hinge is not where it's supposed to be. That's because it glued, but I think this part of the glue broke, and now it's only like the glue that's on the wing, it's holding it together. But I mean, it's fine the way it is. It's still rather intact. It only just loses the flapping motion, but I don't typically use these things for flapping anyway. But for the sculpt and paint, for what it was there, I guess, of course you can see that huge white speck. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me much, because I kind of grew used to it. The head actually looks really nice on this one. The peach kind of color looks really nice. I will say this part, the front limbs look a bit more. They look too simplified. You know, going from very detailed proportions to this, that don't look really good. The eyes look really well painted for how small they are. The dry brushing looks really nice, and of course the posing of the wings looks really nice too. The back legs look really nice as well. And of course for articulation you can kind of go forward and back. They all have ball joints except for these two. And hinge joint. These ones would have also had 2 hinge joints. The wings look beautiful. I love these the most because you can just tell that they're one-to-one with the movie. Just look at that. Same on this side. All the oranges and yellows and blacks and whites just kind of mixed in and thrown together. It is also translucent plastic, which let's try to get that effect on camera. My light can't reach down, so but this one can. There you go. That's beautiful, isn't it? But for accessories, Mothra actually comes with a flight rod, not a flight like Tamashi like stand. Wow, I do not remember you being that tight. Did I break you? Hope I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay. So yeah, this is the rod. It's very long. I don't know why it's this long, but of course we also have the base, which is really dusty in there. I should probably wash it. But also has like a nice kind of green outline, kind of like a gold wash to a blue spray at the base, and then has like the signature base that we're all accustomed to from the movie. And we can just pop that in, pop Mothra in. Make sure this little tab is pointing forward so it aligns perfectly with her abdomen. Move the wing up, and boom. There you go. Your Mothra is ready to roll on your shelf. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as your Lord and Savior today. Swear the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar, and today we're going to be doing day 23 of 23. Alright, let's do this. Which figure do we have on the chopping block? Stutter of a little bit of lag, but wait a minute. Okay, so it looks like we're doing the Playmates Kong 2021 with Battle Axe. I legit thought that we already did this one, but nope. We're gonna go right into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today, for day 23, we've got the Playmates Monsterverse Godzilla vs. Kong, Kong with Battle Axe. That's right, folks, the King of the Jungle is back. And, no, the King of the Jungle would be the lion. Can't exactly call the gorilla the King of the Jungle. But today we have Kong, which we've already went over the Kong with Fighter Jet and compared him with that. So we're going to be talking about this one a little bit more brief. Also, fun fact, I've actually got 2 of them, which I got this one originally and this one from a lot. If you're wondering how I can tell the difference between the 2 of them, it's actually because one has like a differently colored axe than the other one does. This one has more of an apparent green wash to it than this one does. Like, it has more brown, on one side than this one does on the other. So that's how I can tell the difference. But with that being said, this figure, in my opinion, is super awesome. Especially for like the price point, $10. This thing is absolutely knocking it out of the park. Granted, the sculpt is pretty accurate. The paint job is also pretty decent for what it is. The eyes are painted orange with the signature black dots for the pupils. The teeth are actually molded pretty well with just 1 bar of bone white color, with the tongue actually painted red, which, you know, they could have just easily left that up, but they didn't. The chest is painted black with those standard 3 slashes to represent the Monsterverse. Kong, of course. I was about to say Godzilla, but Godzilla doesn't have 3 slashes on his chest, probably multiple slashes if anything. Has the signature dry brushing across his body, like the forearms and the legs, and especially kind of like the biceps. I will say the battle damage piece does not have as much
Kind of wish it carried a bit more weight, but that's all right. The hands are also covered in that like black spray, and same with like the feet, where it kind of like meets the toenails. On the back, purely nothing, just more of that kind of glossy plastic with the fur. And the battle axe itself is made of pure rubber or vinyl that's like all brown, and then has like the blue plate painted, and then it kind of has like a brown wash, unless the blue is washed in with the brown plastic. So for articulation, we have a swivel here at the head, swivel hinge shoulders at the, well, shoulders. They can also rotate like that. Swivel hinges at the elbows, swivels at the wrists, swivel hinge joints at the legs, and hinged knees. And for accessories, obviously comes with the signature battle axe, which is really accurate in the movie, but also comes with the battle damage, as I said previously. This one is not, the battle damage isn't accurate in the movie, because at no point in the film does he get gashed like this. This is more of like a toy gimmick, but for what it is, it's actually pretty well done. But honestly, I think that this figure is, again, really well done. For $10, you can't go wrong. So yeah, you're gonna put both of them for the outro. So that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone. Hello everyone, welcome to day 24 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, it's Christmas Eve, and well, tomorrow's the big day, which everyone absolutely loves, because it's the birth of Jesus. You know it, anyway. So we're going to be picking out day 24. Let's see which one we get. Oh wow, that is a lot of lag. Looks like it's going to be a minifigure? Okay, the Bandai Gashapon bootleg Godzilla set. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for Christmas Eve we got quite a treat because, hey, that rhymes, I'm Dr. Seuss. So today we've got the 10 set bootleg set of Godzilla Gashapon figures. Now here's the thing, I've taken a look at this set like a billion times, and given the fact that these are much more shorter formatted reviews, I'm going to be a lot more brief with them because there's really no point in me to go and analyzing them one by one. So let's go ahead and start from left to right. Here we have the standard Godzilla, which is based off his appearance as a 94-95 / Rebirth Godzilla, if you will. He has white sprays across the chest, V cut at the crotch, and a bit of a white spray towards the tail. And for his eye paint, which is actually, I know it's a bit crummy, but it don't look that bad. I think I've seen worse. Yeah, I've seen worse. And the teeth are painted white, of course, and he's actually got a really nice sculpture to him. Really fits the bill, at least on this one. These next four are purely the same thing, except they have translucent colors as opposed to the white spray. This one, of course, is the red burning Godzilla, and as you can clearly see here, he's got like a very blood red. Like, this is very vibrant. It picks up more on camera. I'm actually quite surprised. How many people did this dude step on, by the way? Here we've got an orange burning Godzilla, which again is the exact same thing, just molded in a much more... This looks like Orange Crush to me if it was infused in plastic. Here we've got a blue Godzilla, which aside from the blue patches, is more of like a Spitfire Godzilla. So I imagine like if you were to rip out the spines on here, put them on here, you'd basically have a Spitfire Godzilla minifigure. I've been wanting to do that for at least a few years. Just gotta find the money, and the time, and the right purchase, because I know bootlegs can be a bit scatterous on the line. Here we got like a crystal white Godzilla, which is almost like a ghost Godzilla, question mark. But of course, got like that kind of crystallized, almost like winter-looking Godzilla. It just screamed winter. And of course, here we have some of the more original monsters, like Godzilla Jr., which this one portrayed Godzilla Jr. on the Animated Godzilla show for at least a little bit of time before I replaced him with a much better bootleg, I'm going to say. Although his sculpture is actually really good. His paint job, he has like the white spines going from here to the about where his back meets his neck, kind of nape area. And oh boy, that face, the teeth are painted a bit too heavy-handed. I feel like they should have thinned out the paint. But the eyes look decent. And the claw paint don't look that bad. Gigan looks honestly the best as far as like the paint goes. Mine's got a bit of glue running out from him because his arm fell off like a few times. And I kind of had enough, so he has like the best paint application. It looks great. The buzzsaw looks great. This is actually kind of pointy, even to this day. These are made of like a flexible vinyl rubber kind of material. And overall, I like the red visor and the gray applications, and it looks great. Zilla has been the most beaten up because he's missing his fingers. To this day, I don't know what happened. Maybe my cat like chewed it off because I've had these things like eye level with them, or maybe he like dropped, I don't know. But he's in like a Spider-Man pose. Like this is like basically what Spider-Man looks like. I get you're in New York City, but you don't need to mimic Spider-Man. His spines are actually really good. This is like very reminiscent of the Godzilla the series. Godzilla kind of has like a silver line of silver going on his chin, eyes painted yellow along with his nails, and looks pretty good. Mecha Godzilla, obviously, in my opinion, looks the most movie accurate, but of course has like little tiny dots for paint, with his eyes being yellow and his little antenna ears being red, and that's about it. He is actually featuring the MG logo. It's very slight. Like I have to actually go ahead and zoom in. Let's see if I can actually do it. Will it pick up? No, it won't. So unfortunately, no, you can't see it, but you think you can see on my previous reviews. Next, we got Anguirus, and honestly, Anguirus is probably my favorite of the bunch. Just because, like, you don't get too much Anguirus figures nowadays. Even Bandai refuses to actually put out decent quality Anguirus figures. And this one actually kind of delivers a little bit. His spikes are still intact after all these years. Not much paint chippage, surprisingly, for being a quadruped. And the face actually looks pretty good for what it is, along with his little tiny little nubs on his, well, I know they're nails, but they look like nubs. But, and the tail looks really nice as well. So, with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to this channel. Believe in Jesus. Accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless everyone.
Hello everyone, Merry Christmas to you all. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 25, the last day before the bonus days up until New Year's for the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. So let's go ahead and see which figure gets the title of the Christmas figure of the day. Youtooz King Ghidorah. Alright, good choice. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to another Godzilla Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 25 on Christmas Day. And the Christmas present, I guess, is the Youtooz Ghidorah, which, honestly, let's just go ahead and start with it. The sculpt and paint, well, the design at least, is a mixture of various Ghidorahs, the most prominent being the GMK, given the big snaggletooth, and of course the Varan-shaped head, which the GMK Ghidorah has. The teeth are painted that mustard yellow with the mouse painted red. And as far as paint goes, that's literally it. I mean, unless you want to count this as paint. So it has three colors: black, yellow, and red. Not gonna lie, kind of reminds me of McDonald's now that I'm looking at this. I mean, just look at the mouth coloring that looks like straight up McDonald's. Some of you see at McDonald's. But the wings look really nice too. Given the small size of the figure, this screams more Dorat than Ghidorah. But I mean, Ghidorah is technically a Dorat, so yeah. We got like the nice spines going down the back. And same thing too with the other heads. We got like twin tails wrapping around. All the waist and the chest are kind of like compressed with the legs.
Kind of looks very uncomfortable but for Ghidorah, but honestly, it don't look that bad. Of course, we had that little tiny. Sorry. I just had a drink, so yeah. So we have the tiny little red eyes. Looks really nice. The horns. They are really kind of pointy though. How about the teeth? Teeth ain't that pointy, like at least surprisingly to me. And yeah, that's about it. There's no articulation. There's no accessories. So with that being said, oh snap! Wait, he can rest like that? I did not know that. I did not know he could rest on his side like that. Like, look at this. Oh, the beauty of live recording, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. God bless, and stay tuned for tomorrow where we start the bonus days. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today is day 26, the first day of the bonus days. And we're going to be doing something different this time around. We're going to be picking not one, but two figures or collectibles to be reviewed today. So let's see which two we get. Looks like we're getting a NECA Godzilla, and it's going to be the NECA Godzilla 2016. Alright. Not a bad choice. Alright, what's the second one going to be for today? Looks like it's going to be a Bandai. Alright, the Bandai 3.5-inch Kiryu. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for bonus day 26, we are going to be doing the first ever 2-in-1 Godzilla figure review. We're going to be doing the Bandai 3.5-inch Kiryu Mechagodzilla from 2002 or 2003. I think it was 2002 actually. And the NECA Shin Godzilla Atomic Blast version. That's right, we've got two great figures, so let's go ahead and take a look at Kiryu, which for the sculpt and paint, it's made of like a very simplistic metallic vinyl with some blue and gray metallic gunmetal kind of painted over top for the head. We've got that signature yellow eyes. Of course, the red line isn't painted. Wait, it is painted. Never mind. I didn't see it at first. I forgot that it was actually painted there. I will say that the arm compartments here does feel a little bit flat on the sculpting side. I feel like if it was painted, if it was extended a little more and then painted, because it just kind of looks like it was part of the figure or the part of the original suit itself. But it does look great, and the cannons here, they're really well painted too. However, my problem is they're not really painted all the way. Well, I mean, they are painted. It's just not. It's not the correct color. Because essentially all this is supposed to be blue and then the tips are gray. But for what it is, a tiny little figure, it's not that bad. And I especially like the segments, kind of got the copyright information going down here. And of course, got the signature vinyl squishy rubber. So for articulation, we have a swivel here at the head. Do keep in mind it's kind of hard to turn because the back parts really like to stab you in the finger, so I recommend just going as soft as possible. But comfortably, you can go that far. You can technically do a 360, but the cannons get in the way of it. Got some arm rotations. Got waist rotations. Oh, you are tight. Even after all these years. And you got a rotation here at the tail. And next, we're going to move on to the NECA Shin Godzilla, which, as you can tell, it's still one of the coolest NECA figures ever. So we've got like the mouth, obviously with that giant gaping hole. Kind of wish the hole wasn't there. Maybe if it was a bit more seeped in, that would have been cooler. The teeth are painted really well. It looks like a mess, but that's kind of how the design is supposed to be. Membrane's really well done. The pink glow is really well done. The eyes are also painted really well too. Although they do have the pupils still, which I imagine is kind of movie accurate, because that's before like he goes like blasting all out. But once you put the beam, it's kind of not really supposed to be. So we have the pink kind of going down this neck, kind of circling around the collarbone, and then upwards again to the other. Then all around the spines, we got like this white wash to simulate like a glowing effect. Really nice purple wash, and then it kind of gets a little inconsistent, which I don't really like, but I mean, it's fine. And then here, I feel like the tip of the tail is a bit too white. It's not that much purple, and it also does not have that signature face, which I mean, at this point, owners of the NECA Shin Godzilla pretty much gotten used to it. But the overall wash on the red part of the body, it's really good. And I especially like the way the claws are painted and like the after finish. It just looks really good in my opinion, especially the claw paint up here. For articulation, we got a ball joint here at the head. No jaw articulation for obvious reasons, but we can get some pretty good gnarly movement out of the neck here too. Because like once you got that rotation, it's swivel city from here. For the articulation at the shoulders, which is technically the biceps, this place is kind of like the shoulder. Got a like nice ball joint here, hinged at the elbow, hinge swivel at the wrist, which I think is the first time they ever did that for a NECA Godzilla. Ball joints at the waist, or actually I think that would just be the original. Ball joint at the waist, not much range, but you can get some side to side. Although do be mindful the spines get rubbing into each other. Ball joints at the hips, hinge joints at the knees and can also rotate, and ball joints at the feet. And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 joints, and from here to here is pure bendy wire, and here's just pure piece of plastic. And the last thing to cover is the accessories, which this guy does come with accessories. Now, because he fires 2 beams, I like to put the longer one inside of his mouth, because one beam is slightly longer than the other. Mine kind of likes to droop down to its more heavier side, so that's what it looks like there. And you want to notice this big, well, not big hole. It's like a tiny little hole. It's like right at the base of my thumb. You can kind of see it. And then stick this rod inside it and have it pointing straight upward. And boom, your Shin Godzilla is ready to fire. So, overall speaking, these figures are great. Of course, I have a preference. I prefer this over this. I mean, it's an action figure compared to a little vinyl. What do you think I'm going to prefer? But with that being said, I think both figures are still done really well. But with that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys like to, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing bonus day 27 for, well, the New Year's countdown. And so, looks like we've got quite a bit of figures left, but we're going to be doing 2 at a time from here on out. So, let the lag flow right in. See which Godzilla figures or merchandise we're getting. Alright, looks like we're doing both the minifigures, so I guess we're getting a 3-in-1. And let's see what the second one is going to be. Oh, boy, it's the Godzilla inflatable costume. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing the bonus days leading up until New Year's, and we're doing day 27, which is the Godzilla Lego minifigures and the Godzilla costume by Rubies of the MonsterVerse Godzilla. Now, I need to make everyone aware. You expect me to bust out the costume for this, right? No. Just no. I'm not busting that thing out. That costume is a pain, and I'm not bringing it up for this video. Instead, I'm going to link you guys to the description of my original review from 2020 or 2021. Actually, yeah, it was from 2021.
But I'm gonna link you to that, and you can just watch that video. Do keep in mind that that was like 2 years ago, so it is outdated now, kind of to a degree. But we're gonna be taking primarily a look at these two, which here we have the bootleg Lego Godzillas. I have two versions, both green. This green, which is like a very solid green, and this one, which is a lighter lime, kind of opaque green. So let's take a look at this one, because they're the same exact mold. I will say that the color difference between the body and the hood of Godzilla, because it almost looks like a sweatshirt that you'd wear, it's kind of jarring. This color's darker than this one is, and also the spines are actually molded kind of well. They really remind me of the 2014 Godzilla, which is I think what this is supposed to be. The teeth are kind of like sprayed in, because it kind of looks like a spray kind of color, and the eyes are painted really well too. Taking a look at this part though, the decals are actually really well put on there, and the feet, claws I should say, are really cool too. Kind of wish there was like another toe maybe right there. You just kind of open it up, reveal like a little detail. But you got some like little scales on the sides. Obviously nothing on the back, because you're not going to be seeing this from the back. And got like the standard Lego style hands. And overall, it just looks really well done. You got like nice kind of folded detail on the tail here. Or detail. And basically the same exact thing on the translucent Godzilla. It's just basically all the same thing. Again, it's just opaque. It's just translucent. Nothing else is really done differently. Although I will say that when I was taking out this guy, you're going to have to go back to my older videos and watch this, is that right here, like around where the dorsal fins meet each other, was a bit of more axis plastic. So I literally just took my nail and I scraped it off. It essentially just cuts it like through butter. Also, all of them come with a little black base, which it's just a basic Lego knockoff style base, and yeah, it just kind of fits together like that. Funny enough, I think it was him. He came with an extra hand. I lost that hand during like a move between rooms, so yeah. So when you all boil it down, these two Lego figures and of course the Godzilla costume are really good collectibles, and honestly, that costume, go for it for Halloween, and you will get all of the candy for yourself. Okay, but like really, eat at your own suspense. But that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys like to, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus. Accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace, everyone. God bless.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 28. I do apologize for the slight delay on day 28, but it's okay. So we're going to be doing bonus days leading up till New Year's. We got two figures up on the chopping block, so what's the first figure going to be today? Quite a bit of lag this time. Looks like it's going to be a Bandai, and it's going to be which MMS? The original, okay. And what's the next one going to be? Lots of confetti hovering up the screen. It's going to be the Animal Planet dinosaur plushie. Not exactly Godzilla, but it's part of the collection. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 28, it's a bit delayed, we're going to be doing the Bandai Movie Monster Series Shin Godzilla Original, not the bootleg or any reissue, or any fancy repaint, and the Animal Planet Dinosaur plushie. Now, I know what people are thinking, why do you bother including this if it's not related to Godzilla? Well, simple. I just put it on the shelf one day because I had nowhere other place to put him, and he just kind of blended in. Because, you know, green, reptile, stands on two legs. I mean, I could just duct tape some dorsal plates to him and call him that, or I could just rebrand him as Gorosaurus. Nobody would care. But with that being said, we're going to be taking a look at the dinosaur plushie first, because I know that's what everyone wants to hear. So, let's take a look at this guy.
The overall, not mold, but design is honestly really good. Kind of like a curved end of the head with it kind of boxed in. They got like the little teeth that are honestly really well done, even despite how old this thing is. The gum's mouth is just pure pink, and it kind of looks like a kangaroo pouch, but there's a pocket little thing in there. And the entire tummy, from here to here, the neck to the crotch, is just entirely yellow. Although there is a lot of like shiny, dark, kind of swampy pouches across the backside and kind of like the front. It's all like very shiny, but what it really steals the show for me are the eyes. There's glitter in there, and then there's like a piece of oval like plastic to make the eyes. And when you actually light up the electronics, which I think it's one of the legs here. There we go. See, it's not turned on because you actually have to reach in there, turn on the switch, and then put it closed back up, which I won't do because it's noisy as heck. You have to, you actually have to like press it, and it'll like roar, roar, that kind of thing. So, and of course has its beady little tail, which does really nothing. There's no like actual endoskeleton in here, but the endoskeleton itself is like from here. It's about the top of its head. Actually, no, it's like to its neck, and then here's like wires. So if you were to like remove all the compartments with this guy and keep the eyeballs, it would look something like there's like a creature in like a movie that had like it stopped at the neck and then it had like these two dangling eyes. If anyone can remind me what that was, but I got like the little claws. Don't mind the beeping in the background, folks. That's just my washing machine. So we've got like the little claws, 2 claws, 3 claws, and that's about it. Next, let's move on to the one you guys have probably been waiting for, the movie monster series Shin Godzilla, which you guys have heard the same song and dance from this channel like a million times, so let's go over it. The mold is made of a charcoal black vinyl that has a lot of nice detailing on it, and is practically one-to-one with what we saw in the movie. The biggest problem with it, however, is its paint job, which, as you can see, there's not a lot of it. The eyes actually have a sculpted in pupil. However, there is no paint on it. Now, one could say that it was because of like the laziness. I personally agree, because if you're going to mold something, why don't you paint it? Because yeah, you can actually see there is a pupil on there that's sculpted. Which I guess it kind of like creates a shadow, which then creates a eye. But it's so small, people wouldn't even notice it until someone points it out. That's my big problem there. Also, the dry brushing here, it's more like dry brushing. It's very like cracky kind of thing. So, but I mean, the red here looks great. If it was all throughout the entire body, I'd appreciate that. However, what's done really well is the back. Which, funny enough, I didn't notice this up until a few years ago, was that the red on the neck and the red on the back are actually different shades of red. This one's more orange, while this one's more blood red. But the orange here is definitely really well done and actually captures the essence of Shin Godzilla really well. And over here, we've got like just a beautiful, beautiful actual like thing of red and orange just kind of mixed together, and this just looks absolutely sick with the tip of the tail, and it also has that signature face. Pretty neat. For posability though, he doesn't have a whole lot. He has some bicep swivels on both shoulders and has some hip rotations. That is it. No, he does not have posability here or here, despite the fact that there is obvious seam lines. So, that being said, thank you guys for watching this advent calendar. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 29. And we're going to just skip right on to it. We're doing this for the New Year's bonus days, so let's see which one we get. Oh, the chromatic mug. Oh wait, the chromatic keychain, my apologies. Good choice, alright. Now let's see which other one we get. Looks like it's going to be a NECA figure.
the NECA King Kong. All right, Godzilla and Kong product. All right, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 29 of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. We're not in 2020 anymore, this is 2023, soon to be 4. I know it's 8, and then you get the shtick. So today we've got two different collectibles. We've got the Godzilla Bioworld Chromatic Keychain, and the NECA King Kong original version, which this is the second King Kong I think we've reviewed on this Advent Calendar. So let's go ahead and take a look at, we're going to actually take a look at the NECA King Kong here. So this is like the billionth time I've looked at the NECA King Kong, so we don't need to go in depth with it. As far as accessories go, which we'll talk about accessories first, this is actually the original head that's on the figure when you buy it. It's just, I put this head on because I think it just looks better from like a uniqueness standpoint, because I gave the other Kong the 33 head, and it didn't make sense for the poster version and this Kong to have both the same head, so I just gave him this head. But this head and this head, they're both colored the same with the exception of the eyes. Actually, no, I'm kind of seeing like this one's slightly browner than this one is. This one's more grayer on the face tone. So this Kong has like very angry looking eyes, and this Kong has very standard looking eyes, and they're technically different designs of Kong, because as you can tell, this Kong's teeth are much bigger and more, well, for lack of a better term, they're much more squared out than this Kong is. See how this one's more rounded out, this one's more squared out? Yeah, so it's essentially a different design of Kong, regardless of what said design might be. But the overall detailing is really good, lots of nice flesh tones, fur patterns, and got some like brown washed in with gray, and it looks really good. Especially like the realistic blood. I honestly thought for like a brief second, something morbid, the painter at NECA probably cut their finger and probably used it. Yeah, very gruesome. Like, that's how actually realistic it looks. Before articulation, we've got a ball joint here at the head. Barbell style ball joint, actually. Swivel hinge at the shoulders. Bicep swivels. Double hinged elbows. And swivel hinged wrists. Ball jointed ab crunch. Don't know why I said that with an accent. Ratchet joints for the legs that can go in and out, forward and back. And kind of get a little twist, but I wouldn't recommend it. Swivel hinge. Actually, it is kind of swivel hinge. You can kind of get a small rotation out of it at the knees, which are double hinged, and swivel hinge at the feet, which, keep in mind, they do go up and down, but since they are cut at a weird angle, you can kind of spread them out like that and make them do the splits or whatever you want it to. Also, in the way of accessories, he also comes with splayed hands, which are kind of like open out, so they don't grab onto anything unless you have like a perch for them to grab onto. Next, let's talk about the Godzilla keychain, which, as you can tell, it's a very chibi style take on the King of Monsters. For the tag, it just kind of features the Bioworld logo with the barcode, and of course the Godzilla logo that Toho has been using to kind of better brand the Godzilla franchise. But for the design itself, it's very good. Very surprisingly, kind of looks like a duck. Kind of. The dorsal fins are actually really well done. Like, not bad at all. And the tail, it is kind of pointy on one end. Actually, no, it's not too pointy. It's kind of blunt. Claws are all symmetrical with each other, and just kind of like the standard Godzilla pose with his hands. I guess kind of more like that as opposed to that. But still got like the teeth pointed in, that large tongue, and of course those eyes looking at you like, please buy me. And yeah, there's no articulation. Of course, it's a keychain. Why would it have articulation? So yeah, essentially that is it. It's made of, well, pretty durable, and probably not even durable material. One drop and this thing is done. But, I mean, it is rather cute to have up on the shelf, and overall, I would really recommend it. So with that being said, thank you guys for watching this episode of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as your Lord and Savior today, spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 30. This is the second to last day of the Godzilla Advent Calendar 2023. So let's go ahead and make our two selections here. Not that much lag, surprisingly. Granted, there's a bit of jittering. And looks like we're gonna get... Oh, okay, the Playmates calling 2021 minifigures. So already that's a 4-in-1. So, in the next one, we're going to be getting... Okay, a little bit of stuttering there. Looks like it's going to be... the Godzilla and Kong AirPod cases. Okay. Well, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. I think I said 2023. Oh, whatever. Advent Calendar, my name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 30. This is the second last day, and we've got a bunch of stuff here, as you can tell, so let's get right into it. So as you can tell, we've got Playmates' minifigures of the Kong series, and a bootleg Godzilla and Kong AirPod case. Now, before anyone asks, where's Godzilla and Behemoth? To that I say, I don't have them yet. Here's the thing though, when I went to actually go ahead and find what was here, there at Walmart, they had the Godzilla there, but they also had the Battle Roar figure there. Do I regret purchasing the Battle Roar? Now thinking about it, maybe a tad bit, but I'm perfectly fine with what I got. And I actually had to make an option as to which figure am I going to pick. You can imagine why. Am I going to pick a little tiny minifigure, or am I going to pick a bigger figure like that? But truth be told, I might just buy the full pack, and I don't know what I would do with these ones. But with that being said, let's go ahead and put the AirPod cases to the side here. Skullcrawler. Very inaccurate, of course, it's a minifigure, but the sculpt is actually really well done for a little minifigure. The kind of like red to yellow mustard ketchup kind of looking paint, it looks very thermal, for lack of a better term. And I especially like the way that the face is actually sculpted. You can't really see it on my camera, but it is actually sculpted pretty well. I'm trying to get it to focus. Okay, there we go. So you can kind of see it. There's like a big shadow there, and then the tail, and the hands. This is really well done. It's kind of like in a crawling pose. Next, let's look at Kong, which Kong is honestly probably one of my more least favorites of the set. But he's got a really nice sculpt. It's actually the thickest Kong I've ever seen. Look at that booty. But look at the head on this thing. Like, that's actually not that bad. And the teeth and mouth are painted all right. The slashes are just painted there. And that's kind of all the paint. It's got some gloss to it. And it's got some mild coloring here and there. But for the most part, aside from the eyes, tongue, teeth, and scars, there's really not much paint to him. Warbat. My favorite, honestly, because it's my only Warbat figure, and I still have yet to track down the 6-inch for a good price. The Warbat here actually has got a really good pose, like him just angling his wings up and his venom-tipped wings just looking super intimidating. The fangs, not painted, but they're still really good. Eyes are painted dotted yellow, and then we got like that kind of almost like desert-looking orange, and then the rest kind of like faded kind of mustard yellow, and then yeah, he's kind of like wrapped up. I also like how he actually comes with a stand too, which is really good to see on a minifigure. And same with the Hellhawk. The Hellhawk is really good, and you got like the beady red eyes, the of course infamous little beak, and not much else in the way of paint, although the claws are painted really well. That's probably like the best thing about it. And also, like the Warbat, comes with a little stand. Although I don't think he really outright needs it, because he can stand well on his own, just to prove he's not like resting up against another Kaiju, but he is prone to getting knocked over. So if you have the stand, he's not as prone to getting knocked over as much, although but he still can't get knocked over. Almost looks like he's on a surfing board, honestly. Surfing board Hellhawk. So that we got the minifigures out of the way. Let's go ahead and talk about these, which last time I reviewed them, you guys really seemed to like them, so let's take another look at it. This steals the mold from the Playmates Giant Kong and stretches it out to complete proportions and gives him a derpy looking face, and is cut from the top waist to the bottom of the waist. In the way of paint, this is it. Like, this is all the paint. Now, I get it. It's an AirPod case. I'm not expecting anything, but
This is kind of goofy looking, even for my liking. And this steals, oh crud, and this steals the mold from the NECA Godzilla 2019. As you can tell, it is very much obvious, given the leg proportions, how there was an obvious section here that was cut for articulation here, and the jaw, which I actually kind of cleared out some of that excess plastic. And the tail was also obviously shrunk to fit in the design. These two are great, is what I would say if it wasn't for one glaring problem. The Kong, hold on, these were obviously not designed for AirPods in mind. They were action figures designed for play and stretched out to fit an AirPod case. And as a result, this Godzilla has suddenly started ripping. It's all the way down to here, and I wasn't even like forceful with this thing. All I just do is, I don't really use my AirPod anymore anyway, because I have actually like have ear pods that actually connect via cord, which I much prefer than Bluetooth. But this, I get it, it's a bootleg, but this is cheap quality. Like, that is so cheap. So honestly, I wouldn't recommend it, but of course the painted claws are actually still pretty good. So overall, I think that the AirPods, hit or miss, but the little tiny minifigures, they're a plus in my opinion. Of course, because it's the real deal. But that being said, guys, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today, spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the last day of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello everyone, welcome back to the final day of the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today it's day 31, New Year's Eve. You know it, you love it, let's go ahead and do it. We've got 2 figures. Actually, we're going to sweeten the deal a bit, and we're going to go 3. 3 figures, 3 collectibles, 3 anything. Posters, finger puppets, Youtooz, Funko Pops, NECAs. Let's go ahead and select number 1. What's it going to be? A little bit of lag on this one, it's okay. Alright, the Playmates Kong Skull Island. Alright. Let's go ahead and remove that. Number 2 we're going to get. Alright, a little bit of lag again. Looks like we're getting a Youtooz. The Youtooz Godzilla, alright, really good. No, I mean like really good. Wow, it's being really laggy today. And another Playmates. And the Playmates Giant Godzilla 2021. Alright, that's quite the package. Let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today is day 31, the bonus days, the final day of the overall thing. And, well, we're going to be getting started with the 3 figures that were randomly selected. The Playmates Kong Skull Island, the Youtooz Godzilla, classic version of course, and the Playmates Giant Godzilla 21. So let's first off and get in order of they were picked. First we're going to start off with the Kong Skull Island. The Kong Skull Island is a very simplistic Kong figure that actually has some pretty good detailing for what it is as far as price point goes. The eyes are painted orange with a singular gray pupil. That's actually because of the spray that they used on the mold, because they have like a black, kind of grayish black spray on the ears and face, while the rest of it, all the way like up here, is more brown thanks to the plastic. And it's kind of like that for the remainder of the figure, except of course the torso is a bit more glossy because it's harder plastic used. But for the chest, it's got like a very mild gray spray, and got some nice slashes, of course. Got some rubbery arms, and the signature arm or hand that's sprayed with black paint. Even though it looks like you can hold something, it doesn't actually come with anything for you to hold it. Although I think it does hold the battle axe from the battle axe Kong. And the the fighter jet, I mean. Comes with the fist and everything. Kong's toes are sprayed with that black, and it's more of just like the brown that's on the rest of the body. And of course, there's rubber extensions here, here, and here, while here and here are pure hard plastic. Before articulation, we've got a hinge at the head. It can also swivel. No, it is not a ball joint. Notice how you can't tilt it. And I popped it off. It's definitely a hinge. It goes up and down, and you get a lot of good range out of it, though. Swivels at the shoulders. Pretty good there. V-cut at the crotch, although, again, I have to make mention, don't swivel it too much, otherwise it'll start grating up against softer plastic. And it's also limited. It can go up about that far and backwards about that far because it's like locked in. And feet have pretty much unlimited swivels, and despite the fact that it reuses the Lanard mold, there is no rotation in the hand. So next we're going to move on to the Youtooz Godzilla. The Youtooz Godzilla is hands down one of my favorite figures of the entire collection, but let's go ahead and take a look at it anyway. The Youtooz Godzilla features kind of like a more chibi style take on the classic Godzilla. Has like a very light kind of green, almost looking like blue. This is essentially Yootooz's stylistic take on a classic Godzilla, which they've adopted the design since for their plushie and mug, which I might be picking those up, assuming that they would still have it by the time I have money. Got the claws and teeth. They're all painted the same color, which I think on second glance I would like some more variation. Maybe have like the claws be a bit more, not duller, but more of like a faded yellow instead of just matching the spines. Also, maybe some more paint on the spines would have been nice, because there's obviously some area where it should have like been colored, but obviously Youtooz didn't do that. But for what coloring is here, it's not bad. He's also holding some train cars, which are really well sculpted and painted. And his eyes are just itty bitty cute, along with those diamond-esque kind of like scales on the top of his head that lead into his spines, and then got like a nice little chunky tail. And the feet are really wide, massive. Got trademark copyright Toho, Youtooz.com, Youtooz logo. And aside from that, that's really about it. It's a very small, little, simplistic little figure. However, what's not a small and simplistic little figure is the giant Godzilla from Playmates, which we're going to actually extend our camera out for this one here, folks, is that this dude is massive. He is like 11 inches tall and is I think the fourth tallest figure in my collection. Third tallest? I think he's tied for third, actually, with the Kong. But that being said, he's got like a very yogurty looking blue/gray color with some paint on the eyes that are orange and blue. Actually, no, they're black. Forgive me, folks. I was thinking of the Final Wars Godzilla for a sec, because that one has blue pupils. Pink tongue, painted, individually painted teeth in there, and does not have any gum paint, which is unfortunate, but the detail carries down really well. Has some painted claws, which on mine, since I bought this used, isn't necessarily in the best condition, but the best condition probably is these claws right here. Sorry, I'm bumping into Luxa. That's how big this thing is. And what definitely seals the thing is the spines, which from here to here are painted pure blue. And I love the style blue that they shows. The rubbery fins just add a whole deep of layer to it. And moving on down, we have the tail, which on the 6-inch version, at least not my version, but the 6-inch version actually had sprayed on blue paint. Kind of wish they did that with the gigantic, but say that be. For articulation, we have shoulder movement. No, there's no head in the head movement, although there is a seam line that's obviously not cut for posability. The wrists move, the legs move, and the feet move, both of them. And right here at where you attach the tail is a swivel for some tail movement, and even though it does look like there is tail movement here, there is not. So with this all being said, thank you guys for watching the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. I had an amazing time this entire December reviewing figures and just really getting to know them all over again. Maybe even introducing you to some figures you didn't even know existed. Of course, people know that these exist, considering the fact that these are the newest, hottest figures in recent years. All of them of which released in the 2020s. Technically, you released in 2019, but that's besides the point. But that being said, thank you guys for watching this video, and thank you for watching the Godzilla 2023 Advent Calendar. If you guys enjoyed it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as your Lord and Savior today, spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Have a happy new year, and have a great 2024. Peace out, everyone. God bless.
Yes, it's true. The Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar is not canceled. And you're probably wondering why I decided to bring it back or how I'm able to bring it back. Well, basically, if you haven't watched the video announcing its cancellation, basically speaking, I was able to get all my figures. Well, actually, the renovation got pushed back. So I'm able to have my figures out again. And I'm able to do the advent calendar. It took a lot of work to actually set it up because keep in mind you gotta do all the figures that haven't been reviewed, take them out of the list, and put them in like a big. Well, you get. But here we go today, which we are going to start with day one. That's right, day one. And just to make it fun, each and every day will include 3 new figures. You heard that right. 3 new figures. And so without further ado, let's spin for figure number 1. The Funko Pop 99/2000. Second figure is going to be. Looks like we got a NECA. The NECA 2019 V3 Burning Godzilla. And last but not least for today, the Johnny Lightning 50-year Godzilla with Jeep. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and today we're back. Yes, the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar is a go for day 1. And on this day, we have the first batch of Godzilla figures we're going to be taking a look at, which are the Funko Godzilla 1999/2000 from the new 70th anniversary wave, the NECA Godzilla 2019 V3 Burning Godzilla from Godzilla King of the Monsters, and the Johnny Lightning 50-year Godzilla 54 with Jeep. So these are 3 very different style collectibles, so we're going to be pretty much going over them in the order they were picked. So for starters, here we have a very, very cool sculpt. The sculpted details here for the Funko Pop are actually really well done with some nice segmenting of scales, kind of going down here more basically to kind of more really not wonky in the sense of it looks wonky bad, but just goes off the walls with the detail work, especially like up here on the head. All those ridges just look really nice. And here we have like the solid black eyes, you know, kind of looking a little cutesy, whatever. We have some nice little nostrils. I don't know why I said pupils. Then again, they are just essentially 2 dots on your face. Individually sculpted teeth with some nice paint, bone yellow kind of material for the paint. And then we have a pink tongue in there with some pink gums. And some pink membranes in there too, which I was not expecting, but hey, it looks pretty snazzy. Again, nice more detailing here. The spines are purple-ish pink, and they have a really nice gradient. Would have preferred a bit more of like a metallic finish as opposed to a more flat kind of granite to it. But again, it looks fine. The detail work on the tail looks kind of stretched, but again, looks really good. And I do like how it's individually sculpted with the spines back there as well to the tip of the tail, which is kind of pointed. Not pointed, but just pointy. Hands are sculpted pretty well. They got like kind of like a neutral stance. Well, this one has a neutral stance. This one kind of clawing upward. And then here we have I'll save that for later. The feet, which are again sculpted like the claws here are painted like a bit of a more bone white. And then here we have like some more like the kind of folds and musculature of what would have been the suit. So it looks nice. Segmenting on the feet, which are actually borrowed. The mold is borrowed from the Versus Kong Heat Ray Godzilla. And if you want to know more about that, go check out my previous video about this guy. And yeah, we just have a nice little lightweight Godzilla. There's not too much to write home about. As far as accessories are concerned, we do have a very nice little kind of clear disc, but of course it has a little peg. And you see that hole at the bottom of his foot. Just give it a bit of a squeeze, and yeah, just shove it in there. Ironically, I don't really think Godzilla should need a stand, although I would recommend on this guy because he is a bit front heavy. He's hunched. Just kind of rare enough him up. It's very rare that Funko will actually hunch their Godzillas like this. But hey, I guess this is one of those few opportunities. But yeah, pretty much casted in the standard gray vinyl. We've all come to know and love, and it looks really nice, especially with the contrast to that purple. I love it. Next up, we're going to take a look at the NECA Godzilla 2019 V3, which, as you can see, is going to be a very visually spectacular looking figure. And I'm actually going to say, chronologically speaking, is the last of the NECA Godzillas. Like, not as far as release goes, but as far as like the in-universe canon goes. But with that being said, let's go ahead and dive onto it. So the entire figure is going to be casted in a translucent ruby red pinkish plastic. I can tell because of the ball joints. We have some nice kind of like warm color schemes going on here, with the entire body being dry brushed in like a blackish asphalt color. And we do have some nice yellow for the eyes and teeth, and the tongue kind of looks like a banana tongue much. Kind of like translucent, more translucent orange it looks like on the head, but the teeth are individually painted and sculpted, which are really nice. Well, for the most part, individually sculpted. Nice segmenting here on the neck, kind of goes down to the body. Again, got kind of like a mishmash of like different colors, red to orange to yellow, then kind of goes down here. Here, kind of more, again, a mishmash of all the colors. Here we have some like veins of the Godzilla, burning Godzilla, like his nuclear pulse. And then here we have a little bit of a paint stain, but whatever. Here we have some like more Cheeto dust on mine. I can see the painters at the factory at NECA over there clearly didn't finish their lunch break. Here we have some more segmenting as far as like the details looking very crisp. It definitely looks the best as far as like detail wise, because the dry brushing like really brings it out on a translucent figure, because this looks phenomenal. Again, the stomach looks really good. And here we have some more like extended veins, and they again look very consistent with each other. And then here we have like some more translucency at the bottom of the feet here. Right there, as you can see, the lower legs, and then the tail section, very much like asphalt to the sides here, not the bottom, and up top, more like the warm colors, like a mishmash of red, orange, and yellow. And yeah, that's going to be pretty much it for the sculpting and paint. Do keep in mind the claws, at least on mine, are pretty much razor sharp. Focus on you. Thank you. For articulation, we have a ball joint here at the head. The jaw can open and close. We have another ball joint here at the head, or the neck, I mean. Shoulders go in and out, forward and back, they're on ball joints. Swivel hinges for the elbows, swivel hinges for the wrists. Ball joint for the ab crunch, so we can swivel a bit and move up and down. Waist, here we have a ball joint here, kind of like a barbell style ball joint. Swivel hinge for the knee, it's a bit stiff, but that's okay. And then ball joint here at the foot. I don't know how much of this I'm getting on camera, so I do apologize. And 10 segments of pure ball jointed goodness, and because of the translucent softer plastic, you can get a little bit more mobility, like a bit more pliability, range out of it, than you would normally get with the V2 and V1. So, no accessories for this guy, although his translucency is maybe an accessory? Tip of the tail accessory? Yeah, it comes with nothing. So, that's going to be the NECA Godzilla V3. And last but not least, we're going to be taking a look at the Johnny Lightning 50-year Godzilla 1954 with Jeep. So, as we can see here, it comes with a little bit of a tiny Jeep. We're going to start with the Jeep first, because I have not that much to say about it. It's basically your just average little tiny die-cast car, Jeep. So it has a little bit of details here for the windows with some plastic glass here, translucent plastic. Oh, crud. I keep forgetting that's how it's designed. Here we have in here the hood here, so you can kind of see all the car engine parts.
maybe a bit of a dry brushing would have been a little good on this thing. Here we have a little bit of a gun. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what type of gun this is. I know, I suck. I don't know my guns. Here we have some nice little tires that are actually removable, so, and you can also kind of spin it as well. So if you want some more realism, there you go. Nice little seats, little steering wheel. Is there a gas pedal? I don't know. I don't see one. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to go that level of detail on something this small. But we do have an extra spare tire, so in case one of your tires gets lost, quite literally, you can just take it out. Can you take this out? Yeah, you can. Oh boy. I don't want to take it off because otherwise then it'll be a pain to deal. Let's try to put it back on. So it's also a bit dusty because I don't really touch this thing often. But we do have some nice little paint applications here at the front with the headlights and such. And underneath here, it's kind of more just the same basic car parts you kind of see on regular cars. So zooming away, we're coming in with Godzilla himself, which is almost again something you nailed to your wall, looks like. The Godzilla here is very well done in my opinion, especially for the material. Eyes were actually done pretty goofily, although be accurate to the film. Dorsal fins go pretty much down to about here. The back around here is just nothing but rubble and all these buildings Godzilla's standing upon and just destroying his way. Nice little like red-brown wreckage for the trains right there. Pretty good. I don't know what that voice crack was, but it's a voice crack. I don't really think that was a voice crack. I did that intentionally. But we do have some more like the theater he destroys in the film and all this rubble. Looks really well done. Like, I'm very surprised. And it's also hand painted because you can see the brush strokes. Like, this again proves just how much dedication they have to this thing. So I don't know how rare this is, so maybe it is not a one-of-a-kind piece. There's more out there, but as you can see, it makes for quite, pushing it back a little bit, quite the display. And so, that's it for the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar Day 1. I want to thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for Day 2. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2022 Advent Calendar, 2024 Day 2 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and on this episode, we're going to be changing things up a bit from here on out. Instead of doing 3 to a video, we're going to do 1 to a video, but every, on the 10th day, 20th day, and 30th day, we're going to do 3. Reason being is because I realized I don't have enough figures here to really suffice a full-fledged 3-day thing, so we're going to get this started here. But first up on the list, well, actually, technically 4th, it's going to be mild lag here. Oh, one of the NECA Toys keychains, and it's Scar King. All right, let's do this. Hello. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for Day 2 we're reviewing the NECA Toys Metal Figs Scar King keychain from Godzilla Kong the New Empire. This is going to be one of 4 that you can get in the set. There's also a Godzilla, a Kong, and Shimo. Oddly enough, the Kong does not have the Beast Club and Godzilla is evolved, so whatever. The Scar King is definitely going to be my least favorite of the set, but it's going to be still rather fun on its own. The overall mold for the face is alright. The face is actually painted pretty decently, minus the teeth. The eyes are actually done pretty well, with some kind of face paint on the head, down to the eyes, and then kind of to the lower part of the head, right beside the mouth. Not on the mouth itself, but it's kind of facial war paint and such. And then we kind of have the regular kind of tannish, white, peach skin color kind of peeking through with the mouth and the sides of the head where it meets the ears. And of course we got the blue eyes standardly with some black pupils, which is a nice addition. The teeth are kind of what really bugged me about this thing because it looks like they tried to do a snaggle tooth effect, but it just kind of didn't really work in the size and the sculpt of this thing. And of course Scar King's head is very hunched forward. Kind of makes sense, but I feel like That just looks a little odd. For the bone whip, or the whip slash, it's gonna be molded to the body, so you can't really take it off. I almost would have preferred if like the keychain was the whip slash. Get what I'm saying? That would have looked awesome. But of course, this is what it is. Bottom jaw, then it kind of like wraps around on the entirety of the body, which is a nice addition. The limbs are made of a more rubberized material, as opposed to the more metal figure of the rest, like where the head, where the torso and the feet are, because the head is made of a. Is it? It's definitely rubber. It's definitely rubber. Yeah, that is rubber. So, we do have some more kind of like the orange fur patterns, and then we kind of have like more of the red paint that I can't believe I'm saying this. Kind of looks better than that of the Playmates. So individually sculpted fingers. Of course, we get more like that kind of peach, whitish tan, and then at the bottom of the feet, again, more of that whitish tan color, and then more of like the orange kind of color at the bottom, and then looking at the back of the figure, nothing really too much going on aside from like the back here, and the pose he's in is just kind of in a neutral, relaxed stance, almost like he's again just kind of entering the arena. But in my opinion, I kind of think this is my least favorite pose of the bunch, because Shimo had like an awesome turning her head back to the camera type pose, or turning her head towards the camera while her body was facing away kind of pose. Godzilla kind of had like a look to the side pose, and Kong was beating his chest. Here, Skirkin just kind of looks more relaxed. But we do have a nice kind of metal chain that you can put on pretty much anything. Your backpack, your purse, maybe another figure. Have that Playmates giant Scar King holding up this mini Scar King. That'd look pretty cool. Or do what I do and just keep them in the box. Yeah, I'm starting to be a bit of an in-box collector. I take them out of the box, but then I put them in the box. Because in my opinion, they just look way more presentable that way. But with that being said, that's going to have to wrap it up. This is a very simplistic, small little figure, and it doesn't really take much time. It's pretty snazzy. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys for day 3. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 3, which on day 3 we are going to get... Looks like it's one of the Playmates, and it's going to be our first Playmates GXK figure, the Playmates Zuko and Doug set. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and on day 3 we're reviewing the Zuko and Doug set from Playmates' line of Godzilla Kong the New Empire figures. This is going to be a pretty interesting one, because it's going to be the first time we're reviewing something GXK from Playmates on the Advent Calendar, so let's go ahead and let's start with Zuko first, since there's a bit more to talk about with him than there is Doug. So Zuko's going to be the star of the set, being a more kind of polished figure, for lack of a better term. The sculpt and paint is actually done pretty well, even though the sculpt is a bit mellow. There's a lot of nice detailing to be found on the more softer plastic, even though this does feel like a more hard. There's definitely like a fine line between the arms here and here on the torso, where it's a bit more flattened out and kind of more eased up, a bit more shiny, versus the limbs and the head, where they're definitely a bit more matte. But we do have a bit more of like a gray paint job here with the eyes, and so with the face and the eyes are painted green with a slight tilt with the eyes here, and we do have some like green here. But ironically enough, in the commercial that these things were from, they had what was it, orange pupils, which I don't think that was a mistake. I think it's just because the green screen would just bleed over with the eye, so it just didn't look right. But we also have a nice little scar, which is nice as well. And of course we have like the kind of like more brownish color, kind of boop brown
So it's definitely kind of got one tone, but we do have some like nice gray spray here at the hands and the feet. Not at the bottom of the feet, but more like the top of the feet, which for itself, it's pretty good. For articulation, we have a swivel here at the head, swivel hinges at the shoulders, swivel hinges at the elbows, and swivels for the wrists, swivel for the hips, the waist, swivel hinges for the hips, like the legs, so we can go up and down like that, and you have to go side to side. Hinges for the knees, and we can also swivel here at the foot. For accessories, he actually does come with a rock, which is the only accessory in the set. The reason why I have a clear base for him is because it's actually part of the packaging, but in my opinion, you gotta have it, because otherwise, you're about to see in a minute. Suko can hold the rock, but he can't really hold the rock. What I mean by this is it's a balancing act, so you gotta get it right. Plus, if you want him to hold the rock, you gotta display it. There you go. So there, he's holding the rock. He's literally looking right towards maybe Doug. Let's kind of get Doug over here. Throws it. Okay, boom. So, rock, essentially just one tone color piece of plastic molded into the shape of a rock. And this is part of the packaging, so it's kind of a clear line. But overall, it's at least done well enough. Now let's talk about Doug, which is definitely going to be the weaker part of the figures, but it's still relatively fine on its own. Now, while this isn't to say Doug is a particularly bad figure, I definitely think that there are some things that could have been improved about him. For the sculpt and paint on Doug, he has a yellow pupil with white teeth that are individually painted, kind of ish sculpted. They're little tiny ridges that aren't like one row, but they are like, you can tell that they have like different creases, and I think the application of themselves is actually kind of good. But that's kind of really all the paint on this guy. He's primarily just one charcoal black color, which in the movie he was more kind of grayish brown. And I definitely think like some variation would have definitely helped Doug here. But we do have some nice ridges here across the body. Individually sculpted toes and back here, especially like the ridges on the front limbs and the back limbs. Down here we have again some like copyright information. Honestly, this kind of looks like a McDonald's toy. But we do have again some nice little pecs. Definitely kind of again T.O.S.G of Godzilla, because apparently Doug is like a genetic offshoot cousin of Godzilla. We have some nice little spines here going down the tip of the tail where it wants to be like a little club. And yeah, that's essentially it for the sculpt and paint. There are parts of it where I think are better sculpted. For example, the head and the limbs compared to like the body itself. Just I guess because can't really compact the sculpt too much. But for articulation, we have a swivel here at the head, so we can turn it left and right, as in like a clock, counterclockwise and clockwise. We can go up and down with the limbs, forward and back. Forward and back with the hips, and ball joint here at the tail here. And yeah, that's the only ball joint here with Doug. So essentially, overall, this set is definitely going to be one of the more weaker entries of the Godzilla Kong New Empire line from Playmates. So let's get that camera really kind of focused in. There you go. It's going to be one of the more weaker ones of the set, or the series. But I definitely think it's going to be one of the most unique. It's definitely like a $10 package. You get 2 minifigures, plus a rock. You know, what's not to love? And I feel like this is as most as they could do if they kind of like colored Doug and Suko correctly. Because if they can do like Kong as well as he was, oh man, these guys would have been so much better. But of course, Suko being the most articulated and Doug finally getting a figure, it's no wonder why this thing is so soft after. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys like, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar Day 4. I do apologize for not getting yesterday's out. I was incredibly tired and I pretty much slept the whole day. So we're going to get this started right away with Day 4 and 5. This is Day 4. Looks like we're getting a NECA, the 1995 Burning Godzilla. Alright, let's do this.
If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're taking a look at the NECA Burning Godzilla 95 from the 1995 film Godzilla vs. Destroyer. So, let's go ahead and just get on with things, because I don't really think that there's a whole lot to talk about, because if you've seen the 94 episode or you've seen the Reactor Glow episode, you know that this is exactly the same mold as both of those figures, just in a, well, primarily a translucent orange plastic, particularly here at the neck, the torso, the dorsal plates, the two first segments of the shoulders, and the upper legs, and of course the lower abdomen right here. Everything else is entirely solid, kind of like a black plastic-ish. It's kind of a black plastic, except it's kind of got like a green wash, or the green is literally part of the plastic used. And it's definitely got like a really nice kind of color balance. I think it looks really nice, balancing out the blue with the orange. Granted, it's not totally movie accurate, but it is a nice stylistic choice. Jaw looks threatening as heck, with that very solidified tongue with the double rows of teeth, and the multicolored eyes with the red and the orange and the black. Claws are painted more of a blue. I kind of would have liked to see more of a red type color tone if NECA was really going for more like a stylistic look on their Burning Godzilla, which is what they were doing. And of course here for the claws we have some more of like the more blue here as well. For the paint at the bottom, nothing really too much. And for the spines here to here, we actually do have some like white paint, and from there on out it's just kind of like mild white paint, which is not too bad. I got this used, so it's a tiny bit banged up, but that's okay. For articulation, we have a ball joint here at the head, which actually has a groove in it, so you can actually kind of make it look up a bit more. Hinged jaw, ball joint here at the neck, ball joints here at the shoulders, bicep swivel with a tiny hinge, swivel hinge at the elbow, ball joint here at the wrist, hinge fingers, ball joint here at the waist, so you can get a bit of a crunch and a very solid rotation. Because the dorsal plates are made of a more rubber, pliable plastic, you don't really have to worry about paint rubbage, although I wouldn't suggest to, oh, there goes the head, which actually, now that I have it, you can kind of see what I mean by the groove. You can actually kind of pop it back in a little bit more. Hips are on ball joints, and I accidentally unpopped the tail, but whatever. Hinged knee, ball jointed foot, and popping the tail back on. 1, 2, 3, 4 segments, and then from here to here, pure bendy wire. So really, the only like big difference between this guy and the other two releases, I don't know how much of that was actually focused, is that it's going to be a kind of a more red Godzilla in comparison to the others. So with that being said, that's all I really have for this episode. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace everyone. Stay tuned for day 5. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. Welcome to day 5, and today we're just going to spin the wheel here, see which one we get for today. Alright, the Playmates King Kong 2005. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 5, we have another Playmates Kong figure. Yeah, we are not getting too many Godzillas, even though the last one was a Godzilla. This one we're doing the classic Playmates 2005 King Kong from the Peter Jackson's King Kong film line. And as you can see, it's going to be a lot different compared to the more newer Kongs that Playmates has been producing as of late, but let's just go over it anyway. If I remember correctly, this was part of a set with a Statosaurus Rex, if I'm not mistaken. But this is the one I have anyway. So, for the sculpt, it actually has a lot of nice fine details, especially like with the fur and the teeth and the gums, and the eyes are actually painted pretty well, and actually have some detailing that's actually, again, really well done. Kind of like some red splotches for blood here as well. Down here, kind of more where towards the crotches. Like a really nasty scab here at the kind of like the lower leg and here as well. Some more like jutting marks here on the shoulder and like the back. And trying to find some more. Is there any on the hands? Not in that one. Not in that one. Yeah, I think that's about it for blood marks. But again, we do have like a very detailed fur. Like this is probably the best detailed fur that we've gotten on a Kong figure. Probably ever. So on the Playmates Kongs, maybe even more so than the GXK. It's a very tough call, but this actually has some gray dry brushing, which is really nice to see. And you can kind of see like more of the lighter color scheme when it comes to like the skin parts, specifically the pecs, and then down here with like the toes and the fingers here for the hands. And again, it just looks really nice. And we have some like teeth sculpt here as well. And then we have some like painted gums and kind of like the teeth. It's just primarily one strip of like pinkish colored peach-ish paint. And that's okay. I do like how it is, although I will say it's kind of a rough transition between the limbs into the back. Before articulation, we do have a swivel here at the head, which I think you can basically go full 360, and that the top part feels a little tight, but that's okay. We'll talk about that clickiness, but you can go comfortably a full 360. You do get a mild hinge with the elbows, so you can go in and out like that on this one, in and out like that on this one. Swivel hinges for the wrists and hinged fingers. Swivel hinges for the hips that are going to also swivel, and hinged knees. Nothing for the feet. So it's very reminiscent of the Kongs we get today. But the gimmick is that this button back here is supposed to pretty much send both fists flying down. However, because of the old age of this figure doesn't really do that anymore. I almost kind of wish they'd make a Kong figure that does it. I know they have like the Mega Punching Kong, but I'm talking about one the same scale as this one. Closest we have is the Battle Roar Kong, but I'm a bit hesitant to get that because after that Battle Roar Godzilla, it's just, those things are atrocious. I'm sorry. But even I have to have my expectations over which Godzillas I want to get and which ones I don't. But this guy is at least good. But, you know, because of how old this thing is, like 20 years up to this point. Yeah, hold on, what's the copyright date on this thing? 2005. So, yeah, this thing is like almost like 19 years old, 20 years old. Yeah, but whatever, that's besides the point. If you got, that's basically about it. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Stay tuned for day 6. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 6, we're going to spin the wheel and see which figure awaits us. Please do not be another King Kong figure, because even I'm kind of getting a little tired of them. The Playmates Godzilla Evolved. Nice choice. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today's video we're going to be doing the day 6 for the Advent Calendar, which is going to be the Godzilla Evolved from Playmates. This is going to be the original release, not any of the repaints like the one in the 2-pack or the one in the upcoming, well, technically already released Ultimate Titan set, I think it's called. Where it's like all purple and decked out and crap. But this is going to be, I do apologize if I'm speaking a bit monotone. I think I'm coming down with something and it's really screwing up with my trachea. So I'm gonna have to like really dial back on like how expressive my voice really is. So Again, I do apologize for that. I might as well just have an AI version of myself just speaking on behalf of me, so whatever. But actually taking a look at the figure, for the overall mold, it's comprised of multiple different plastics. The head and the jaw are made of more softer plastic, arms are made of a more rubbery plastic, and the feet and the tail, along with the spines, which are translucent, are made of a more flexible plastic, while the legs and the kind of like the abdomen are made of a more harder plastic. And as a result, the detail's a bit more on like the back and forth side, because where there's soft plastic, it's actually really well detailed. Like for the head, you can kind of see the Playmates often go for a more like bluish green color scheme, whereas in the film it was more of a tint rather than full on. We do get a nice spray of like kind of like what would you say, like a salmon, and then we have like the orange eyes you see on the 2014 figure making its way here. I'm actually confident that they might be the same. I don't know. Pretty much stripped teeth paint. It's actually pretty well applied with a painted tongue in there. And then we kind of get like a little bit of spray, kind of olive green spray going down to the base of the tail. And then it kind of goes on from there, and then it kind of get a little bit to the pecs. Claw paint looks pretty basic, kind of same olive green, nothing too complex. Details a bit mellow here on the sides, but then kind of gets a little bit more here, which why they can do it here but not there is a bit awkward. We do have again more like that claw paint that kind of comes across the side here of the claws here for the feet, and then we have more like the salmon paint that comes at the from here all the way to the tip of the tail, which is definitely really nicely applied. And then we have like the translucent reddish pink fins that I know color-wise don't really seem to match. In person, to me, it's not that bad. I mean, it's very obvious, but I've kind of gotten used to it over time. I've had this figure for like, what, almost a year now, so yay. And I will also say the beam effect, which is the only accessory this guy comes with, it's obviously the same color. If you know what strawberry lemonade looks like, you basically already know what color it is. But to attach it, all you just gotta do is shove it into Godzilla's mouth, and yeah, there you go. Speaking of opening up the mouth, the jaw's on a hinge. No articulation here in the head, although you do get a mild rotation. Do not do that. It'll split the plastic. Swivel here at the shoulders. Swivels here at the legs. Swivels here at the feet. And a ball joint here at the tail. I kind of wish, especially in comparison to the other Godzilla Kong figures that were released during this wave, that Godzilla kind of got some more posability, like maybe some swivel hinges for the shoulders. Because if they could do it on this version, the Titan Evolution Godzilla, but they couldn't do it on this one, which is a slightly bigger figure, then I don't see why they couldn't have done that. You know, it could have gotten a little bit more, but whatever. Honestly, again, overall, I do enjoy this figure for what it is, and I definitely think it's definitely a unique one at that. It was our first Godzilla Evolved figure, like 6-inch scale, so maybe for a lot of people, this was the first Godzilla Evolved for a lot of people. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing day 7. We're just going to go right to spinning the wheel here. Hopefully we'll get something good. Looks like we're getting a Bandai, and it's going to be the Creations Fusion Series 2000. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matt, and today we're going to be reviewing the Day 7 figure for the Advent Calendar, which is the Bandai Creations Godzilla 2000 Fusion Series version, which is going to be one of my older figures, so just do keep in mind my opinion hasn't really changed and probably never will because I like this thing a lot. But basically, for the sculpt and paint, it pretty much borrows the mold from the Godzilla 2000 figure you all know and love, and pretty much casts it in a translucent vinyl with glitter infused into it. It does mix up the colors a bit. Instead of being a more green base, it's a gray base with some more darkened purple dorsal plates, and it's a very much more rubbery kind of effect, and I do like it a lot. I will say, like, on first glance, the painted on add-ons, like for the eyes and teeth, they look rather basic, you know, very cartoony-esque. Kind of got the eye, little pupil there, then like the black pupil, and then the kind of like bone white eye, and then we have like the bone yellow teeth with the red tongue, and then we have the bit of claw paint here, there, and there. And I think not some printing on the, actually we have like a little numberage here and some sculpted in marks there. And we do have some nice like purple highlights with the tail. However, the spines on the tail, but I can't tell if that's paint or that's actually just a spray or something, or maybe infused with the vinyl. But essentially speaking, that's going to be realistically it for like the major differences. But it is very squishy. It's very pliable. And I do think that if there's any Godzilla toy you want to give to your children, this is going to be one of them. Assuming that you can actually find this for a decent price nowadays. Head is not on a swivel, but the shoulders do have rotations at the biceps, and is like a V cut at the crotch for some extra movement. And I'm pretty sure if you broke the tail seam right here, not here because this will just rip it, but here you could rotate it. So realistically, that's kind of it. This figure is relatively basic. It's nothing like over the top new, but I definitely think that it's at least a cool novelty to have in your collection. And if you don't have it, then by all means get it. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys like, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to spin the wheel for day 8. And today we're going to be getting, looks like it's another Playmates. And of course it's Kong, but Kong with the Beast Glove. We already did Evolved, so it's already fair we do Beast Glove Kong. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back doing some pretty cool toy reviews for the Advent Calendar. And for day 8, we're going to do the Beast Glove Kong from Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. I've already taken a bit of a look at this guy already, but we're going to take yet another look. So I should start off by saying the sculpt and paint is honestly the best of the line so far, at least in my personal opinion, because not only is the sculpt leagues better than what came in 2020, 2021, it was technically 2020 because the original wave came out in like, I think late 2020? Yeah, it did. This figure, they just pepped up the sculpt to the max, like all the detail here, the wounds here, and the leg gash down there. It looks great. I will say my only gripe is like the paint job on the eyes looking a bit derped up. The mouth paint looks alright, but the sculpt inside looks pretty good. And the Beast Glove itself, pretty well applied. Nothing on the inside, like interior. But we do have some nice kind of like sprays of gray on the face, the pecs, the hands, and the feet. Where there's basically skin, there's like a gray spray. And we even have like some additional scarring details for the, where the scars are on Kong. And, yeah, that's kind of really it. It doesn't really feature much dry brushing like the original. That would have just been the cherry on top, in my opinion, but whatever. For articulation, we have a swivel here at the head. Swivel hinges for the shoulders, both of them. Swivel hinges for the elbows. Go in and out. And this wrist can turn, while this one cannot because it's locked in by the Beast Glove. Swivel hinges for the hips. And a hinge for the knee. So, pretty standard movement. For accessories, even though it's with Beast Glove, it's technically not an accessory because you can't really take it off. And the accessory in question is a heave that you just plug in like so. And as for the heave, it's basically just molded in a piece of plastic, silver plastic like how it was in the movie. So it's not got nothing really like too much to write home about, but it does look cool. And again, you just kind of, I would just say take the bottom one like that and then just stick it in there and you're pretty much all good. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time for day 9. Peace out, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and just a little disclaimer is I'm sick. I've runny nose, and I'm basically congested in my nose, so that's why I'm speaking monotone, because, well, this is as much as I can speak right now. And yeah, we're just going to be kind of going through the motions here with some brand new toy reviews, so let's go ahead and crack open another bad boy here for the list. Which one do we get? Looks like we're getting a Youtooz this time around. The Youtooz Mecha Godzilla. Alright, let's do this. Nasty cough. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew. And today for day 9, we're going to be doing the Youtooz Mecha Godzilla. This is going to be the number, just quickly looking at the box here, number 1 in the set. Godzilla would be 0, and then I think it's Mothra 2, and then Ghidorah 3. I could be wrong about that. But for the Mecha Godzilla here, it's going to be based off the Showa era design. And as you can see, he actually has a lot of nice components to him. For the head, we actually have a nice little facial expression for Mecha Godzilla with the more crescent eyes that Youtooz is known for having. Kind of looks like bananas, honestly. Has a more blocky look to Mecha Godzilla rather than the more robust, quote-unquote, of the original. We do have some nice segmenting. The nose kind of looks like a Lego brick, more evidenced by the teeth. Kind of big and blocky. I think those are rocket thrusters, like little flamethrowers, even though the flamethrowers are supposed to be in the nose, I think. And then we have, like, little, why am I struggling to speak today? Little spine up here, which kind of looks like a hook. Then we have some more bolts. The bolts come down here with more like the chest lining and such, going all the way down to the back. And then it makes its way to the legs and the arms here, where the segmenting is present. And the rest of the coloring, we have like a little dottage paint here for the black on the little antennas. And I think that's actually, technically speaking, the only black paint on this thing, if you don't count the Youtooz logo imprinted. If you do count it, then yeah, that's about it. We do have some nice yellow splotch down here. And if I remember correctly, the original image of these guys, this guy particularly had the the yellow in the where it's supposed to be red, and then I called it out, and then they fixed it. I don't think it was me, but it might be. And then we have like the spines, and we have his big freaking massive FNAF 2 looking feet. Like, literally look at these feet and tell me they don't look something out of Five Nights at Freddy's. Also, little knee spikes, little knee missiles. I'd hate to get knee in the groin by this guy. And we obviously have some more dorsal fins with, like, the bigger ones and the small ones. And then down here, which is supposed to be a little thruster. But sadly, it's not sculpted. And that's kind of it. There's no articulation, sadly. Although I don't think Youtooz videos are known for having articulation. But I know I don't normally do this, but let's go ahead and give a bit of a honorable shout out, pulling back the camera here, to this amazing box. Particularly, I have it in pieces, but this amazing box art that Youtooz went all out for. Like, these quotes from the movies. I really believe that this machine is the weapon to defeat Godzilla. This material can only be space titanium. Zero on the bottom. No, there's not. But I think there's one. I beg you, stop this operation. Like, you can really tell they really wanted to do it justice, and they absolutely did. And it's also, like, newer sleeve. I kind of prefer the old one. This is not bad at all. Something I find interesting is that the Godzilla and the Mothra I have don't have this clear backing, but the Mecha Godzilla does. I wonder if that's like a printing error or something. It has to be, because this was just new. But the Godzilla wave came out like roughly around the same time, but whatever. That being said, that's all I have for today's Mecha Godzilla review. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel and leave a like. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. That being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew. And for day 10, we're going to spin the wheel and see which one we get. A Funko Pop with May Camino and Pelops 2. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 10, we have the Funko Pop Godzilla Singular Point, May Camino, and Pelops 2. So, I know there's probably a bit of confusion among general viewers who watch the channel. Who are these characters? Please forgive me, because it's been no pun intended, a millennium. Not really a millennium, but you get the joke. From when I watched the anime initially. But essentially, this is a character within the anime, and this is an AI character who kind of like tags along for the story and actually becomes a pretty good plot point. So, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get Godzilla, but whatever. First, we're going to go over Pelops 2, just because it's easier to go over. I should also clarify that both Pelops and May both come with a clear circular base that is a pain to get out of the box. But whatever. So first we're going to start off with Pelops. Pelops 2 is casted in a more orange plastic, vinyl, whatever. And has a kind of a pretty cool, cute color scheme. Essentially a dog. A little like pink, almost salmon color paw pads. Nothing at the bottom. But has a very goofy little expression with a little tongue, and kind of like a bluish green color scheme for the eyes and ears, as well as the little bow that goes around the neck, which I do find very adorable. And of course we have like the little tail that almost looks like a pug's tail, just kind of like curled in, and just in a very like happy little expression. Little lines for white for the feet and the hands, as well as the stomach, and then we have like the little design work on the why am I struggling, the face. And yeah, it's a very small little figure, about the size of a Pocket Pop, so anyone who owns a Pocket Pop should know how big this is. But now we go to May Camino herself. There's a bit more to say about May. May is pretty much cast in the same vinyl, using like the same Funko Pop type format that Funko's known for using. We have like a purple, magenta-ish hair color that's actually sculpted pretty well, as well as a little hair tie up here, as well as with like little eyebrows as well, eyelashes down here, and as well as like pink, magenta hair down here, kind of like swinging down. And then we have the solid black circular eyes and a little nose. And then for the body itself, which looks a bit more closer to show accurate, hands are kind of like vested onto the straps of the backpack as if she's pulling it up. The backpack itself is like a little lizard, almost like Godzilla, with like little light blue accents and like a light and green base with like little teeth and little eyes. I don't know why I'm struggling to say so much. Little emblem right there. Emblem. White shirt. And then we have like kind of like a jean jacket kind of thing going on. Then some red sneakers with some bluish socks. And bigger base. And hold on. Yeah, there's articulation here in the head. But for intents and purposes, I just keep it like this. But, yeah, that's kind of really all I have to say. They're both very fine little pieces. Definitely not going to be what everyone's after, but because we all know what everyone would be after when it comes to Godzilla Funko Pops. Godzilla. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and I do apologize again because I am still sick. But my cat is also joining us for this Advent Calendar episode, and we're going to be doing Day 11, see what Day 11 brings us. And we get a... the Hasty Like Imperial bootleg. Alright, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew. And I also want to just apologize for the constant delays in episodes. I've been, again, under the weather. Don't worry, I'm getting it checked out. But I'm still going to be making these because, well, it's what I love. It's what I love doing. Oh, wow, I sounded really raspy. Well, of course I sound raspy, but basically, so to speak, we're just going to be pretty much going through the motions and talking about some figures. So, this here is a Chinese bootleg that was, I don't remember where I got this from. Actually, no, that's a lie. I remember how I got it. I was minding my own business, and then my brother pops in, and he gives me this figure, saying my parent picked it up somewhere, and they don't remember where they got this, so the Godzilla of mysterious origins, we'll say. As you can see, it's definitely based on one of the Imperials, which it's not a Imperial, obviously, but I say it. But I say it's a Heisei-like suit, just because you can see all the wrinkles and the folds in the skin, and it has like the 4 toes, the 4 claws, kind of like the Heisei suit, so that's why I consider it the Heisei-like. So as far as like the spray goes, you have all like the gray here at the back, and yeah, some gray highlights, silver highlights here on the shoulders, here for the stomach lining and underneath, and here for the feet, or the legs here, sorry, on the outsides. But primarily its base is going to be a greenish color, and you also have like some individually sculpted teeth, ifly painted, of course, and some blood red eyes, which he probably just woke up and rubbed his eyes too hard. And we do have some nice red painted tongue in there, and we do have some individually sculpted claws here, which look fine for articulation. We have swivels here at the shoulders, swivels here at the feet, and a 360 swivel here for the tail. Now, that's pretty much it. If I do continue to sound like this, I am going to be probably muting my videos, and I'm probably just going to add text and just going to be like an overall showcase of the episodes going forward. Because again, do keep in mind that this is just supposed to be a series of holiday-themed Godzilla figure reviews. And again, I like talking, but if I can't talk, then I won't talk. But right now I still kind of can. even though I sound really hella raspy. So again, I'll keep you guys updated. With that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys did, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 13, we're going to spin the wheel, see which one we get. Also, we're getting yet another Playmates, and it's a Titan Tech, and it's Godzilla. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the Playmates Titan Tech Godzilla from, this is based off the Godzilla vs. Kong design, but it's like general marketed as Godzilla. It's not particularly towards any film. But this is from the, what I presume to be short-lived, Titan Tech line, because they've only ever released 3 figures, this, Kong, and then Rodan, and then that's it. Then again, I think it'd be hard to do a Titan Tech Mothra without it looking super weird. And then again, this Godzilla does look weird. But anyways, basically what the gimmick is here is this Godzilla can actually transform into like a Titan Tech armor suit type of thing. So it's not like he transforms into another Kaiju. He transforms into like armor and such, which I gotta say, if that's actually armor, that's gotta be the crappiest armor in the world. But whatever. For the sculpted details, the head is actually molded decently well. It's got some big bulgy blue eyes with small little pupils in there, kind of like a pink tongue in there, and then sandily painted white teeth, which are actually pretty well painted. We have like a strip of blue dorsal plates here that are pretty decently sculpted and painted. One big section of like translucent blue dorsal plates that are reminiscent of a Battle Roar Godzilla, which I gave crap over the years. And then the rest of the dorsal plates are going to be black. And it's going to be all in like a neutral position. So Godzilla's arms are going to be out to the sides like this. Okay, yeah, they do. Spin, just trying to remind myself. And the legs are going to be kind of like scrunched in. Oh, don't want to be doing that. And yeah, they're going to be kind of in, which I think is a bit odd because it just looks like he's leaning super far forward. I mean, that's kind of what he's doing. But like as far as like coloring is concerned, that's going to be pretty much it. He has these blue beams of, well, blue plastic, and he has a bit of like bolts and like hinges, and then we're going to get to that. He has no paint on his claws, either of them, and he has no dry brushing, so I think that's relatively like about it as far as detail goes. But you're here for the transformation, so that's what we're going to get started with. We're going to start with getting the shoulders. Hold on. It's been a while since I've done this. We're going to get the shoulders out of the way. Pry this open. Wait. I'm trying to make sure there's room. This isn't like a tutorial, because like I'm pretty sure everyone who's owned this figure or has come across it should know how this thing transforms. But as you can tell, it is very, very cursed. Like, good grief. This thing. It looks so, no pun intended, unhinged. So, yeah, we have like this rib cages, which if I remember correctly, these like cages were from a previous released figure that Playmates had once planned for the Godzilla vs. Kong line. It was Mega Godzilla with serpentine armor, and it was essentially the Mega Godzilla figure we got. The one that like makes sound and such. The one that like lights up blue. And it had like this red armor at the back. And I'm guessing what happened was Legendary was just like, you know what, maybe not. Let's not do this. So Playmates just went ahead, scrapped the armor, and decided to put it on this figure because it makes more sense from like a logical standpoint. And yeah, so we have this, and just want to make sure everything is all set up. I think that's about it. But yeah, there we go. Godzilla is now armored and ready to go. It looks less like armor and more like if North Korea was the sponsor of the Monsterverse. I mean, just look at this. Missiles on his legs, like literal blades out of his kneecaps, out of his knees, sorry, his ankles here. Like a literal switchblade out of his left forearm. Spikes out of here, missiles here. It's so loaded. I mean, if the Muto died to this, oh boy, Godzilla 2014 would have been rated R in an instant. But yeah, this is essentially what Godzilla looks like in his full armor suit up, and I think I'm gonna dig this. I dig it a lot. But with that being said, I think that's gonna be about it. As far as like posability goes, he's got swivels at his shoulders, hinge at his jaw, swivels at his legs, swivels at his wrists, swivels at his feet, and a swivel at the tail. That is going to be it. It's just kind of like a larger upscale Bandai figure, or heck, even just in general Playmates figure. Just to bring in a 6-inch figure for a brief comparison, because you can tell by the articulation, hinge, shoulders, its hips, no feet or arms, but we do have a tail swivel. Actually, the 6-inch figures, I think, have a ball joint, while the Titan Tech has a swivel. So, interesting choice, but hey. Trying to get this set back up on my shelf. Whatever, that'll do. But with that being said, that's all I have for this video. If you guys liked it, definitely leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Stay tuned for day 14. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with the Advent Calendar, and we're going to do for day 14. Let's see which one we get here. Oh, looks like we're getting a Monster Arts. The Monster Arts Ultima. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendars. I'm out of breath. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another figure review. I mean, that's what we're doing on the Advent Calendar anyway. Today we're doing the review of the SH Monster Arts Godzilla 2021 Godzilla Ultima from Godzilla Singular Point. This is going to be, I think, one of my most exciting ones because I actually really dig this figure, and I bought this thing for, get this, $180. But it wasn't just this figure I got. I got its accessories, the SH Monster Arts Ghidorah 91 original release with the gravity beams, and a NECA 2014. All for $180. Thank you, seller. And I hope to do business with you again. Anyway, this guy is one of the best figures, I think, in my personal collection. Just because of how unique it is. So let's start. The sculpt and paint, it's definitely very much kind of like I can't really tell if it's a stylistic take on the show because it's been a while since I've seen Singular Point, but I know that Ultima looks like this. Very chunky, very hefty. The head has got a nice sculpt to it with kind of like almost like a, not a mohawk, but very much like anime style spines that almost look like a hairdo. And then you got like these tiny little eyes that are colored yellow and orange. It's kind of hard to see on camera. And then opening up his big pie hole, we have the mouth, which is like multi-tooth throat, and the big canines and the red kind of gum lines in there. Then we have like the little hanging dewlap and all these like lines of spikes to down his neck into the chest. If you try choking this guy, oh boy, you're going to be in for a big, big soreness on your hand. But we also have some kind of spike lines on his arms, segmenting going down his body. And then we have like the wrists, which are painted pretty basically. No real shading, which is okay. Given the fact that it's a cartoon, I'm probably going to piss a lot of anime fans off. Guys, it's animation. Just saying, anime literally translates to animation. Just saying. So going down to the back, we have some more like veiny-like appendages on his spines. And it, again, really looks good. It looks like leaves, which I think was kind of the point. But definitely would have rid home a lot well on, why do I see this working well on Legendary Godzilla? Even though Evolved Godzilla kind of had this, which it was a direct reference to, I believe. But whatever. This isn't about Evolved. This is about Ultima. Some more segmenting on his big, meaty thighs. Like, look at those. I could literally have this as like chicken wings of sorts. Speaking of chicken wings, we have more of the segmenting in like the back bent leg to the more prominent 3 toes on his feet, which look sick. And then we have like all the segmenting going down here, as you can see with all the tail spines, and then all the segmenting going down this very long tail. Like, to put this in perspective, this is about the length of my whole hand plus my elbow. Like, it's about up to my elbow. I have a bit of scratches, but whatever. But yeah, we go down to all the way the segment down here, and that's why I prefer to keep it like curled in. But even then, it just doesn't do it justice how long this thing is. But yeah, just that's a brief rundown of the sculpt and paint. For articulation, we get a hinge at the top of the head and a hinge at the jaw. We can kind of open up about that far, close in. Multi-segments here at the neck to the shoulders. Ball joint here at the shoulder. Bicep. Oh, pop the wrist out, which is on a ball joint with a sleeve. So we do get a fair amount of range. Come on, get in there. There we go. Kind of get a little bit of a bend. It's very mild. Do not pop out on me again. Thank you. Mild movement here at the waist. It's mainly like a little side-to-side thing rather than a full on ab crunch. But we do get sorry about that, folks. Oh great, wow, whatever. Segmenting here at the hips so we can go in and out, forward and back. There's a free flowing piece to cover up the gaps. Hinged knees, ball jointed foot, and multiple segments running down this enormously long freaking tail. So you can pretty much go all the way around. Do not ask me how much segments there are. I would not be able to count. At least not on camera, but overall, it's very much an impressive little thing. Little's not really what it is. It's actually quite massive. And for accessories, comes with this little tray. And I'm not going to take it out just for simplicity reasons. Just keep this kind of short. But we have a extended head that like opens up and you can shoot the beam, even though it doesn't come with a beam. And 2 minifigures of Jaguar. And then we have like 2 little stands that go on the nubs of the feet. And then you can stand them up, stand little Jet Jaguars up. And funny enough, these are my only Jet Jaguar figures. Yeah, don't blame me. Playmates like released their Jet Jaguar once and then never again. So, plus I'm not buying any of the Bandai overpriced crap you see on eBay. But whatever. But as far as this figure goes, I think that this figure is really good. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 15, we're going to spin the wheel, see which figure we get this time. Alright, it's going to be the Bandai Monster Roar Tag Godzilla 2023. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla Advent Calendar for 2024. My name is Matthew, and today for day 15, we're going to be doing the Godzilla -1 Godzilla Monster Roar Attack Heat Ray version statue. So basically, this is part of like a more affordable statue line that Bandai has been pumping out. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's more versions of Godzilla. I believe that there's also GXK versions. I could be wrong about that, but this is the one I own. So, this is what we're going to be reviewing today. So, first let's start with the sculpt and paint. The mold itself is actually pretty good, for the most part. I say for the most part because there are a few duds. For example, the head. It looks kind of off. I don't know what it is about it. I'm guessing because like the snout's a bit shortened, and the head looks way too similar paint wise to the SHMA 2021 Godzilla, where it was like all blue with no real like subtlety to it. And I get it's because like, you know, they're trying to like, there is sculpt work in the teeth and surprisingly the eyes, but really, you were not going to notice that from far away, and you probably didn't even notice it until I pointed it out. But head on, it actually looks really nice. And we do have a lot of nice segmenting and dry brushing. And if there's one thing I have to commend, it's that the dry brushing itself on this guy looks phenomenal. Like, you can tell this really does look like the Godzilla we see on the movie. Very, like, riggedy skin, uneven texturing. It looks very flaky and broken, almost like he's decaying. And we even have like an elbow spike here and here, like back here, a bit more tucked in. Claws here making a return. They're not sharp at all, which is good because this figure's not that sharp at all, really. I'm trying to feel like go across all the points. It's a very blunt. Not trying to say this is a kid's toy, but if your kid gets a hold of it, they're not going to hurt themselves, thankfully. But we do have some more dry brushing and kind of washes down here, especially at like the lower abdomen, the legs. Looks very beefy and very muscular, almost, again, uneven and very mutant-y like. We have some like claws. I'm not really a fan of the way the claws are painted. I think I would have liked a darker color as opposed to a lighter color on a darker base. But they are done at least well enough considering the price point. And let's talk about the dorsal plates. At first, I wasn't initially a fan because of like the fact that it goes from a translucent plastic. It just looked too similar to that of the Playmates Godzillas, where again they do translucent plastic and then paint like the rest of it. And while I do still stand by the fact that I don't really like the color transition between this metallic paint job to like the translucent blue, I will admit that the sculpting work is actually done really well. And I almost would have preferred if the whole thing was like this kind of sprayed on blue, or if the whole thing was like translucent blue. But hey, they went with this, and like, really, who am I to complain? Oh, I am a person to complain because I bought the figure. But of course, we have like the tail, very much segmented. If there is one gripe I do have, it's that the fins aren't like jutting out like they do in the film. I know this is a remold or repaint, whatever it may have you, but I feel like they could have retooled them to at least extend the spines out a little bit. You know, like this especially deserves to be like and then cocking like a machine gun and then that's kind of how the beam goes. And we do have a very short tail. I mean, it's proportionally accurate to the film. But for an accessory, we do have a little base, which is like carved with Godzilla's bottom side of the tail, which we just can place right around here because it's molded to shape. And there you go. There's no posability, which means that's technically speaking kind of it. Yeah, there's a lot of nice crisp detail to this figure and a lot of good paint jobs. Is it perfect? No. At least I don't think so. But it's still a good, decent figure. And honestly, if you want a -1 statue, this actually is not a bad choice because it's very cost effective, and doesn't really cost that much. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing day 16. Let's see which one we get for today. Looks like it's a Funko Pop. The Funko Pop Godzilla Ultima. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 16, we're going to be doing the Funko Pop Godzilla Ultima standard release version. This is going to be part of the Godzilla Singular Point line for Funko. And yeah, we're just going to jump straight into it. So for the body mold, it uses a modified 2021 Heat Ray Godzilla mold. It is actually the first time that Toho and Funko have done something outside of the MonsterVerse in like their classic line. For the head, we have some bright yellow eyes, some very kind of like mixed in gray, black wash, and individually sculpted teeth with the big canines, and the membranes being more blood red as opposed to the more magenta mouth with the inner row of teeth and the tongue. We have some like the fins and the rows back here with little frills, more like the wavy segmenting parts of like the body, and then especially like the arms where we get a little bit more spikes out of it. Here for the back, we can also get some more segmented details and more of the maple leaf vein-like appendages on the spines, which I think look really good. Only problem is I feel like there's a bit of a kind of a clear color shifts between bone white and bone yellow, or more like eggshell yellow white-ish. whatever. And then we have like more of the segmenting here at the tail. So it's the tip on the more extended tail, more like the beefed up three-toed feet with the back bent toe here at the back as well. And as far as the figure goes, that's relatively about it. There's no accessories, there's no gimmicks, that's pretty much everything. But yeah, I think overall it's a very fantastic Funko Pop. Definitely not the best, but it's definitely cool. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 17, we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel, see which figure we get. Looks like it's a NECA. Alright, the Shin Godzilla. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 17, we're doing the NECA Shin Godzilla bootleg version. Yeah, this is the bootleg, in case if you don't know, even though I've reviewed this thing like a billion times. And if you're wondering why I have the bootleg, I want you to go on Amazon. I want you to go on eBay. Punch in NECA Shin Godzilla. Find one that's not a bootleg, and look at the sale price. And then come back here and try asking me it. Yeah, something that was available at Toys R Us like less than a few years ago is now like worth SHMA level prices. I don't agree with that at all. Like really, that's a whole other can of worms. So I decided to test my luck, and I bought a bootleg. And I will say, for the most part, it actually did kind of like succeed. It looks very close to the original because it has a, well, just for spoiler territory, it has a very nice sculpt, and it actually carries over from the original release very, very well. Of course, it does have like some duds. I would honestly kind of compare the paint, like as far as carrying over from the original, quality-wise. I know this is going to sound like a very weird analogy, but the original is PlayStation 5 graphics. This is like PS3, PS2. If that makes any sense. But for the head, we actually do have a very decent paint job, because the eyes are really well painted and actually pretty well sculpted on the head itself. We have the teeth, which are kind of like a more mucky brown, as opposed to the more vibrant, not vibrant, but more vibrant sea yellow of the original. And then we have like some pinks and then some reds going on inside the mouth that kind of looks like a certain body part. We have some red kind of highlights going down the spines. The spine's actually kind of shrunk, which, I mean, to be fair, it's made of rubber, and when you're literally casting something, it's going to shrink. But I do like the fact that it looks like it is glowing because it has, like, the darker tips. But moving on down to the body, we do have, like, again, kind of like the more brown wash color. And I think it looks really good with the red in the more creaky crevices of sorts. And it looks really neat. We do have a nice wash of, like, the red kind of going down. It almost looks like blood here. I don't know if you guys can actually pick that up. Like, look at that. That looks like straight up blood. Like, look at that detail. Again, especially for a bootleg, this is actually really nice. Punching that out there. We can kind of come down here to the abdomen where it gets a bit more like the reddish. Then here to the legs where it kind of continues that redness. And then to the tail. Funny enough, they actually used the Atomic Blast Shin Godzilla's tail and then just colored it in the wave color of the original. How do I know this? It has the peg hole for the beam. The original didn't have that. So I guess, I'm really paying the price when it comes for a bootleg, but it's alright. But I do like all the segmenting, and I do like how very kind of muted color it looks. Because I wouldn't imagine, like, if they did add red, it looked very heavy-handed. Especially given some other bootlegs I've seen on things like AliExpress reviews, what was it? eBay. I don't know why I'm trying to say eBay. Like, there's this really red bootleg Shin Godzilla I saw. Like, wow, they did not hold back. But whatever. Now for the posability. Hinged jaw, ball jointed neck, ball jointed head, and then the neck. Ball jointed ab crunch, ball jointed biceps, swivel hinge at the shoulders, elbows. Swivel hinges at the wrists, ball joints here at the waist or the hips. Swivel hinge at the knee, ball joint here at the foot, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ball joints here at the tail. And no, there's not a bendy wire on this one because it is entirely sealed up with plastic. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'll leave that up to you. But as a whole, I feel like this bootleg Shin Godzilla is surprisingly well done. And again, for a bootleg on AliExpress, you could have really went more wrong with this thing. Really, the only thing I have a problem with is the feet's posability and the mouth not staying closed. Because, yeah. But whatever. With that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today, for day 18, we're going to spin the wheel and see which Godzilla we get next. Alright, the bootleg Godzilla T-Rex hybrid. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing the figure review of the Mini T-Rex Godzilla Hybrid. Yeah, I don't really have an official name for this thing, but it is a Chinese knockoff. And as you can tell, it's definitely a very interesting looking piece. I bought this from a lot from a seller, and it was of a Playmates, Playmates Fighter Jet Kong and a 2014 City Destruction Godzilla. So with that being said, let's go ahead and look at this. So, surprisingly, it is a very vintage and old piece, being around 20, 25 years old. So, I guess depending on how you look at it, yeah, it is pretty old. Might be even older than you watching this. But for the sculpt, it's actually pretty well detailed, having a lot of like nice bumps and crevices. Here at the tail, it's not too segmented, even though there's like clear segmenting here. For the arms, they definitely are more T-Rex-like than Godzilla-like. And for the head, it has like an elongated snout, so it definitely looks like, again, a Godzilla cross T-Rex hybrid. Has ears, has some painted eyes, and even a little painted tongue, which is pretty cool as well. And some sculpted in teeth. Something I do find interesting as well is how the feet are molded as well, being a bit more flattened, but it still looks like it has some definition. I don't know how to really describe it. The whole thing is flattened. Oh well, here's my cat. But we do have some very nice paint applications here at the back, with some blue on the more midsection and yellow spray on like the outer fins. And it mixes together in some parts, like here on this row of fins, and I think a bit here to where it can actually look green. That is really cool. But aside from that, that's kind of it. It's a very small, basic minifigure that really doesn't have a whole lot to it, other than the maybe like the whole novelty of a small Godzilla T-Rex minifigure hybrid thing that again looks really nice. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 19, we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel and see which one we get. Looks like we're getting a Youtooz, and it's the Godzilla vs. Kong on aircraft carrier set. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be doing another episode of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. Today we're going to be doing day 19, which is the Youtooz Godzilla vs. Kong on aircraft carrier set. This is going to be number, quickly looking at the box here, number 2 in the Godzilla vs. Kong collection. And, you know, we actually have some pretty cool stuff to look at here. Now, initially, I thought this was going to be a 2-in-1 where it can actually disattach the figures, but no, Godzilla and Kong here are actually mounted pretty much permanently to the thing. And as you can see, there's a lot to talk about, so let's go ahead and talk about it. So first we have Kong. Kong himself, unlike the Kong on Throne, actually is colored correctly, as it has a more brown color scheme and kind of a more gray kind of color, skin color, with some more color, darker colored fingernails, and I'm saying colored a lot. He has black eyes, of course, with the standard crescent shape eyes, some decent sculpted nostrils, and actually a really well sculpted mouth. Mine's got a little bit of scuffage right on the teeth, but of course that's to be expected given the size and quality consistency of Youtooz spheres, which is apparently not that good according to some videos I saw on YouTube. But we do have some slashes here, which are actually pretty well sculpted. And Kong is like more movie accurate, quote unquote, proportionally than Godzilla is. And he's actually, surprisingly, the taller one. Yeah, basically, he has his legs spread out while Godzilla's does have his legs spread out, but if they were together, he wouldn't be that much taller. And to be frank, I think it's very weird looking to see Kong being the taller and heavier one, because here they made the carrier, they actually flipped the scene. It's supposed to be like this, but they decide to flip it like this. Don't know why, but it looks cool regardless. But let's talk about Godzilla. Godzilla is going to be standard charcoal gray like his heat ray counterpart, except without the blue. He's got the individually sculpted dorsal plates, which are going to be more of a gray this time around. And he's going to be individually sculpted teeth with a very vibrant pink tongue in there. And of course the pretty much solid black crescent eyes. Pretty nice claw paint and a nice little tummy, of course. And of course we have a little tongue in there as well. The paint on the stomach does stop when it hits the tail, but of course, as to be expected, we have some fire, of course, looking more like clay, and a little building, probably like the observation deck where they do all the stuff for the carrier. And the carrier itself doesn't really look like an aircraft carrier. It looks more like a big box that you just put them on, and there you go. I definitely feel like they could have been a little bit more creative with the box design, but the water itself is actually done pretty well. Although I will admit, it looks less like water and more like fire that's just blue. I almost would have preferred if they actually did the Godzilla heat ray, swapped out the heat ray plastic and put the plastic on here so it looks clear. And they just give the heat ray more of like this because it looks more color matching. But at the bottom we have Youtooz.com, Godzilla trademark and copyright Toho, legendary Youtooz, Youtooz.com. And yeah, that's about it. If you want to get one for yourself, this thing has been out of stock for like, what, 3 years now? So good luck trying to get one on retail price. Your best bet would probably be like eBay, or I don't know if they carry them on Amazon. I know they link it to StockX, but the stocking itself, it's very random, and they go for absurd prices. Like, this thing is not worth more than $40 at most. That's how much I paid. So, with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 20, we're going to spin the wheel and see which one we get. Oh, the bootleg Godzilla Evolved. Alright, interesting choice. Let's do it. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla Advent Calendar for 2024. My name is Matthew, and for day 20, we're going to be taking a look at the NECA bootleg, yes bootleg, Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Godzilla Evolved. This is going to be a very interesting piece, because not only have I reviewed this thing like, what, a billion times on the channel, it's also just the fact that this thing exists. You know, I was just casually minding my own business, and then all of a sudden in my shopping feed, when you search something up on YouTube, you can get like these little products at the top bar. Here this thing was. And I decided to look into him, and yeah, he was apparently a legit product in that he was an actual physical toy. He wasn't legit in the sense of he supports Toho, Legendary, Warner Brothers, or anyone involved with the Godzilla license. That being said, yes, NECA had nothing to do with it, but without further ado, let's just jump on into the figure. The figure you've probably seen like a billion times. This is my version. I have the one that doesn't have like all the veins and such, and the more darker paint application. Because there are several variants of this sucker. It's like every week there's a new paint variation. I saw like a hybrid. That's how cool this thing is. But he uses the NECA 2019 King of the Monsters mold, which, if you know, that's not the right suit design for the Godzilla. And because the Evolved Godzilla is a lot more skinny, he has more thinned out dorsal plates, he has a more human-like build, and he has a Thagomizer at the end of his tail. This is literally just the 2019 Godzilla painted in the color scheme, color deco of it. For the face, it's pretty basic. We have some pupils or little white dots to symbolize eyeballs, and they are painted pretty wonkily. We do have some like decent kind of like wash on the front with like the pink, and we also have like 3 stripes of pink, which are meant to symbolize where the spikes like of the eye spikes would be. I don't really think I have like a good figure showing. Yeah, no, none of my Playmates have them. But we do have a very, very interesting pink choice in the gums, where it's just all one shade of pink. There's really no like shading to it, so it kind of looks a little bland. But we also have some painted gills, which I respect them for trying to paint the gills, but come on, they could have done better than this. But something that they did pretty damn well is actually the dry brushing on the front. The whole body, like the legs, the chest, and the arms, are actually coated in like this metallic dry brushing effect, and it looks really nice. Like, this legit looks like something you find on the legit product, at least like with better consistency, because you see the legs here, the upper legs, this one has more than this one does, and the quality on the arms, you can definitely tell like the sculpt itself is starting to like wash away because of how much they've been using this. Like, I'm even confident that this uses the mold from a pre-existing bootleg Godzilla. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Hold on. Yeah, copyright info still there. Yeah, so the segmenting itself, again, it's very well done. And I do like how it's applied. Like, as far as, like, the details concerned. And even going down to, like, the tail where it continues the dry brushing. But we do have, like, some splotches of pink that kind of made its way. And speaking of the pink, from here all the way to the tip of the tail, it's entirely coated in pink. Minus where there's joints, so you can kind of move like for example, the waist, get some pink cut off, segments on tail, more pink cut off. So pretty much speaking, the pink itself isn't necessarily the best. I do like the wash, but I don't really like how pastry-ish it looks. Again, it just kind of looks like they took icing and then they just smeared it on. Although I will admit the gradient here is honestly, hold on, there we go. The gradient here is actually done pretty well. Okay, I kind of get a little carried away. For articulation, we have a hinge at the jaw, which I actually fixed by pinching it, and then I put it back into place. Now the head, still haven't fixed. Think it's pretty much like that forever. The head, because it broke on me as soon as I opened it. I didn't get it with the box. I opened it with, I got it without the box, just because I'm kind of low on space. But the neck itself can barely move. Ball joint here at the shoulder, hinge here for the elbow. There's no swivel. I know it looks like there is, but that's just because of the joint tolerance. And a basic swivel for the wrist, ball joint for the ab crunch, ball joints here for the hips, hinge for the knee, ball joint here for the foot, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 joints here for the tail. Which, if I have to commend something, I think that the bootleg has a very good fluid tail. One that doesn't really keep its pose, but it's fluid. Now, as far as accessories, shockingly, it does come with 2. Also from the NECA 2019 V2, we have like this very flexible pink lemonade looking Q-tip Godzilla beam, which you just simply stick like this. And you have this base part, which you attach like this, even though it doesn't really attach. And it should look like this. So if I have to commend the bootleg, for about $20-$25 on AliExpress, you're getting a 6-inch figure, a beam effect, and a beam clash effect. That is actually a very good deal, especially this day and age, where Bandai's charging, I think, $25-$30 for like these smaller classic Toho Godzillas like 04, Kiryu, and then I think there's a -1 as well, and it's like very crappy quality. I hate saying this, but this is probably worth your money more than those. Unless you want to support Toho. If you want to support Toho, don't even look at this. NECA lost the license years ago. This is not a continuation. It's a continuation in my heart. Whatever. I'm still in denial. With that being said, thank you guys for watching. You guys leave a like and subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 admin calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 21, we're going to spin the wheel and see which figure we get next. So we're getting a Funko Pop. Alright, we're getting the Neon City Kong. Alright, good choice. Let's do this. If you enjoy this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 advent calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 21, we're going to be reviewing something from 2021. The Godzilla vs. Kong Neon City Kong Funko Pop. This is going to be the 10-inch variant, and it's going to be decked out in a nice purple. So that's why he's the Neon City version. You get it. So, basically speaking, I bought this guy actually for a somewhat decent price. I think it was like $60. Which for like the resale value it goes for nowadays is that's pretty well. For the head, it's very, very good, I would say. It has a lot of nice fur detail. The eyes are actually done pretty well, being a much more magenta, dark magenta type color. And we do have some individually sculpted teeth with some more kind of like bone white detail. And there's nothing really going on inside the mouth aside from some mild detailing Not so much on the top, but for the tongue, pretty basic. But for the fur, it's actually dry brushed in a more purple type color scheme, and it's a lighter purple, I should say, in addition to the more darker base, and it's done really well. Ears done pretty well as well, there and there. And here for like the fist or the arm here, we do have a nice kind of like lighter spray for like pecs and with the skin color. We have more like highlights for the fur here, for the beard and for the I don't know why I'm struggling so much. Where there is fur, there's detail, and especially like down here with the legs, you can kind of get more of that highlight. And then here for the scar, it actually looks better color contrast compared to the original, where we have more of like a pink. Honestly, they kind of look like worms. Not to mention they're not painted all the way. Kind of would have preferred that. But yeah, aside from that, that's pretty much it. The backside is entirely blank. It honestly looks like that purple monkey from like, I forget what it's like from. It's like a purple monkey. It's like very old. My fellow 2000s and maybe even 90s kids will know what I'm talking about. You know that purple monkey? I don't know. I've seen him in a few memes. Anyway, but we do have some glossiness here for like, especially that big monkey booty. But he's in like a very cool pose here, almost like a battle stance, like getting ready for a battle. I think it makes it really unique. Before articulation, oh sorry for hitting the camera. We only have one head swivel, and then go like that. Try not to scrape it, and like that. That's pretty much it. So yeah, I think my only gripe is that the dry brushing is only confined to the front side, not the back. Yeah, it's on the shoulder, but from here, you're going to see on the shoulder. From here, entirely blank. But really, that's just a nitpick. Well, with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 22, we're going to spin the wheel and see which figure we get next. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Round 2 set. Alright, let's do it. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another review. My name is Matthew, and today for this Advent Calendar episode, day 22, we're going to be taking a look at the Destroy All Monsters Round 2 Godzilla set. Now, I should probably clarify something, since it's a Mezco video and I'm talking about a Mezco Godzilla set. I don't really know where this line's going to go. I don't know if Mezco's made like any public announcements about this, because their last release, I think, was the Versus NECA Godzilla set. And I think that was like almost a year ago, maybe even over a year ago. I haven't been keeping up with Mezco's Godzilla stuff as of late, because they just kind of been slowing down as of late, which really kind of disappoints me, because I really dig these figures. And I think that this is a very nice way of getting high quality collectibles of our favorite Toho monsters. But with that being said, this is the round 2 set. So round 1 had Godzilla, Mothra Larva, Rodan, and Anguirus. This one has 4 more monsters, with Manila, or Minya, Ghidorah, Gorosaurus, and Baragon. So, with that being said, I don't have the bases out for these 3, because they all look the freaking same, and I'm not going through all my figures just to put out which ones belongs to which base. But just know they're all big, like Minyas. They're all these big, square bases with peg holes adjusted to each of their feet positions. But then you gotta rotate them, figuring out like which one's which, and yada yada yada. It gets complicated. It's crazy as hell, and yada crap. So we're going to be going through them one by one. So we're going to first start with Minya, which I have, the smoked ring in, just because I think it looks cool. But as you can see, Mania is very accurate to the movie. Shockingly accurate. We have like little rows of fins where his fins would be. We have a very kind of disproportionately long tail, very gray in appearance. Got some like kind of dry brushings across the body, and then kind of like a spray for the claws here. For the face, definitely looks ugly. The hands are in like a bit of a position here where it's like kind of going in, almost like a battle position. The ring kind of looks like two lifesavers just stockpiled onto each other with clear plastic beneath. And the head, goofy as all heck. And you can still get some more of that dry brushing. But this is like the open mouth, and as a result, the mouth just, when you unpeg it, like, that looks creepy. And because mine's not properly glued in, because it's kind of like, when you go like that, it almost looks like an alien mouth. So, ugh. But Minia does have some accessories, which we have a regular head, which looks infinitely better. Don't know why I don't display that one. And we actually have different hands that are more of like relaxed to the side pose. And how you just literally put them on is just unpeg it and just put it back on. I'm not going to show it because it would like pre-length the video significantly. So that's just an overall view of Manila. Ghidorah, he's basically the biggest of the whole set. No surprise there. But much like Minya, he come with his own base. And he's entirely made of like a gold. A very fine gold. And I do like it. It's kind of glittery, specifically on the wings. I don't know if my camera can pick... yeah, it picks up. Nice folds and the wrinkles in the skin. Of course, like the film. I'm shocked that they would actually feature that because, you know, it's a solid figure, not meant to look like a suit. The heads have red eyes and some tiny little black pupils with some kind of more yellowed off teeth, and kind of like the lion's mane and all the various little horns, and like the crescent shaped horn on Ghidorah's forehead. I think that there's one part of it where it's like bleeding over, if I can find it. Oh yeah, right here. Mine does have a bit of splotch of like the paint on the mane, where the paint is from the mane. I'm pretty sure it's from this one because like it's right above it. Unless they just took the paintbrush and they just stroked it over. I mean, it's fine. Just a minor thing to point out. But yeah, pretty much speaking, it's going to feature the same scale of detail throughout. Sometimes it gets a bit more compact, like in the lower legs. Sometimes it gets a little less heavy-handed in the tail sections, which look great as well. And for accessories, he also comes with his signature gravity beams, which are also going to be all... I don't know if they're all the same sculpt. Oh, crap. I don't know if they're all the same sculpt. I think they are. Or they're just really retooled. But yeah, you do get some nice nostril paint. And that's pretty much it for Ghidorah. Next, Gorosaurus. Gorosaurus is going to be my personal favorite of the set just because of how close and how cool he is. Because we have like a very mucky underneath spray for the belly. And then we have like a little stinger tail appendage. It's not really a stinger. It's more like a stab. But we do have some nice claw paint here. Kind of wish there was more shading in comparison to the others. That's okay. Claw paint here as well. Individually painted sculpted teeth here. And of course we have Gorosaurus looking very stoned. And of course we have the individually sculpted spines. Well, individually sculpted, and then they're kind of like bind together here. And we actually have like a multitude of different greens, like a lighter shade of green where the spines are, and then a darker shade of green, and then like the yellow here at the base. And as far as accessories go, that is it. It's just going to come with the Gorosaurus. It does come with a base, but really all of them come with a base. And I probably would have liked it if they had like a tail kick accessory, if they like propped them up on his tail and it kicked. That would have looked cool. And Baragon, the last, he's going to be another movie accurate one. Although I don't really like the head being like a different piece from his snout. I mean, of course, that's how he manufactured, but it almost looks like a mask. You know what I'm saying? And plus, there are two different colors, plus an obvious seam line. Like, that looks ugly. But we do have some nice horns, nice kind of frill ears, and then the individually sculpted teeth in there. That looks nice. And we do have some detail inside the mouth, which, can we get a closer look at that? I think that's about as we can get. Whatever, that's okay. We have some nice texture at the bottom here for the stomach and the hands here, the legs. Looking nice with the dry brushing and the nice claw paint here and there. The back has some nice ridges, almost looks like some sort of armadillo, which I think is really cool. And then like all the little segmenting, color dry brushing of wash of yellow, brown, and of course this mini segmented tail that is pretty cool on its own right. And for Baragon's accessories, he comes with an alternate head that's open mouth, has the ears going down, and it's meant to go like when he's on all fours, which also comply with his new leg sculpts, which this is his right leg, this is his left leg. Yeah, okay. Good, I want to make sure I got that down. So as far as articulation goes, just to briefly go over them one more time. Manila has a swivel at the head. Oh, shoot. Swivel at the head, swivel at the shoulders, and swivel is at the legs. Don't want to mess with the legs too much. Now, where did that ring accessory go? There it is. Plug it back in. Okay, we're good. And that's kind of the theme that all figures have at least 5 joints. So Ghidorah's, just kind of go over it because we're kind of running out of time. He has 2 swivels at the legs and then 3 swivels at the neck. That's 5. Head swivel for Gorosaurus, 2 arm swivels and 2 leg swivels. That's 5. And then 1 swivel at the head, 2 swivels at the shoulders, 2 swivels at the legs. That's 5. So, again, 5 points. I'm not saying all the figures come with 5 points because Ghidorah, in the Ghidorah set, comes with only 4 joints and Mothra only comes with 1. And if you want to be real technical, the flying form of Destroyer doesn't come with anything unless you want to jab that rod into his butt and swivel it. Oh boy, that'd be painful. Anyway, that's all I have for this video. If you guys like to leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 23, we're going to spin the wheel and see which one we get first. The Funko Pop 84. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today on the Godzilla Advent Calendar, day 23 for 2024, we have the Funko Pop Godzilla 1984. Yes, this is part of the 70th anniversary wave, and if I remember correctly, we took a look at the 2000 for day 1, along with V3 2019, and the Johnny Lightning 50-year Godzilla Jeep. This, however, is going to be a very special occasion because, well, I mean, it's close. 84 on, well, in 24, 23. We were 1 day off. Damn it, this could have been awesome. Well, whatever. It's still awesome. But let's just take a look at the head. The head is very surprisingly accurate. You were able to identify this as the 84 design if you know what the 84 design looks like. Of course, we have the circular black eyes and the multiple teeth, which are surprisingly well detailed and actually have a slight opening in between. And we have like the very scaly skin going on. It looks very decrepit and ugly. Looks very mucky, dry. If you know, it almost looks like dried lips or the texture of The Thing. You know what I'm talking about? The one from Fantastic Four, not the one from Godzilla vs. the Thing. reference. Anyway, multiple rows of spines, and then going down, we have the spines, which are okayly done. I definitely think they look a little bit on the more cheap side, but then again, this is like, what, a $10 figure? So I don't expect them to look overly complex. They do have some pretty good paint applications, some hit or miss, like that one little nick right there that's not properly painted, but that's okay. And then we go down, here we go to the tail, where we kind of just end off with that big nub at the end of a tail, where the spines end, and at least they're individually sculpted and painted. Here, going back to the body though, we have very chunky arms, and very like to the side, 3 fingernails, well actually 4. Thumb's apparently not a finger, even though this isn't a finger. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like saying that hair in your nose isn't considered hair just because it's not the same as the hair on your head, hair on your legs. Just saying. We have more of like the texture on the head, more towards the stomach area and the hair. The little like chest lining here, very chunky little legs, very cute, and then individually sculpted toes as well with the bone white that they use for the claws. It's not the same on the teeth. Is it? Is it? I'm going nuts. I feel like it is, but then I look at here and it's not. I'm going to go on to say it's not, because it looks a tad bit darker. I could be wrong, though. I'm only human. I'm going to make mistakes. Something I only wish people took more seriously in real life. Moving on. But yeah, we have a lot more smoothened out detail here. Of course, to be expected, but it's flush to the body. And I do like its pose. I think it's probably my favorite pose of the bunch. Even though I probably already said my favorite pose was probably 2000, but whatever. I'm going to change it to 84. But with that being said, that's relatively about it. I don't really have anything much else to say. There's no articulation, no accessories, nothing really. It's a simple Funko Pop. I'm not getting like the flocked version. Or not the flocked. The chased version. There's no such thing as a fuzzy Godzilla unless he's a plushie. Or maybe you're putting a costume on your puppy dog. I really need one for my pugs. Anyway, that being said, thank you guys for watching the video. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 24, happy Merry Christmas Eve. Happy Christmas Eve. Today we're going to be going right with the motions here and picking a figure to review for today. Lots of lag, unfortunately. Alright, the City of Destruction Godzilla 2014 with Tank. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoy this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today we're going to be taking a look at the Playmates Toys Monsterverse line, Godzilla 2014 with the tank. Specifically the City Destruction version. This was actually really big for me because I didn't even know they were going to make a 2014 up until I saw the promo pics. And what do you know? This Godzilla 2014 was a part of it. So let's go ahead and dive on it right into it. So, unlike the other Godzilla Monsterverse figures, this is a 100% new sculpt. This is not reused from any other version of Godzilla. He's gonna have pretty much a similar color scheme to that of the NECA 1995 Godzilla, where he's gonna have a blue base, a more bluish wash to him, like on his black greenish plastic, and he's gonna have like orange over top of him in some areas. For the eyes, he has like these big rectangular orange eyes that look so. This one's looking a little bit forward than it should, but that's okay. The mouth is actually pretty well done, with the teeth pretty well applied and the tongue looking pretty nice. And then we have like the spray of like the orange here at the chest, and kind of making its way down to where it meets the tail. here on this side of the leg, this on this side of the leg, on the outskirts of the arm, and then here at the base of the spine, and then where it meets the tail. Now you may be wondering why it's orange, as opposed to it being blue. Well, it's meant to be a throwback to the promotional images of Godzilla 2014. I don't have the box on me, but basically a lot of the Godzilla 2014 imagery was like red, orange, darker colors mixed in with those colors, primarily orange, and so this is kind of meant to be like a throwback. It honestly looks more like a burning Godzilla, even though he never was burning in 2014. That would have been cool, though. A burning 2014. Glad that the Monster Arts poster version kind of rectified that, but whatever. But the mold is actually pretty well done. Very well detailed on like the soft parts of the body, and some improved parts on the more harder plastic, but you can still obviously tell the quality difference between them. I also want to say like the pose it's in. It's very reminiscent of like the final roar pose where he's like roaring up into the air when he finally kills the female Muto. Except he has his tail reared up and his head like looking lit to the Actually, you know what it kind of looks like? That one scene from Monarch Legacy of Monsters where he roars up and then he swings his head and then he's like roaring away. You get what I'm trying to say? But yeah. For articulation, we have a hinged jaw, so we can close and open up. Although do keep in mind that the jaw was sculpted to be more open, because if you try closing it, he has a severe underbite and looks more like a cartoon character. I feel like I know what cartoon character looks like this. Just can't lay it on my finger. But we do have a rotation at the head, surprisingly. Unlike the past versions of Monster vs. Godzilla, where they had a scene, but like, there was nothing. Try breaking that, you're just going to break his neck. Swivels for the shoulders, so we can get a fair amount of movement there. Swivels for the hips. And swivels for the feet. And a singular ball joint here at the tail, although I would recommend not moving it. The reason why is because if there's one thing I had to complain about, the socket here isn't very well polished, because if you try rotating it, it's actually going to start peeling the plastic internally. Yeah, because this entire thing is made of a more softer, flexible plastic, it's pretty easy to prone that cutting. But something that is pretty cool is that it comes with, we have the return of battle damage. So let's talk about that. It's honestly not one of my favorites. It's very artificial looking. Now, granted, none of the battle damage were particularly, realistic. But this just looks more like someone just is doing surgery on him, and this is less than battle damage. Not to mention the detail here versus on the older models prior to this one. The older ones just looked a bit better, because here you actually get some rib cage action there that just looks like a ketchup packet. Like literally, you could literally just go to your local Applebee's and then grab one of their ketchup packets and then put it inside this Godzilla and it'll look the exact same. So battle damage isn't necessarily one of my favorites. Hold on, wait, is this the right way to put it in? I think it is. There we go. But what is kind of cool is that it also comes with a tank that also spins. Look at that. So that's pretty cool. It is it in scale? I feel like it'd be a bit smaller. Yeah, it'd definitely be a bit smaller, because keep in mind a human's supposed to fit in there. But overall, I would say that this 2014 figure is at least a serviceable and actually pretty good 2014. Isn't one of my favorites from the Playmates line. Honestly, yeah, I'll say it's one of my favorites. It's a take it or leave it type of thing. But I definitely think that there are better 2014s, but for the price point, $10, not bad. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys did, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. I'll see you guys next time. Peace, everyone. Stay tuned tomorrow for day 25. Merry Christmas.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you all. This is day 25, that's right, Christmas Day is here, and we're going to be picking out a figure to review for day 25. I'm hoping it's a good one, like a really good one. Just make sure it's actually, you know, a good selection. Looks like we're getting a Funko Pop. Not a bad choice. The Funko Pop 54. Okay, that's actually a pretty good one. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing the finale, well, the sub-finale to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. But for this episode, we're going to be taking a look at the Funko Pop 70th Anniversary Godzilla 1954. What an absolute way to end this off. The last... Well, again, technically speaking, the last proper episode, not the bonus days, but the last normal episode, we're taking a look at the first Godzilla on the 70th anniversary year. How about that? So, without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at it. So, unlike the other two Godzillas in the line, at least the ones I have, not counting Shin, this one has a more proportionally upright body, as it is more akin to how he stood in 54, where he wasn't as hunched, but he stood more upright like a mammal. And as a result, he definitely shows that in the Funko Pop. We have a pretty nicely sculpted head, lots of nice and intricate little details you can find on the head right here with all the individual rows of spikes, the circular rows of, eyes, the rows of teeth here with that black and white tongue. Nicely done little nostrils as well, painted actually pretty well, and some nice little detailing across the skin. Looks very, very cute. Yeah, you heard me, cute. We have some individually sculpted dorsal plates, which are three each row, and are actually, again, sculpted pretty well. They don't look 100% to the movie, because again, Funko Pops are going for accuracy, but it still looks good given like the budget of these things. And then we have the two rows of spikes on the tail, which, if I remember correctly, it is accurate. Again, it's been a little while since I've seen the 54 film. We have a little fighter plane here in Godzilla's right hand, which he's grasping it. And then for the other hand, he's like raising his palm up, which he does in the film as well. And for the fighter plane itself, fairly basic. Got some like gray detailing and lining, of course, with the cockpit and the little lineage on the sides. And it looks pretty nice. Down here where we get some more like the stomach area, looks very nice. It almost looks like the Homerzilla Funko Pop. You know what I'm saying? Because technically speaking, that came before this Funko Pop did. But we do have some more detailing here as well. Nice little... almost looks squishy. I know that sounds weird, but it almost looks like you can squish this, even though it's made of vinyl. And then we have some nice little chunky legs, nice little segmenting detail. And of course, here we have the individually painted claws. And as far as it, I think, well, we do have a nice little tail that just kind of goes off to the side. And for the neutral pose, he just kind of looks to the camera like this, with his body slightly tilted, with his tail flopping upward, and he's holding the plane. So, that is it. Yeah, fairly simplistic. Funko Pops are not known for being overly complex, unless it's the buying method of these freaking things. Like, once they're rare, they're really freaking rare, which I absolutely hate for a figure that's only like, what, the size of your palm? Come on. But, with that being said, I hope you guys have been enjoying these advent calendars. I'll see you guys for tomorrow for the start of the bonus days, which is going to be one full solid week. Day 26, 7, 8, 9, 10, hold on. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31st. So there you go. 6 days. Right? So I guess that's not really a full week, but whatever. I'm rounding it up. So thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today is day 26, the start of the bonus days. So basically, these are just 6 extra days, meant to give figures an extra chance in the spotlight. So we're going to be taking a look at the next one. Clearly I forgot to put my volume up, but whatever. Ding 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 ding. Looks like it's another Funko Pop. We've been doing an awful lot of these. The GVK standard one. Alright, let's do it. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, oh shoot, kicking my tripod. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today for the first day of the bonus days, we're going to take a look at the Funko Pop Godzilla original from Godzilla vs. Kong. This is going to be the one from the 2-pack set, to be exact, but it's pretty much the same thing. So let's start. So first we have the head. Head's very much squared off, and it's got lots of nice detailing here. Very reptilian. This is probably when Funko was at the peak of their Godzilla line, honestly, because we have all these dry brushing and details, nice sculpt work and detail work from the nostrils and the kind of sculpted teeth. Individually sculpted teeth. They're individually painted, that's for sure. We have the circular eyes making a return, looking as adorable as ever. And then we have the wash of all the blues, the grays and the green washed together. And then here we have all the intricate little scales, little gills down here, multiple it almost looks like an alligator stomach. Very cool and realistic. Nice arm paint here for there and there. And then we have the tail coming down, wrapping around. Lighter, more green at the top and more bluish gray at the bottom. Looks very cool with the wash. Really takes me back to 2021 and 2022. When life was a bit more simpler. We have a bit more detail work here for the scales, and then more. It looks like brick, honestly. Not a fault of the sculptor, but it looks really nice. And then we have more detail work here with the feet, 4 toes and all, and here for this arm, more detail work. And the spines are actually pretty decently sized on this one, at least, because it's actually this way is supposed to be being more to the back. It's a bit more smaller, but that's okay. And relatively speaking, copyright info there and there. That is kind of it. Yeah, it's a very small little Godzilla Funko Pop statue. There's really not much to ride home about, and it's a very simple little thing. There is no beam. I mean, kind of hard to fit something with a beam if he can't even open his mouth, but whatever. With that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys for day 27. Peace out, everyone. Happy Boxing Day. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 27 of the bonus days, we're going to be scrolling right through, getting which figure we can get. Oh, the Playmates Rodan 93. It was almost a Mezco. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and thank you for joining us on the bonus days. This is going to be day 27 of the overall thing, and we're going to be reviewing the Playmates Rodan 93 from the Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 film. If you're wondering in just specific, this is going to be the standard version, not any of the exclusives or repaints or anything like that, so let's just go ahead and get started right away. So for the head sculpt, it's surprisingly, I'm going to say, accurate to a more cartoony version of the film. So it's almost like if someone took the actual suit and ran it through a more cartoonized filter. And this is basically what you'd get. So for the teeth are individually sculpted, and they are pretty decently painted for something of this size. And something I do appreciate is the mouth detailing actually being pretty well done. And the tongue is actually a different color compared to the more gummy, lighter gums of the mouth, which is pretty solid. And the beak is actually colored a more gray application, along with the horns back here, and then all the dorsal plates towards the tip of the tail, which as you can see, they get like progressively smaller and smaller until they reach the itty bitty tail. For the eyes, they're bugged out like they are in the movie, though they're a lot more smaller this go around. Not almost like he just saw two Godzillas mating, and that's how Godzilla Jr. was born. And his eyes are painted a yellow with black pupils. And then we can get in here where we've got more of the spikes on the chest, which are not painted, sadly. I can't recall if they're painted in the movie, but I kind of wish they were painted here because they almost look like, in contrast with this, almost looks unfinished. But we do have a nice kind of like gradient eye spray here at the bottom. And then we have like those 3 claws up here, which are also painted and sculpted down here, which have some nice segmenting and folds. The wings themselves are going to be made of like this very flexible vinyl, while everything else is more solid vinyl. And we also have like the back facing little talons right here. And yeah, the whole stomach lining is just going to be like this more kind of gray, yellow-eyed peach color, almost sandy looking color. And yeah, that's going to be pretty much it as far as sculpt and paint goes. Nice segmenting detail though. And for the only joint of articulation, it's going to be a head swivel, and it is going to go a full 360-degree range of motion. Take that, owls. At least this Rodan figure can do that. Haha. So, technically speaking, that's kind of it. It's a very basic figure, all things considered. And definitely got a nice little gimmick to him. With that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys like to leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time for day 28. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and for day 28 of the bonus days, we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel, see which one we get. Ooh, fitting. The 1995 Godzilla ornament. Alright, let's do this. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with the day 28 of the Godzilla Advent Calendar. Yes, the bonus days were almost done. Only 3 more days left to go, 29, 30, and 31. So today on this episode, we're going to be taking a look at the Godzilla heirloom ornament for 1995's Godzilla vs. Destroyer. So this is going to be actually pretty interesting because it's technically speaking, the first Christmas-themed ornament to make its debut on the channel, which finally, like, after all of this time, it finally makes its debut. Which, as you can see, it's got a very nice presentation here, and it actually looks pretty good, so let's just go ahead and start with the head. So the head is actually really well sculpted. In fact, the whole body is really well sculpted. I'm shocked. The head has got some pretty nice detailing for the eyes and a very nice dry brush kind of wash color all over the body. It's like very much gray. It's got like the same kind of like charcoal gray and black kind of back forth a bit. So the eyes are orange with some white backing for the pupils. And it's got some sculpted nostrils. No paint inside the mouth, which is a bit disappointing, but it's alright. But we do have some nice painted teeth. And then the burning patches. I was not really a big fan of the way they did these initially because we have some parts of it which are painted, but the big majority of it is sculpted in with translucent plastic. And even like up here where we get bunch of translucent spikes, but the one spike that acts as the feature for it is painted. That's kind of a strange way to do it, but whatever. But yeah, I do like the translucency. It's very reminiscent of that of the trying to get it off my shelf. See if I can reach from here. The NECA 1995, as you can see right there. Although the NECA is a lot more opaque than the heirloom ornament is. Put it back on my shelf. But it still looks really crisp. And the claws on the hands are actually pretty well sculpted and pretty well detailed. I like the detailing we've got here with all the segmenting and little scales, especially down here with the feet, very meaty feet. One foot stomping on the rubble, the other one already on the ground. And then here we have a building that says Godzilla. Then some more crumbled down buildings. Of course, it's like a little base, and then we have the tail kind of like coming down, swooping up, and then we have the little battery compartment, which, oh heck, I never realized just how rusted down that thing looks. And then I go back to my original review and I comment on it. So, and then the more copyright info. And, yeah, that's kind of it. There's a little string you can attach your tree to. I already attached it onto my Christmas tree this year. But, yeah, the sound feature doesn't work on mine anymore. Because it died. And to be fair, this is like, what, almost like 15 years old to the date. So I'm not expecting to work in 2024, turning 2025. But if you want to know what it looks like, go back to my original review where I do showcase it on camera. But with that being said, that's going to have to do it for this episode. If you guys like to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 29, we're going to go ahead and plot the wheel and see which one we get. The NECA King Kong poster version. Alright, let's do it. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today for day 29, for some reason I stuttered to realize what the day was. We have the NECA King Kong illustrated version. Forgive me, it's not poster version. There's no poster of King Kong that looks like this, as it's based on the famous monsters of Filmland. Oh yeah. So this is going to be the second release of NECA's King Kong line, and I believe it's the last of the NECA King Kongs we have to do for the Advent Calendar, so how about that? So, making his debut, let's take a look at him. So, sculpt-wise, he features the exact same sculpted details as the original King Kong from NECA. For the paint, we have a plethora of different colors. We have a very bright green here, and then we have some more darker greens as like an accent. Then around his lips we have some more red. Inside his mouth we have like pure white teeth with some various colored teeth in the back. This side's like pretty much chalked up to be yellow, and we got some like more pink reddish accents throughout the body. Going down here to the shoulders, more yellow on this side, green on this side. Bit of splotches of pink here, and there. Moving in here, we have some more greens, yellows, greens, and some yellows. So, pretty much speaking, it's a primary mix of yellows and greens with pink thrown into the mix. And it looks pretty fine on its own. I think I would have liked it a bit more heavy-handed on the body, just to make it a bit more differentiate here, because I know it's like supposed to be some more like tribal-esque painting, like cultural paint, but it looks more like Kong got into a paint gunfight and lost horribly. So, yeah, there's that. But again, the sculpted details are actually pretty well done. I also like the way the nails are painted brighter, almost like Kong got his nails done at a nail salon. But for articulation, we have a ball joint here at the head, swivel hinge shoulders, swivel at the biceps, double hinged elbows. They can also swivel, hold on. They can swivel, it's just really, really tight. Swivel hinges at the wrists, ball joint tab crunch, hinges at the hips, which can also go out and can swivel, hinges at the knees, and a awkward swivel here at the foot with a ball joint that goes, hinge that goes up and down. And believe it or not, he actually comes with accessories. He comes with an alternate head sculpt, which is going to be a bit more pissed off looking with more different colored teeth and some spotted tongue, so he probably ate something. And he's going to come with splayed hands that are going to be opposite colors, which I do like the opposite color consistency. So if there's one thing I have to applaud NECA for, it's that. But with that being said, that's all I have for this video. Ironic that we're doing 2 King Kong videos today. Was not anticipating that, but whatever. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys next time for day 30, the second last. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and this is day 30 of the bonus days, of course. The second last day. Now, we're going to pick a figure, whether it's a good figure, really good one, or it's a pathetic excuse for a figure. We don't know. Until, looks like it's going to be another Mezco set. The Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah 1991 set. Alright. Let's do it. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew, and today, for the second last episode, we're going to be doing the 2-pack of Godzilla and Ghidorah from Mezco's 5.XL line from SDCC 2022, I think. Is this 2022? I think so. Whatever. So, funny story. I got this, obviously online. I did not go to the Comic-Con. But, what's funny to note is how much times I've tried to review this thing. And yeah, people don't seem to like it, but whatever, we'll try again. With that being said, let's go ahead and talk about the figures themselves, which, here we have the Godzilla, which uses the mold of the 1968 Godzilla from the Destroy All Monsters Round 1 set. What? Well, yeah, as it turns out, these two use the wrong suit designs that are advertised. Because instead of the 91 set, as it's advertised on the website, it uses the 68 designs. Yeah, that's not very good. But for the sculpted details, we got a lot of nice sculpted details to work with here. The dorsal plates are actually decently sharp, like especially down here. This one, especially, like that actually kind of hurts, especially this sucker up here. But they look nice. Nice little segmenting here for the tail. Scaling here for the legs and all the folds, the 3 toes there and there. Chest looks really nice, especially with like the little line that goes in with the little folds. The hands are pretty well sculpted in different positions, and the head is actually sculpted really well, and it honestly again looks really nice. And the main difference is going to be that they're translucent plastic, no paint. So this one's purely green, that one's purely yellow. For articulation for Godzilla, you get a swivel here at the head, so I guess you're spinning Ghidorah too. Move Ghidorah back. You can swivel all the way around, swivel up and down at the shoulders, and swivel up and down here at the hips, although it is a bit limited. With Ghidorah, on the other hand, aligning Godzilla back up, he's going to be using the Destroy All Monsters Round 2 Ghidorah body mold. And as you can see, it looks really cool with all the translucent yellow. The sculpt work is, again, the same, but it looks really cool, especially with all the individual sculpted teeth, the eyes there, the horns, and the lion's mane, and all the different spikes going down, even like in the chin and down towards the neck. Going to the wings here, which are going to be pure translucent plastic, but with the folds intricate in there as well. That looks nice. Although I will admit that the translucent plastic, it almost looks like a different color. It's just the opacity, but like, it kind of looks, well, because you can't really see through the body, but you can clearly see through the wings. Can you see through both wings? Kind of can. But for the body itself, we have kind of more the same basic kind of sculpt work. It's not as grand as Godzilla's, but that's to be expected given the suit design. It's all like the same diamond shape you get. Four-toed feet here at the bottom with more segmenting. And then the two twin tails, which kind of fan out like this. And they look pretty cool. Ghidorah's in pieces when you take them out of the box, by the way. For articulation for Ghidorah, you get 1, 2, 3 swivels at each of the necks, so there's 1 for each. And then you get 1, 2 swivels here at the legs, so that's 5 points. Now, as for accessories, the set doesn't really come with anything. It comes with 2 black bases that I don't have on my person right now. Actually, I do have them, but they're stored away, just because all of them look the same, and I don't want to have to go through like each and every one of them just to discover, oh, this one's this one's that Titan, and then yada yada Kaiju. I'm going to keep them like this. But as for the other accessories, there are none. Which I kind of find a little disappointing, because they could have easily just reissued the gravity beams to go with this Ghidorah, because you don't need any alternate heads. In fact, if you own the original, you can actually, I'm going to take off one of the Ghidorah gravity beams from the original release just to show you. This is one of the original gravity beams. You can actually use it like that. It doesn't color match very well, but it does the job. Now, as for Godzilla, unfortunately, there's not going to be anything to really give anything Godzilla a beam weapon, because that's the closed mouth sculpt, and he needs the open head sculpt to accommodate it, and there's no translucent green open mouth sculpt. So I feel like that was a very big missed opportunity. But as a whole, I think that these two are really well done together, even for an exclusive. I definitely think that they should have not marketed this as like a Destroy All Monsters, a Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah 91 set, because they're the wrong suit designs and the wrong, well, again, designs, but at the end of the day, they're still cool little figures that you can probably get for the aftermarket at a heavable price, whatever. That being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time for Day 31, the final episode. See you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Godzilla Advent Calendar for 2024. My name is Matthew, and this is it. The final day. Day 31 of the bonus days, or just day 31 in general. So today we're going to be picking 3 figures, because it's the finale. We want at least some figures to get their spotlight, so let's go ahead and pick 3. The Playmates Titan Evolution Godzilla, so technically we'd be getting 4 figures. Second figure we're getting. How fast is this thing going? Funko Pop Giant Godzilla. And for the third and final selection for today, this is like the 4th time I'm trying to record this. Shinny. Oh yeah, I know which one it's talking about, even though I forget the name. Alright, let's do it. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Godzilla 2024 Advent Calendar. My name is Matthew. And Happy New Year's Eve. Well, Happy New Year's, I imagine. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're just spending some nice time with your friends, family, whatever. But today is the last day of the Advent Calendar, as I previously stated, or you guys already know. And we've got, technically speaking, 4 figures to look at. We have the Titan Evolution Godzilla set with the skin Godzilla and the Godzilla that comes underneath. And then we have the Funko Pop Giant Godzilla, which I was like 99% sure I already reviewed you. And we have this small little bootleg Godzilla named Shinny. Now, the reason I named him Shinny is because he looks like a Shin Godzilla, so he's like a junior, so he's Shinny. So, whatever. With that being said, let's go ahead and subtract these two. We're just going to put them off to the side here. And let's take a look at the Titan Evolution Godzilla first. So first I'm going to start with the basic figure here. So he's not the same sculpt as the 6-inch basic Godzilla, but he is close to it. He has about the same paint applications. Let's actually kind of pull him in a little bit. So he has orange eyes, okayly sculpted and painted teeth, kind of more, again, basic. Nice little pinkish reddish tongue in there, so you get a little bit of nice detail when it comes to that. And then the whole front section's like olive green, so you get it from the neck all the way down to the very tip of the tail, which thankfully they actually painted this time. And you also get on the outskirts of the legs here and here as well, which I find to be really cool. You also get some pretty nice claw paint here for the feet and the palms, well, more closely the nails. And then you get like some more of the sculpted details here. And then you can actually see, get some paint work. Okay, come on, focus it. Thank you. You get some paint work up here, and then it kind of color matches better with the dorsal plates being translucent red. And then you get more of that down here, which, even though it's only 1 row as opposed to 3 rows, and then the Thagmizer is looking a little dinky, it still looks alright. And then for articulation, we have a hinged jaw, nothing at the head, swivel hinges for the shoulders, which why they can put this on a debatably smaller figure than the basic ones, I have no clue. Swivels here for the legs, swivels for the feet, and a ball joint here at the tail. Now, for the skin sack thing. He's a husk. For sculpts, he's basically got a very rubbery version of the basic 6-inch Heat Ray Godzilla mold, the pre-evolved, not the evolved. But he has solid blue eyes and a purple pinkish tongue, which if there's one thing that this guy has over the original, it's that he has a better tongue. And he has some blue accents here on his dorsal plates, which are just kind of like 3-4 strips of blue paint. Not bad. And they look a bit more like 2014's fins rather than the 2019 onward fins, which, I mean, that's to be expected given the gimmick of this figure. But that's kind of it. Yeah, there's no articulation on this guy, aside from him just being a hollowed out piece of rubber. And basically the gimmick is you're supposed to pull this guy in the suit, and you can pull him out of it. So it's like, you can pull him in and out. And of course this guy is very, very stretchy, so hours of fun right here. No. But, of course, I did a more in-depth review of it. I'm not going to put it in the suit just for time consistency's sake. Next up, we're going to take a look at the Titan, Big Titan himself, the Godzilla Funko Pop from Godzilla vs. Kong. And as you can see, this guy is enormous. Like, this is the size of my hand, and this is me trying to grasp the thing. Impressive, right? So, for the body mold, it's going to be a new sculpt. Well, kind of new sculpt. It's a different pose of what you get with the 3-inch versions in a new pose. Open mouth and all. So, you have solid black eyes. Very nicely painted, kind of like whole body. Because, like, you have this part, which is going to be green. And then you have the back part, which is going to be more of a, kind of like a grayish-ish. And then you have, like, the dorsal plates, which are more blackened out. And then you kind of go back to the more greenish color. blackened nails here, which I love the color contrast between. I almost wish all Godzilla figures were kind of like this. Not really, but mouth. I will say the mouth looks a bit pale for what you get, but I do like the color choice they did with the teeth. But at least the gum detail looks alright. Tongue in there, and you actually have some detail in the roof of the mouth. Basic detail, yes, but there's still detail. I don't want to be banging this guy too much. And the tail kind of wraps around the whole body. And yeah, he just looks like he's ready for action. The big guy himself. And as for articulation, there is none. Arms don't move. Legs don't move. Head doesn't move. Tail doesn't move. Waist doesn't move. Whatever. But that's going to be the Funko Pop. And the last thing we're going to look at is the smallest, but certainly not least, Godzilla bootleg. Which, here we have a kind of more brownish Imperial Godzilla bootleg, which is going to be based off the 6-inch version as far as like the mold goes. In fact, my old middle school gave this to me, which I still have all these years later, which thank you very much. In fact, I've actually never washed this thing because, like, you can see the purple sand, pink sand, whatever, it's still in there. I always thought of it as like Shin Godzilla charging, because doesn't that look like he's about to charge his beam? There used to be more in there, I swear. But we get some green paint applications for the eyes, very stylish choice, and then we get some like more browns and more blacks here. Even though this figure is like scuffed as heck, like just look at this. I just thought that it was like skeleton. You can see why I made this thing like a Shin Godzilla Jr. almost. Even though Shin Godzilla wasn't brown, he was more like charcoal black in appearance with red accents. This kind of screams Shin Godzilla to me. And then we have some more like spray here on the dorsal plates because you can see more white and then to black. It's very much inconsistent with the color, and that's okay. Mouth has red tongue in there, and then individually sculpted teeth, which don't really have too much in the way of paint application, but that's okay. It's missing its arm, which like I was never able to find it even like back then. So I'm just glad that my school counselor gave this to me. So thank you so much. Before articulation, swivels at the arms, nothing at the head. We do have swivels here at the legs, and then swivel here at the tail, which even to this day, it's still shedding sand. Guess that's what I get for not washing it, but whatever, I've been keeping it this way. So, without further ado, I think that is going to be it. Yeah, this advent calendar, I should probably just give a brief update. I'm going to touch a bit more upon this in my final, like, update video for the year. But I think it all comes down to the question now, am I going to be doing one for 2025? I have no clue. To put it simply, this advent calendar barely happened. I was only able to do it because of a few factors. In fact, if you go back to my video where I announced it was canceled, I updated the title the same day I was able to film it because I was able to get all my figures back, put them in like a reasonable shelf space, and was able to pull this off. So don't expect the advent calendar to happen next year. I don't know what's happening next year. A lot's on the table to happen, but I'm not saying everything could. If everything will happen, guarantee this advent calendar will not be one of them, because chances are I'm going to be busy with like job and such and whatever. But just know, if this is the final advent calendar I do, like I said, I'm proud of it. I'm proud of what we've done. I really am. If this is the last time we do the advent calendar, I'm really happy with what we've done together, and I'm still happy. My cat's down here. Do you have anything to say to the camera? Off-screen cat. She says, rah, rah, rah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, leave a like, subscribe. I'll see you guys next year. For January, oh yes, hopefully we'll get some new figures then. And then, well, maybe it's a bit too soon to be thinking about new figures. But whatever. Thank you guys. Peace out, everyone.